This is a clouds weather alert.
Good, very early Thursday morning, everybody. Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center right now, giving you the latest on some severe weather potential across the state, across our local area. Our first local warning being issued over the last few moments here for parts of Levy County. Not a tornado warning, so didn't have to jump in right that second there after that got issued, but a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag here until about 1:45 a.m. I know some of these areas got hit pretty hard by Idalia. Some of the worst of the damage maybe a little bit further north there, or right at the coast at this point, as this is past Cedar Keys. So where the worst of this storm right now is, past maybe where some of that worst of the damage was in Levy County, but there's also a tornado possible tag with this here as well. So got to be kind of careful. It's not in the greatest area for radar coverage here. So got to be mindful of that here. You just never know what could happen. Watching some weak area, maybe a rotation toward St. John's and Putnam as well, but no warning there at this point. Also, Flagler significant with advisory to look out toward the east, but this does have a severe thunderstorm warning on it here until about 1:45 this morning. Our first local warning. The signature isn't the most impressive, but again, we're not at the best maybe height here on the radar to detect exactly what's going on. I know been switching radars because we're in a really bad spot on this, to be quite honest. So let's go back forward again. You see some green and red. Honestly, I really wouldn't know if we had anything in here. This is one of the more vulnerable spots in our area because of the lack of radar coverage. So it's kind of a tricky situation here to know exactly what is happening. We're on a Jacksonville site right now. I just loaded some of the frames off of that to go further back. But you can see a little bit of green and red here. Honestly, again, Roy wouldn't know what's happening in there. But Gulf Hammock and Otter Creek, if we were to have something trying to get down toward the surface in terms of some damage potential here other than heavy downpours and lightning, which we are seeing, then we would be getting that toward Gulf Hammock and Otter Creek right now. So just something to kind of bear in mind. You see here the higher reflectivity values, and then let's check for any debris. Going to be really hard to see if there's anything like that, and we're not seeing that at this point. But you can see there, Chief went into the warning. But at 101, a severe thunderstorm was located 16 miles south of Fowler's Bluff, or 22 miles south of Chiefland, moving northeast about 45 miles an hour. So again, a severe thunderstorm warning here for parts of Levy County. The office in Ruskin is doing this. It's the only office here that in our area covers only just one county. Our other 61 counties are covered either by Tallahassee or Jacksonville. So kind of an interesting situation there. So sometimes in the county, maybe they get talked about as much in terms of maybe broadcast media here and the like. Doesn't get talked about as much, but you have Williston, Chiefland, Bronson, Otter Creek, Williston, Highlands, East Bronson, Williston Municipal Airport in here. Just remain alert for a possible tornado. We're seeing also 60-mile-an-hour winds here. We talked about it on our update late Tuesday and Wednesday that some of these storms would have the potential for gusts about 60, and that's what we're seeing right now. We don't have a tornado down, which is no tornado warning. We would have jumped in right that moment. We're in that alert mode here. We're going to keep the stream going at this point because of the overall threat here. Tornado watch recently began issued for many of our counties until 9 a.m. So it's going to be a long night here. At least two updates here periodically every half hour. So right now we have an active warning. So for the moment, I'm going to stick with this here right now just in case, because some of the areas here in the middle of the night, it's going to be hard maybe for you guys to see anything here, and a tricky scenario all the way around. So I need to just give you guys the latest here on everything that's going on overall as well. Though, let me go ahead and say here what we're talking about in terms of the broader picture. Again, you can see here in the yellow, and I'll take off the radar. There's a lot of rain. I'm going to have that flash flooding threat here too if we get some of these downpours to trend over the same areas. But we have a tornado watch in this broader yellow, and that's until 9 a.m. That extends here across our Big Bend region, some of those counties near the coast. Not Tallahassee, but we'll call it counties in this. Taylor County, where we have higher instability values. And then you see over toward Lake City, over toward Stark there. We're at St. Augustine. You can see Gainesville, Callan here. And then as we look further down to the south, you have Tampa and Orlando in here. Auto 9 a.m. We even have a coastal flood advisory situation toward the coast out there. Seeing a little bit of higher levels there than we generally see that are at that coastal there region toward the west coast of Florida. Not a coastal flood warning here, which would be more reminiscent of a low end type of a storm surge type of warning if it was a different type of situation here. This isn't tropical. There's a lot of interesting characteristics with it, though. So let's go ahead and see something else. This is going to really tell the story. Look at all this really cold cloud top activity here, folks. As you can see toward the Gulf of Mexico. As you can see here toward the Gulf of Mexico this morning. Really getting a nasty situation here. I mean, in some ways, this is going to have an impact for some of you more than what we've seen in some of our lower end tropical storms. So keep that amount of pressure with this. I mean, the pattern here really kind of telling a story. I mean, we're seeing a pressure under 1,000 millibars with the actual low here as we're looking at things. So just under 1,000 millibars, which is reminiscent of some tropical storms we've had over the years. Not a hurricane or anything like that, but it's not going to be named here. Not quite the right meteorology for it, but it's had a very interesting setup with it. I know we've already seen here several tornado warnings south of our area. Kind of an odd setup, more of a tropical setup. There's just not enough of those tropical characteristics or subtropical characteristics here to call it a named system. And we had Sean there out in the Atlantic. It's not going to be a name system like that was there as we're looking at things. I believe off the top of my head there, looking, I know we have names like Tammy and Vince there on our list, I do believe, here coming on up, but that's not what this is going to be here. It does not look like no real chances from the Hurricane Center for this to develop, so that's the good news here, but still it's going to have an impact here that's pretty robust. Several inches of rain towards some of our local counties here, so we got to be really mindful of that. Got to be really careful here, and let's go ahead and go on over toward our tornado safety tips here right now to be ready if we get a tornado warning. Got to be ready even in Levy County right now because we don't have the greatest radar coverage. So if you hear that freight train like noise, get to that tornado safe spot. Safe versus sorry here in this type of situation. So there's your safety tips of the watch right now in place. So that means you just got to stay tuned for the latest updates here as we continue to look at things here and make some notes in the Weather Center. Just stay tuned for the latest updates. Have multiple ways to receive alerts. And if a tornado warning gets you, you'd want to seek shelter inside that sturdy building. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Protect yourself from flying everywhere by putting on a football helmet, bicycle helmet, something like that. Have the shoes on in case you have a tornado that hits, and then in the aftermath you have glass cut up and the like there. You just got to be really careful in this type of situation. We have that logo red. We don't always do it for a slight risk of 2 out of 5 on the SPC scale, but a lot of the characteristics are concerning, including this being a setup here at night since we've had a tornado threat around here really organized like this in a while since Italia, I guess you could say. That was a different type of story. We were more focused on the wind there and the surge, but still, it's not going to be like that there. We're not going to see any type of surge or wind damage or straight line damage like what we had in Italia there, but a tornado could obviously do some damage, so we got to be careful here in that regard. We got to be mindful as we are just trying to give you guys the very latest here. We're in that alert mode to keep you guys safe and informed. Looking at my rain gauge here, we're at about a half a tenth of an inch here of rain so far for today. Pressure's going down 1,006 millibars. That's the lowest pressure we've had in a while here, folks. So look at things. Probably all month here. Yep, all month, and then higher in terms of the impact with the lower pressure than we even had last month here. So this is the lowest pressure probably since Italia already, meaning a stronger, deeper type of storm system. So I'm going to come back on camera here right now. Again, there's your infrared satellite. I know that might not tell you a whole bunch. We're showing you some other elements here to this. We saw that severe thunderstorm warning in Levy County here. I know it's a situation it's in the night. Maybe you don't want to be watching me on a Thursday. You have to go to work later. But just make sure you have multiple ways to get alerts. Maybe turn me off for now. But you got to be ready if you have a warning to take action, know what's going on here, and check back in with me if we have a tornado warning for any one of our 62 counties. Will be on the air live, giving you the latest information, breaking things down for you. To keep checking some of our different sources here behind the scenes. I want to see our coverage map, of course. This is our area. I know we had a tornado warning yesterday afternoon in Citrus County. That's not part of our 62 counties here. That's the way we're doing things right now with the 62 counties here, folks. You can see if we have a tornado warning We're always on for any one of these 62. I've been doing that here for the last 4 years almost now. So that's our policy. Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Twitch here. Giving you guys the latest. I know Twitter called X there now. But just giving you guys the latest details. I know if we had like a strong tornado threat in Central Florida, it'd be a different story. If we're already on like what we're on for now, we have stuff down there, and it'd be a different story. But haven't had anything that's even been confirmed down there. I had some funnel clouds reported, but things haven't got down to the surface so far toward the south. Now, in our area, we did get a gust here. We had stuff like this in other areas too, but a gust of 40 recently there. Flagler County Emergency Management reporting that out of the Marineland area, some gradient winds, and we still have some of that interesting algorithmic signature accent going on as we look down toward parts of Flagler, St. John's. We have some advisories down there, so let's go ahead and jump over there right now. Let's go ahead and jump over there right now. You can see our tornado watch again remain in effect for several hours till 9 a.m. in the yellow shaded zone here, not including Jacksonville or McClinney. So you got to be kind of careful, but we're in the yellow zone. That's where you really have to make sure, and it goes down in Central Florida as well. Got to make sure you have multiple ways to get alerts. You want to be ready to get that tornado safe spot at once. Tornado safe spot immediately. So here's your area that's interesting here. We're gonna have to watch this down there. This is an area a little bit closer to the instability per se. Seen this before. It's pretty weak rotation, wind enhancement. Pretty weak right now near, it looks like a State Road 20 in Western Flagler. And then as we look towards Southern St. John's there, maybe a little bit brighter colors at points there. Just as we're looking, there's Summer Haven to Crescent Beach here, folks. We're monitoring this situation here very carefully. Again, no warning, no official warning right now at this current time, which is 1:26 on this Thursday, October 12th, 2023. But we're just going to keep watching things out here. The lightning, which is a little more concerning. Didn't even see that. With some of the tornado warning storms to the south. We don't have really tight rotation. We're looking off Jacksonville, but we have some wind enhancement there in Levy. We'll have to check some different metrics and the like. I'm going to switch over to Tampa's radar. I have to switch back and forth in this area here, and you don't see a lot off of this, which is good. It's kind of on the edge, but these storms have had a weird characteristic with them where it's honestly kind of hard to tell exactly what's going on here, maybe in terms of how things pop up so quick. So they're kind of maybe a little bit harder to see things with them. So didn't want to be caught off guard here. That's why they issued this warning. You have several areas toward the Gulf. I know parameters is more favorable down here, but it's catching my eye. It's concerning if these storms here, and they didn't look like it as much a moment ago, but could have changed. But that one, oh my goodness, that definitely changed. Hopefully it didn't come together like it's doing right now. But if you guys know anybody in Citrus County, even maybe your southern areas of Levy and Marion, got to be alert. Even maybe Ocala later if it makes it this far inland here, that far inland, but you can see Homosassa Springs. We have really tight circulation in the Gulf. Maybe a strong water spout signature right now. That's about as strong as I've seen here in this setup. Reminds me, honestly, some ways here of what we saw in 2016, that fateful morning there in January. We had that deadly tornado there toward Duet, Florida. So we got to be really careful here. Make sure you guys have multiple ways to get alerts here. I'm concerned. This does not remind me of 98-07, those tornado outbreaks here at this point, but we just gotta be safe versus sorry. Now, we had a nocturnal tornado death situation in the Florida Panhandle going back a couple of years or so, but that beforehand, Duet, well, before that event a couple of years ago, Duet was the last deadly tornado event in Florida. That one in the Panhandle, unfortunately, they're the more recent at this point, but gotta be careful. This is in the Gulf right now. This is very concerning because these winds here, these colors, and that is, I mean, hopefully this weekend, these generally weaken, but I just haven't seen one like this in a while at this type of height here in the Gulf. It's really concerning because we're seeing numbers here, and they're just weakened slightly. So let me go back, but on this last frame here, we were seeing numbers that are almost 100 miles an hour one way and about 35 the other way. That's winds to about 130 or so, 135 miles an hour, but to be indicative of a strong tornado, this was over land. So we got to be really careful if we were to see something like this because the parameters were very little when we had tornado warnings earlier over Florida. And that's what kind of concerned me about this, especially being at night. The parameters look pretty significant here as we progress in the timelines. We got to be careful, folks. We got to be careful. Got to be really mindful here. Got to be ready to take action. Got to be ready to take action, my friends. We got to be really careful. because we could have strong tornadoes here in the overnight hours. So let's just be really careful as we look to the north right now. Not seeing anything like that right now in Levy County, which is good news while we're on. We have that first warning in the local 62 counties here. A severe thunderstorm warning for another 15 minutes. Otter Creek, Gulf Hammock there. This is going to move into more populated areas here. As we look though, Bronson, Williston here. More populated areas here. As we get toward Bronson, Williston over the next little bit. So just be mindful of that as we move up and eventually maybe over to Archer and Alachua County here. So Gainesville here as well, and I-75 to see what the Jacksonville office decides to do, because this is the Tampa office here. So different type of, maybe a look at this here could give us a different type of warning, whether it's a tornado warning or maybe just a situation where we don't have a warning, significant advisory, or we get another severe thunderstorm warning here. Those are some of the different options on the table here at this point as we look toward the Gainesville area. So that's kind of where this is headed. It does look a little bit stronger off of Jacksonville, just slightly now. So we got to be kind of careful here. This is Otter Creek and Gulf Hammock right now. Right around US, it looks like US 19 there, folks. So got to be careful. This is headed. You can kind of see our arrows here telling the story. Heading in the general direction of Gainesville here this morning. So we got to be kind of mindful of that. Got to be kind of mindful of what we're dealing with in Alachua County, the Gainesville area. Just be ready here, folks. Be ready to take your tornado precautions. Okay, I didn't mean to pull up that, but let's go to this here. We don't have a tornado warning right now. I didn't mean to pull that up, but my point being here, we are seeing a situation here. We got to be careful. This is the graphic I meant to pull up here just to give you the idea of what would happen here in these type of situations here in terms of what you need to do. So we already have a tornado watch. That means you need to stay tuned for the latest updates. Have multiple ways to receive alerts, because we have conditions that are favorable for tornadic activity. But when there's a tornado warning, that means a tornado has been detected using radar or spotter. Now, it's just one man band here. We're trying to give you the latest. When you have a tornado warning, you want to seek shelter inside that sturdy building. You want to get as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet or a football helmet, something like that here. I just want to run over these again because I know folks maybe are going to bed, and you got as you go to bed here. I know it's really late, so a lot already unfortunately have gone. We told you guys about this on our Tuesday night update as well, that folks had the opportunity to view all day Wednesday, Roy. We had this thread, and hopefully folks are watching out here for this potential danger. We got to be really careful here. We got to be really careful. We got to be ready to take those tornado precautions. We gotta be ready here to get into your room away from windows. So just continuing to watch, continuing to track things. I want to see something else because, of course, we did show you guys areas there in Cedar Key with a storm in the vicinity here this morning. No tornado warning right now, but a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag at about 1:45. So you see our box there, and then I want to go over just areas in Cedar Key. Some of them got spared, some of them not so much. Some of them still recovering, some of them devastated, like this one here. Just a reminder here of what happened going back there about 6 weeks ago now, as the cleanup process continues, more so even up the coast. But out here you can see some of the buildings there. Roy just wiped away as we're looking there. This is the view right after the storm. You can see there around G Street there. Roy tells a story, just some areas with the surge coming in, some of that rubble, more about the surge down here, even toward Horseshoe Beach, more about the wind toward, obviously they didn't have surge in Perry, but they had the wind come on through there in Perry, and that's what caused the problems up that way. So again, just continuing to look at things here and review. This is some of the first big storm acts, and overall, we've had scattered stuff earlier on in the timeline, but the first big organized accent since Idalia, Roy. So nothing like Idalia, a lot of different characteristics, but still got to be careful here this morning. They're continuing to severe thunderstorm warning. The office in Tampa, you heard that beep. There's still a tornado possible tag till 1:45 a.m. here with this severe thunderstorm warning. So giving you guys the latest on this to box it up. Do you see some of the county area trimmed away here? in just a moment, which will be some good news towards Cedar Key, I would think, as we get that updated information here into this system, or the system giving it out a little earlier, and there it is on this system at 1:33. A severe thunderstorm was located 8 miles southwest of Bronson, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. So Williston, Bronson, Otter Creek, Williston Highlands, East Bronson there, and the Williston Municipal Airport under this. So we're one step below a tornado warning right now. This is a thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. We could have a quick spin up in here, but there's not enough confidence for them to issue the tornado warning at this point in time, which is good news. We've got to be prepared here. We have a tornado watch. We don't always get this in October, but this pattern with El Nino and just the overall pattern in general is favorable to produce tornadic activity and close to the watch area. So they're more likely in El Nino. And here, that's the pattern that we're seeing as we're looking at things versus more active tropics. Honestly, we've had a lot of storms here, but in the tropics. Unfortunately, we got lucky here in some parts of. Let me try that. Okay, so trying to combine my words here. So I see some new information coming out. Let's see what that is popping on up here. Okay, that's in Nebraska. See what thunderstorm warning up there. But locally here, we got, unfortunately, unlucky as we were looking at things with Idalia. Other parts of the basin, though, got really lucky, seems. So far, we didn't have really any big monster storms outside of Idalia, and that hit our area. So that's why it feels like a bad season. We said at the onset of the season here, at the beginning, that it only takes one like Andrew in 92. That was a very quiet season here. So now, unfortunately, we got a hurricane and the impacts from that. Now we're getting the severe weather from the setup that generally would have not given us many hurricanes maybe here, and they have that big impact here towards certain areas of the basins. With the overall steering currents as well. But had the one here, now we have to deal with the cleanup, and now you have to deal with storms that are on top of that cleanup process. Okay, 1:37 right now. Let's see if we have any questions or comments from any of the viewers at home. Bear with me here. I'll try to pull that up on our other source if I can. We're going to try to give you guys the latest there. I see different things coming on out from some of the different offices right now, but nothing new that's relevant for the viewers at home at this point in time. Okay, we just got something new actually. So the area forecast discussion, but now we got slight risk area again continuing. I'll see that here in a moment, the new update on that. But let me go ahead here. I'm just continuing to check things here at this moment in time as we continue to give you guys the very latest here on what is happening. I'm trying to give you guys everything you need to protect you, protect your friends, and protect your family. So just trying to give you guys everything that can really help you guys here at this point. So again, just giving you guys everything here in terms of details, including temperature information. 68 degrees we're at right now, so not really warm, but a lot warmer than we were back earlier in the week. I mean, in a situation here, we were at, let's see, what was that low here? I can look, you can hear the beeps. I'm looking at our system. We're down to 44 Tuesday morning. So we've seen a big increase in instability potential anyway. I mean, some of that hadn't really made its way on in here at this point into where some of our different counties here. So that's some good news, but as we're looking toward, especially that threat looks lower. But somebody's asking about McCulloch County right now. Okay, let's see. Let me get the name on that. Just switching away to Nisa here. You're looking at McCulloch County. So let me go ahead and see here what's going on that way in that area right now. So let's go ahead and jump, because we had some stuff in the Gulf I was watching earlier on. We were getting ready in case we had a threat here present itself. So let me go ahead and kind of give you guys the latest there. So you had the tornado watch in McCulloch, 10:09, maybe getting out of there. Maybe it's a tad earlier than that, but still got to be weather aware here. Have a lot of stuff still you see out toward the west here, around Fort St. Joe and the like here. So let me go ahead and get our radar repositioned here to give you guys the very latest on what is going on. Okay, we have a TVS signature off the coast. Yeah, we need to be careful down there off of Wakulla right now. Let's see though. It may go to the south. It may be more of a Taylor County threat here. Let's see We're kind of seeing some of this earlier on because we see a lot of green and red down here. That's a lot of rotation. There may be a little bit of maybe odd contamination going on, but that look like pretty strong winds there, 80 miles an hour or so. But that looks like it might pass just south of St. Teresa. But then be more of a problem here for Taylor County, which will make sense. A lot of our models giving several inches of rain here overnight and in the morning here, especially off toward the southern Big Bend County, but then more even in the Swanee River Valley here. So we got to be really careful, really cautious, really mindful of what's going on here. So right now, let me put this in motion even. We don't do this maybe enough sometimes here in our system. Something that used to be a little bit harder to do here. It wouldn't show up as good on here with internet feeds and stuff. But now we have that ability here pretty easily to be able to give that to you. So let me go ahead and kind of get that looped together. It's ready now. So let's go ahead and loop that around a bit. You can kind of see here. You see some of that shower activity, that lighter to moderate accent here, but then some of this heavier accent. Gotta be maybe a little careful. Just watching on my eyes here. Almost like this is trying to go a little bit more northerly than some of our indicators were showing. Let me put those back on here. It's really tricky with the coastline sometimes here. It could be kind of close here to maybe the southeastern Wakulla here over next little bit. Let's see how this is looking here. We go back alive right there at the immediate coast around St. Teresa. I may still go just south, and on velocity it would seem, even though it looks kind of strong on the northern edge here, that may just barely miss, or it could barely get into some of these areas here right at the coast, but that gets in here right toward Taylor County more. So we had a situation going back, I guess it was about maybe the January there of 2022, I want to say. We had a tornado touch down in the coast area here, and the warm sector was staying south. Okay, let's see what we got here. What do we have? A tornado warning now, not in our area, but it's for Hillsborough, Pasco, and Pinellas. Hillsborough, Pasco, and Pinellas. Okay, so let's see what we got with this. This is not in our area, but it's a very strong circulation developing here. So we gotta take action here if you're watching in areas here of West Central Florida. So this is at 141. This was just here just the last few seconds. Southwestern Pasco and northwestern Pinellas and northern Hillsborough counties until 2:15. Again, not an area, but we're on the air right now for local stuff, so you need to, obviously, it makes sense to give you stuff about Florida here. If we had a strong tornado threat that was clear, maybe something on the ground would be on anyway, but we're already on. It could turn into a strong tornado threat. I don't think that's off the table here with all these storms being so discreet like this. So at 141, a radar indicated water spout is located just offshore near Harbor Bluffs or near Clearwater, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. So we're talking about Clearwater, East Lake, and Palm Harbor around 145. Holiday Keystone and Beacon Square around 155. Crystal Beach over a ward it looks like Oldsmar there. Trinity's under this tornado warning. Safety Harbor. So again, a possible tornado. We have multiple areas that are rotating. We have to kind of point this out. This is the area that we're watching the tornado threat for. It's going to come right near Dunedin here. It looks like over the next little bit. Maybe they're right along the coast, maybe just north of Clearwater. And you got to be careful. This is another threat that could get a tornado warning here pretty soon further up the coast. This is one we're really concerned about. Got to watch in Citrus County. Then we have this area here and all areas. It's a thunderstorm warning. Things aren't maybe as tight looking with this here. As other areas, or even maybe not even enough wind for another severe thunderstorm warning. We'll have to wait and see. I know. Okay, so we have a significant advisory being issued by Jacksonville now. So that might be, yeah, okay, that's what that's for there. It just came on the screen. So 40 to 50 mile an hour winds. Gainesville to Ocala here over the next little bit. Some weak rotation, maybe the Jackson was not really seeing that too much at this point, but a strong thunderstorm over Williston. Municipal Airport over Williston, moving northeast about 40 miles an hour. So we're talking about wind gusts near 40 to 50, minor flooding to the heavy rain. We have Gainesville, Ocala, Melrose, as well as Citra, Hawthorne, Archer, University of Florida, Spar, Anthony, and Rochelle. So again, that's kind of where we're looking right now. If you're outdoors, not many people would be at this time of night, but if you're on that maybe overnight shift or something, or getting ready for an early shift, just consider seeking shelter inside that sturdy building. Not have tornadoes or thunderstorm warning right now though for Gainesville, so you might be okay there. As they gone ahead, it looks like for the moment dropped that severe thunderstorm warning for Levy. You see gusts still a little bit squally even outside of advisories or warnings. Gusts there to 27 at Keystone Airport here recently. So that's something to touch on here. That's the last 10 minutes. Our peak gusts here, I mean, it's lower to the ground, so they're not going to get a tie. We got to get to 14 miles an hour earlier on here east of Stark and Bradford County. So currently no local warnings in. So that's good news, obviously, but that could change quickly if some of the areas here of rotation as you're looking off of Dixie County, off obviously Citrus. That's more right to the south for now, but that could come toward Ellen and Ocala later. So be aware. You gotta stay weather on the tornado watch. Of course, this is coming ashore here soon near the Dunedin area. We have some of the areas of wind enhancement towards St. John's. I've seen a land spout here. Is a possible. We're on the Tampa radar, so you're not going to be able to see it. Well, that would mainly be a really weak spin up, maybe a weak 20. We kind of had that back going back here, some of those weak little spins. So nothing overwhelming right now, but weak rotation with the Dinner Island here as we're looking at things. But of course, our big area of attention and is really our focus is right now off of the coast here of West Central Florida. So let's go ahead and put those tornado safety tips again. As we're watching around Dunedin, Clearwater, Palm Harbor, you got to take shelter, and you got to do it now here in toward these areas. We could have a tornado here, which that's what it would be over Orlando. We're water to water spout, but it could be a tornado here, and it could come to some of these communities. So you got to take shelter. Okay, it looks like we got a new tornado warning now. I'm looking for debris with this. There may have been a little bit of what would actually be just water. Unless we had a terrible situation where there was a boat or something out there, and that would just be water being poured up into the water spout. But got a new tornado warning. Now, this is for not our area quite, but Citrus, Hernando, and Sumter. That's that area we're just looking at the word north. That goes till 2:30 this morning. And if that threat were to continue, it get into our covered area here and get toward Dunellen here and Bellevue and the like. So that potential would. Right now we're just south. We have really strong rotation set up, and maybe it weakened a little at points, but not a whole lot. And then you can see here we have that potential moving toward Houma, Sassa, Springs, and Citrus County here this morning. So I know these are both out of our area right now, but this area especially could get in our area with other areas we're watching. So I might take a quick break here in a moment, but not quite yet. I want to stick with this here just in case some of this could be strong accent here. In terms of maybe actually getting some damage to the surface, it's pretty substantial with these coming from water to land. It also is a situation where we could have some weakening quickly. So it's important. It's of the utmost really urgency that you take shelter now. If you're in these red boxes, everybody got to get folks into shelter in these areas. Again, a portion of Hillsborough, as well as Pasco, a portion of that area, Pinellas. You guys under tornado warning to 2:15. Portion of Citrus, Hernando, and Sumter. A lot of citrus, honestly, till 2:30 this morning. So you gotta be careful here, just outside of the area. That's what we were thinking. Maybe the parameters would come together a little bit better. We got hours to go here, folks. I know you see this stuff to the south. Sometimes when you see this, maybe you think, okay, it's passed us by. This is not a typical situation. It is not for many of us. In Georgia, our tornado threat much lower up there. But in Florida, our North Florida counties, you got to still remain on guard here. You still got to be careful. This is an odd situation here. We had a lot of moisture, a lot of tropical moisture. It's tropical cyclone-like. But it's not meeting the characteristics for a name, but the pressure of it says it's just as strong as a tropical storm here. I mean, this is not that, but we had the storm of the century in 93, and it was on a tropical system. It was still impactful with the low, deep pressure. We're nothing toward that point here, but it's just a low pressure can still have really nasty impacts associated with it. So, again, just got to be really cognizant. Okay, so let's go ahead now. I want to go ahead and pull up our tornado safety tips again. I'm going to gather some new information, get things together, trying to combine words here. It's the middle of the night, folks. We're trying to keep you guys safe and informed. Let's go ahead and to try to give you guys everything you need here. So our Florida Paradise map right now has 3,012 customers in the dark, a few hundred there in the Ward 20 County, 42 in Lafayette County in our area, and then Ward Tampa, not too many yet, so that's good. Again, no local tornado warnings right now. We have concerns though, especially Ward Citrus County and the Ward Dunedin further down the coast here. That's why we're keeping this up. We have concerns for sure, imminent tornadic activity moving on in. See if there's any new questions here. Okay, so John B here is asking about Pinellas here, or at least not really asking, but just commenting about Pinellas here. Crazy, something about an hour ago. Yeah, I just got a nasty concern. You have a tornado warning right now, though, for parts of Pinellas to 2:15. He mentioned this just before that tornado warning got issued, but 141, a radar indicated a water spout is located just offshore near Harbor Bluffs here, or near Clearwater, moving northeast about 35 miles an hour. So, again, just continuing to watch things, continuing to give you guys the latest information here. This is me here in the Weather Center. It's a one-man band, but we're trying to do the best we can to keep you guys safe and informed here. That's what it's all about here at Cloud Weather this morning, trying to keep you guys safe and informed. So, going through all our different tools here in the toolkit. Again, just trying to let you guys know everything that's happening. Trying to go ahead, give you guys everything you need here. Give you guys everything you need into ward these scenarios. And we have a lot of different things here that we're trying to keep you guys abreast of here at this point. So bear with me here. I'm just checking some things off camera. So if you guys are wondering what I'm doing here, just bear with me. Checking all our different sources here. We got a lot going on. Have a lot happening at this point in time. Just clicking around here behind the scenes. Trying to let you guys know everything that's going on. You hear maybe the rain in the background. We're out here in North Florida. If you can listen there maybe carefully, you might not hear it. Hopefully you don't hear too many background noises, but that's something that would be good to hear, actually. Kind of interesting to hear at this point in time. So again, I'm just trying to give you guys the very latest here on what's going on. Again, we're looking at things 1:52 in the morning right now on this Thursday. We're going to come back on camera. We're going to give you more details of the Doppler. So, okay, you see our two red boxes, 2 tornado warnings toward West Central Florida. It's the middle of the night, folks. Got to get folks in to that safer location. And we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag now for parts of Flagler and St. John's in the local 62 counties and of 245. So we'll keep our eyes on that to the south. We've got to focus on our area of concern in the local region at this point. So you see a little bit of intensifying rotation here now as we're looking at things west of Summer Haven, west of Marineland here. So we got to be kind of careful as this gets closer to I-95. This tightens up, a tornado warning may be required, but now a new severe thunderstorm warning just being issued here until about 2:45 this morning for parts of northeastern Florida. So north central Flagler, southeastern St. John's at 1:52. A severe thunderstorm was located 9 miles southeast of Hastings, moving northeast at about 15 miles an hour. So St. Augustine Beach there, Marineland Crescent Beach, over toward St. Augustine Shores, Butler Beach. You have St. Augustine South, DuPont Center under this. So you got to be careful. You got to be cautious here. 60-mile-an-hour winds, a bigger concern maybe, but can't completely rule out a quick spin-up tornado. The rotation has tightened. It's our first warning of the night here of what maybe may need to come here from the Jacksonville office. So, and that would be for the northern Florida counties. So again, severe thunderstorm warning now for about another 50 minutes or so. It just takes its time maybe going here closer toward the coast. So Gotta be mindful of that. Gotta be cognizant with this. Moving northeast at only 15 miles an hour. It's gonna dump a lot of rain here into where some of these areas in the northern stretch. We gotta remember turn around, don't drown. So you can see that green strip there. We're talking about an inch or so of rain here in a pretty short a period of time, and parts of this, especially to get to where the yellow, that would be where that inch is more likely. So again, but we're gonna have areas here that add so quick it's not gonna sometimes keep up on the Doppler. Again, let's get back to other areas of action though outside of the area for now. Those tornado warnings here. So again, we're watching things down toward the south here. That is really tight, folks. And that's really serious in terms of that level of concern. I know things are kind of moving around a little here in the Weather Center. We're trying to give you guys the latest on what's going on right now. But that is some serious concern there as we're looking right there in the ward parts of Citrus County over the next few moments. There's your tornado safety tips again. Trying to give you guys the very latest on everything that's going on here in the ward of situation. Again, seek shut into that 30 building, get as many walls between you and the outside as possible if you're in the ward Citrus County here at this moment in time. So, gotta be really taking precautions there at this moment. It's just some nasty stuff headed towards some of the different communities. Let's go ahead and track this again. This could be a tornado where we could have winds. In theory, it's not out of the question. I'm seeing some velocities here, 76 one way, 26 the other, wind to 100 miles an hour maybe, right here at Citrus County over the next few moments. Not out of the question in the small confined area. That is moving closer toward Homosassa Springs here. So you gotta take those tornado precautions there, and you gotta do it immediately. In the Homosassa Springs area and in that red box within Citrus County. You have another area here. This is overland now. We had to cross that one little subsection there. We had to kind of jump away, unfortunately, because we had to focus on some of the other accent. But you can see how it kind of crossed over to north of Clearwater. You can see those greens and pinks there coming together. Didn't get a confirmed tornado warning. It seemed like when it got in toward that area here, maybe not really populated here, and that's really this water in between. It's weakened some, which would be good. It'd be in more popular areas as it's headed in. But we'll have to wait and see. Let's see if we're doing any type of debris signature with this here. We'll go back on this here, our CC product, as we're kind of looking at things here. Let me go ahead. I don't really see anything right off, but sometimes it's hard to see on the air when we're in the here and now, because that looked pretty tight for a few moments. Let me see if we had anything right when it was crossing over the land area here. That looks like that's when it's the tightest near land. Nothing there. Well, that could have been something. Yeah, that could have been something there then. I might have touched down as that was crossing that strip there north of Clearwater. And when it still continues to 215. Just got to be kind of careful here. Let's get to the north. This is just that side of it right here in Citrus County. Rotation's weakening a little, but only a guard down here as you're looking at things in the ward part of Citrus County. And then let's get further up the coast now here and jump coast here toward the east coast. We have that severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag within our area here right now until about 2:45 this morning. Right near I-95, we have some greens and reds here. Don't have the lightning, it doesn't look like at this point, which is good, but it's have to be on guard here. Obviously, these greens and reds were to intensify, especially in conjunction. We could get a tornado warning. We got a tornado warning, another tornado warning the west coast now. I turned our tornado warning system down there so you don't hear the beeps at the moment, but do have a new one being issued here right now. This area may be, it's for Nando and Pasco, yeah. Let's switch over here into the reds, kind of blend in some, but you have three separate areas of rotation prompting tornado warnings along the west coast of Florida here this morning. That is concerning. Don't see that all that often, to be quite honest. So, gotta take shelter. So the new tornado warnings for parts of Hernando and Pasco here until 2:30 at 1:58. A radar indicated water spout is located just offshore there near Hudson. Wind northeast at 40 miles an hour. So again, gotta be cognizant here of what's going on. Gotta be careful here with what's going on in this type of setup. Again, we have multiple tornado warnings along the western coast there of Florida, west central Florida. Nocturnal tornado threat. You're not going to be able to see them here. We don't have maybe the lightning in some cases to illuminate that threat, and that would be a situation where you have to be like lucky to even see it if you had no lightning to illuminate it. So you got to be really, really careful. These are storms that really mean business here. They really mean business. Let's go back to the tornado safety tips here again. At this point in time, again, no local tornado warnings here, but we're just continuing to watch, continuing to track here the very latest developments on what's going on. We can see our latest poweroutage.us mapping here. See if there's anything up to date here toward the west central Florida coast. Okay, we saw a surge of about 2,000 customers somewhere in the state. In the dark, only 153 right now in Pinellas. Let's see, we have a few hundred in Swanee, 42 in Lafayette. Okay, a couple thousand in Leon. Not any warnings up there, but sometimes you just have the rain and windy conditions here. Cause for concern, causing some issues. I'll give a radar check up that way here soon, but just trying to give you guys the very latest here on what's going on. Okay, so we're getting a lot of different questions and comments here right now. So let's see, Newport Richie, are you safe there? We got to be weather aware. Let me get a little bit deeper into geography with that, though. I know somebody else saying storm came there out of nowhere, so you got to be really careful here in these type of setups and these type of situations here. Stay weather aware. So Newport Richie, let's go ahead and kind of find you guys here in terms of that geography. So right now, actually, I need to go ahead and come back on camera for this. Let me go ahead and do this here. I'll kind of break this one down for everybody at home. So again, you have this tips here. Newport Richie, you're kind of on the edge of a couple of these boxes, but if you're like right in town, you're actually at the moment all right. There's a tornado watch, of course. You have the tornado watch here in play, but they have these tornado warnings to the north and to the south. So there's the tornado warning to the south. There's the one to the north. So Newport Richie proper there. You can see not in a tornado warning, some light rain at the moment. To change, still gotta be careful. This area here, well, it is kind of generally, I'll check that here. Some of these winds, I mean, the worst of them, they could go maybe just on the east side of town or just east of town here next little bit. But at the moment, you're all right, Newport Richie. Because still weather where things can change very rapidly, as another person was mentioning here just a moment ago in terms of our questions and comments there on YouTube. So 2:02 a.m. right now, we have 3 tornado warnings just outside here or outside of our area. And we have a thunderstorm warning in our area, but no, we just got that upgraded now. We have that still, but now we have a tornado warning in the local area. So first time we've had that here tonight now, folks, within our 62 counties. This has just turned into a tornado warning now. That rotation is intensifying right near I-95 here. And we've just gotten that off the wire for parts of St. John's. It'll pop up here in a second at 2:01. It's a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was in the vicinity of Crescent Beach or 11 miles east of Hastings, moving northeast at 20 miles an hour. So there's your red box. There's your tornado warning. A tornado warning right now within our 62 counties until about 2:45 a.m. Interior room away from windows. That tornado warning may be just going off on your phone right now. And you got to take action here if you're in this area. Possible tornado. Okay, so let's go ahead and pull up those tips again. I know we keep reusing these a bunch, but I think it's important for the viewer to just join me. We have a possible tornado in St. Johns County right now. Areas that are under this warning include Crescent Beach there, and Butler Beach, even DuPont Center there. Under this tornado warning, this is St. Johns County here, folks, within our local 62 counties now, until about 2:45 this morning. Got a lot of different alerts popping up, so bear with me. I'm trying to go between them, but that does expire on that one in particular for St. John's at 2:45. There's where St. John's is on the map. If you're wondering where we're at with this, I'm just trying to give you guys the very latest at where I'm at for this possible tornado now in St. Johns County here, within the 62 counties of our primary coverage zone here. Of course, we're going to be very careful with the stuff to the south. We've got to focus here our attention on the stuff that's local here at this point. For the most part, of course, we're still paying attention, like I said, to the south here. Still paying attention. We got so many things streaming on in right now, all about protecting you, your friends, and your family. So I want to see if I can get this view here up with camera. So Crescent Beach, let's look down here near the Matanzas State Forest. See if we can kind of catch anything live here on the air. It's dark, obviously, so it's not going to be the easiest to see. We have a tornado warning right now within our 62 counties here, folks, as we're live right now on Facebook, Twitter /X, YouTube, and Twitch here. A lot of these cameras, honestly, we're not seeing a whole bunch off of it because it's dark. I mean, they have power flashes. Probably see those, but let me just double check my geography here with this rotation. So it is to the south of State Road 206 right now. Is our rotation. So I'm going to go a little bit further south here at this point in time with some of these cameras. So it's just me kind of doing this on the fly here off camera. So that's why I had to kind of jump out of the key wall for a moment here. I'm going to see what I can kind of catch because some of these we don't know the direction of them really. So it makes it a little bit tough here. Let's just see what we got with this. I know you can hear the rain picking up around Stark right now. I'm going to show you this camera. It's not, I may have to jump around on here a little because we're not seeing the best views on this, I mean, quite honestly, which is good in a way, but in terms of not seeing anything crazy, but it's hard to tell. I mean, goodness, it's hard to see anything on. I'm gonna pull it up, though. I'm going to come back on camera first, but a tornado warning. If you're still warning me here this morning, we have a tornado warning here on play. Part of the area, take shelter now. This is in that red box here at 2:45 this morning. Again, St. Johns County. If you get that alert, we have a possible tornado near I-95, maybe just to the east here at this point, as I look at things live. And then I promise you the traffic camera. So here you go, full screen. I will pop that on up. You can kind of see what we're talking about here. That Florida 511 perspective. You see flashes, but some of that's just folks maybe their flashes on. It's really hard to see a lot here at this point, but we'll continue to give you guys the very latest on what's going on what's happening. Again, there's a live perspective for the time being now. As we're continuing to watch, we have multiple tornado warnings in the state right now. I don't think anything's confirmed based on what we're seeing with the alerts. Because we had debris signature, but we have to focus on our 1 year locally more than anything. But there's your camera. See some of the rain coming down. This is in St. Johns County. We have a tornado warning. Honestly, unless we were right at it, it'd be hard to see because it's not a situation you can see much unless you have like flashes of from the power or from lightning there. So you see some green and red. It's not really well defined right now, which is good. It's weakened a little, but right near US 1, a possible tornado here. St. Johns County. Don't see any debris, but we had a situation going back right when we first started doing this. 2019 there in southern Flagler, like around Corona, where it was even further away from the radar. We had a pretty strong tornado, but yeah, the debris wasn't high enough to be able to see. It wasn't that strong. So it's a little bit closer, so it wouldn't take as much to get the debris into view. But right now, I think it's a situation here where we got to remain on guard. We got to be ready because once you see a debris signature, I mean, something's already touching down and causing problems. So, or if we get a report of it, it would be too late to take shelter. Right now, I kind of would lean it may not be producing, but that could change at a moment's notice. You got to be on guard here. Got to take shelter, to be quite honest. Got to take shelter here. Got to take this tornado precautions. Again, a tornado warning right now here for parts of St. Johns County until about 2:45. A possible tornado in this area. It's not in St. Augustine. It's not right in toward Crescent Beach at the moment. But here, right around US 1, moving towards Summer Haven here. Gotta be careful. Gotta be careful here. In this setup. The green and red's pretty broad, quite honestly. We got to be careful. Since it's not the tightest, let's go to the other ones again. We'll keep watching our local area more than anything, of course, but let's go to some of the others that have been a little more concerned. We've got 2 areas of rotation now in Citrus County. Again, you see one here west there of Homosassa Springs. Watching that there. It's that area really more up here. You have another area near Crystal River. Some of this area, a rotation axis could move into toward Marion over the next little. We have another tornado warning near Hudson. A rotation coming to shore maybe from a water spout situation. So got to be mindful of that here as we're looking at things this morning. This other tornado warning, watching rotation south of Trinity there. Maybe moving up toward the Odessa area over the next little bit. So be ready to take your number of precautions. You already had a tornado warning earlier in Pasco, that part of Pasco. You have some other areas of tornado warnings. Right now we have 2 of them. Clipping Pasco, though, at this point in time, but earlier in the heart of areas like Odessa, we had a tornado warning. So, that could change here, and that we have another one pretty soon. Let's go back toward the north here. Okay, so you see all that wind? You see all these bright colors? That's just the wind in the setup aloft. We have a lot of wind energy in the setup here, more than we generally would see. So we got to be really careful. We don't have all the instability, but it's not a situation we're in the dead of winter here, and we have something like this here, and that we're not. I mean, a scenario here where things are just completely stabilized by any stretch. Some of these areas have a lot of that energy trying to work their really way on in terms of the different parameters associated with that. Okay, let's go ahead and see what we got in terms of, yeah, see surface-based cape here. Let me put up the other, okay, this says, I mean, it's going to still, it's not going to be maybe exactly what the storm's using. I'll see you both. So, okay, so they're continuing tornado warning still for St. Johns County here in that red box in our local area again. We kind of set it down here, maybe a little more prone for that threat as we talked about it, but right on the edge of that here, St. John, and we have a tornado warning right now. And to 2:45 this morning, it's time to take action. We pulled this up earlier, didn't include our counties. This information didn't apply in the here and now, but it is right now. You got to seek shelter inside that sturdy building, get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Protect yourself by putting on that football helmet or bicycle helmet here in this scenario. So you got to take action here right now if you're in a red box. Tornado warning in play. So, okay, what this is showing here is one from our cape. It's kind of, maybe not, but we're getting down to the surface. We'll see that here in a moment. But it says there is some energy aloft here, and that's kind of coming into play. The yellows, the oranges, the reds here with this, and I'll take off the watch to fill it from that for a second if it's confusing you. But you can see this here. That's why you have more energy. Some of that's worked its way to the north, but surface-based energy hasn't so much. It's more to the coast areas, which you see some of that towards St. John's, though. I remember why things have kind of intensified as it's got closer to the coast. We do have some of the other parameters in the region. Look at that. That is really come together. Super cell composite and a significant tornado kind of more on the edge of that, though. But I don't generally see supercell composite that high. That just goes to show the type of wind energy we have. You saw that wind aloft here, folks. This is something we don't get all that often with that potential here really coming into play of some tornadic activity. So again, let's go ahead and keep looking at this. Our colder cloud top, you can see that, and then since we have the active local tornado warning, we can't let this go here, and that we got to stick with you right now. I'd say, obviously, we'd always keep the stream going. Sometimes when we get on for hours and hours of this, we take a break, but we don't need to take a break right now. I think we're good to go, and that we have only been with you for about an hour. Sometimes we're on, like in the summertime this year, we're on for like 8 hours. We have to take a break here and there. That looks weaker. Honestly, it may drop this pretty soon, but it's also possible to let this ride to the coast just in case something happens with this. But that looks weaker and broader and more diffuse here as it gets further east here of I-95. So that's good news. Let's go to some more reflectivity here. That'll load on in. It looks like it's giving us a little bit of trouble here in terms of loading on in here at this point. Again, trying to give you guys the latest severe thunderstorm warning to 2:45 a.m. for this area as well. But let's get back down here. Look at all these red boxes here. Tornado warnings, Tarpon Springs, Palm Harbor, Trinity, tornado warning Hudson. Some of this area has already been passed by with the worst for the time being. So let's go ahead and put that radar on. As that's loading in, it's kind of more toward Trinity. And you see that hook. Wow. I'm not surprised they haven't extended this, but maybe they don't think it's reaching to the surface with gate to gate right now. It's here north of Hudson, and you have areas there. All this looks a little broader than it did, but it still looks like it needs to be monitored. Getting further from the coast in some way, but still that tornado watch. Okay, tornado warning, tornado on the ground, Hernando Pasco. Okay, it's that area, I think, near Trinity. Yeah, tornado on the ground now. Still got to watch this tornado watch, of course, till 9 a.m., but we have a tornado on the ground. I wonder if this is, let's see if it's confirmed based on debris on the radar. It may be. Wonder if that's what they're saying here. Okay, they're saying the public's confirmed it. I mean, in a weird way, I know it's counterintuitive, but you'd rather have that, maybe something really quick versus actual seeing like a debris ball here as we've been jumping between some of our different scans. I apologize when it kind of jumps like that. I've switched radars here. That's the only way we can really do it. So it's going to jump. But you have that hook. That's what we said. I'm a little surprised they didn't extend it, but they did now because we have it confirmed based on the public reporting. It is the nice. I hope it's a situation where it just touched down for a moment, or maybe somebody didn't actually see the tornado here and they were mistaken. But if they're not mistaken, this could have big consequences because this has a really structure that's well formed with this, and this could be something that's a threat here to Odessa. If you're in Odessa, Florida, okay, folks, you need to take those tornado precautions, and you need to do them immediately here. If you're in Odessa, Trinity, obviously it's right near town. You got to take shelter here immediately. That alert's going off on your phone, and you got to take shelter. You got to take this seriously here because I know as much as I want to hope for the best here, we got to prepare for the worst. So you got to take shelter since it's being noted as a confirmed tornado with that structure. Even velocity is not showing it the greatest here. That could be a situation where we're getting an angle here. Honestly, let's set this radar. Okay, I mean, it could be at an odd angle. I've seen this in our area before. I'm not familiar with some of these angles, but sometimes you get some contamination. It could be actually a lot stronger than what it looks like off of here. Okay, that actually looks like it could be though. Okay, yeah, I think we're getting some contamination, so this really well could be a lot stronger than though you would hope that we don't get a debris ball, but even there could be something that was hidden that right there, some type of maybe debris. It could just be inflow though. This is an odd spot, honestly, on the radar. You can't take any chances of a tornado right near State Road 54 right now. Take shelter now. It's been observed by the public here, so you can't take any chances. And again, here's what you need to do if you're under a tornado warning, like what we're seeing down toward the south there. Seek shelter into that sturdy bed and get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Put that bicycle helmet on, football helmet on. Here that is full real quick here for the viewers at home. Again, we have a possible situation here that's escalating. We have what's being termed as an observed tornado on the ground there between Trinity and Odessa in Pasco County in that vicinity right now. So you gotta take shelter. You can't mess around here. Pasco County with a tornado on the ground there. We have a tornado on the ground near Trinity. Moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. We don't get confirmations very often in Florida, especially at night by the public. That's why you kind of hear my skepticism a little bit, but this would match up with radar. I very well could be on the ground and somebody sees something here that is really, really unusual for this part of the country. So, I mean, you gotta take shelter here, folks. You can't mess around. We know there's that potential here in this area. You can't mess around. You can't mess around here in Pasco. Gotta take shelter. Trinity is a business of tornado headed toward you around Odessa. It's already been around Trinity there in Pasco County. I know it's not a separate area, but since we've confirmed tornado in the middle of the night, actually have some relatives down in that area. I want to make sure we focus on this here for a moment. A little bit stronger with the overall language here. So let's go ahead and jump back on over to the Doppler. Again, let's see if we have any type of debris signature. Let's go ahead and check. I don't see that, but again, it does not matter because if we had that, it would already be too late here. You'd be in a situation where it's already too late, folks, and we're already getting some damage. Okay, that really jumped ahead quickly. I don't like it when it does that, quite honestly, because that means radar, I mean, not going to give you the best view here for a moment in that it's not a continuous scan. It's moving pretty quick based on that. I mean, honestly, that was 6-7 minutes there. Didn't really have anything on that. I wish we'd have had a scan between there. But again, continuing to watch this here, folks. Again, you see that hook echo. This is what you see in the textbooks there. Velocity, debris, not so much, but it's been confirmed as a tornado. And in the olden days, you just use this and you have that confirmation to be really concerned. So we got to be really concerned here in Pasco County right now, just to be here really doing our due diligence. So again, confirmed tornado here toward Hernando, but that part of that warning. But right now, this is in Pasco County, Pasco. Again, a tornado on the ground here around Odessa, Florida right now, the city of Odessa. And we have our local tornado warnings. I kind of am leaving you guys out for a moment because this is more concerning. Looks like a more organized structure. But got to take shelter down there. Let's go back to the north. I know folks are waking up in the night and you're getting word about St. John's. I'm not talking about you, so we got to get back up there. But this is moving toward Wiki-Watchy, some rotation. Gotta take shelter. Or that in citrus, of course. You're watching those Tampa TV stations. They're keeping you guys updated there. Gotta get back to our local one, even though it wasn't honestly not that impressive here a moment ago. Not like what we saw, even toward the south with that well-defined structure, whether the rotation was really reaching or not. So again, looking right here near Summer Haven, Crescent Beach. So the tornado warning continuing to 2:45 this morning. It may not last that long. Again, it's not the most well put together structure. It seems like basically activity's having a problem here. Okay, did we just go up in layers here a little? I saw it come up for a second, but honestly, I wish we didn't have to go up that high. That causes an issue here. It's got a composite. I know it's not the greatest, but it's the heavy rain a little bit. I might even go further out on that. Okay, let's do that. I know some of this is going to sound heavier than it actually is, but it still shows you guys this the overall rainy pattern that we're in right now. Just some nasty conditions here, and you just got to be cognizant of those. So let's go ahead and pop back up here. Some other views, and we have rotation tracker at our disposal, and this shows some of that stuff to the south really well because it's tighter. It's in a more well-defined and well put together environment for this type of stuff. You see that rotation really tighter on that stuff. You have this area here moving up toward Wiki-Watchy, maybe weaker, but Homicide Springs watching that. And in our area here, we've had some of that rotation stuff at points. It was a little tighter in the red, but right now, current rotation tracker, not so much at all. That's what we were focusing more on another area that we generally wouldn't do that if we were really concerned for our area. Of course, we'd be really giving it the biggest priority possible, but that's really weak, honestly. You might be getting an angle on the radar where it actually is stronger than what it looks like, but gotta still take shelter. But don't lay your guard down here. Still got a tornado warning area here to 2:45 officially south of St. Augustine, north of Palm Coast here near I-95. Areas east of that, not near it here, with most of this warning technically here, but part of it technically is, but really the rotation's passed that by a bit at this point in time. So again, you have this in the First Coast region per se, part of St. Johns County, a tornado warning here until about 2:45. I don't think it's going to last that long. We're at 2:21 right now. And we got flooded advisory now for Franklin. I kind of saw that a moment ago. Not a Lord we'd be posting about or coming on for, but let's talk about Franklin here real quick. So you see areas further west, all this rain south of Weaver, Hitchcock, and Liberty County, Wilma. But okay, so you see areas there. Franklin, that's probably where it is. I don't have it on this source, but right there south of St. Teresa, some areas getting 1 to 2 inches in the last hour. You see some of that rain moving to Perry, Mayo, last hour. Some of these areas over half inch. Look at all rain in Levy County over the last hour, moving over to Williston over the last bit, and it's still in and around. It was over 2 inches in the last hour, especially just southwest of town. So again, you gotta be mindful of that here. Let's go ahead and keep checking. Once if you have any questions again from any of the viewers' comments and the like here. It's just a one-man band, so I can't keep checking here. Okay, so don't see anything really new here at this point, but just continuing to watch. If you guys have anything, let me know. I'll try to do it in terms of giving you an answer here live on air. But again, let's just go ahead and make sure we're taking precautions here. Let's go ahead and make sure we're really being careful. We have in the state right now, we currently have 4 tornado warnings. So again, I'm checking all my different resources. We're getting different updates. To the south there, we have 3 outside of the area, 1 in the area. One of the 3 outside the area could move into toward area that threat. If Jacksonville deems it enough, they would issue a tornado warning for maybe Marion there. So we'll watch for that. Okay, so 2:21 severe thunderstorm. Some people are producing a tornado near Wiki-Watchy Gardens or near Spring Hill, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. And then a tornado warning continuing for severe thunderstorm. People producing a tornado over the Crystal River Airport or near Homosassa Springs, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. So again, a nasty situation. You rarely see this here, folks. 4 tornado warnings. 4 tornado warnings here during the night here in Florida. That's what we were really concerned about, this threat. That's what we emphasized it here. We talked about it last week that we'd have something to watch. That if the models came together, like really the Europeans said, we'd have to have really maybe special covers slash our eyes on it at least. thought it might be tropical. It had some interesting characteristics, but didn't become that. But it became a low pressure that has a low pressure similar to a tropical storm there in some regard. And then on Monday night, we shared stuff from the National Weather Service in Tallahassee about this threat. Ultimately, they're on the edge of this, more so to the south, but just the idea of this threat coming together. Just tonight, we had our update there. We really dove into things. Make sure that logo is red now. Here on Wednesday night, Thursday morning, we're on live right now with a special coverage to keep you, your friends, and your family safe. And it's when we have, again, 4 tornado warnings. You see the red boxes here. Let's go back to St. John's here, east of 95. You can see that's there, just crossing the coastal waters at this point in time. North of Marion maybe the tightest rotation. So unless there's something I'm missing, they'll probably drop that pretty soon. Maybe both the severe and the tornado warning. It's kind of hard to believe they're keeping that tornado warning that long, and then north there. This one here to north of Homestead Springs, it doesn't look as impressive, but it's getting further from radar. This here, we're going to watch to our Wiki Watchy next little bit. And this is the one that's had to confirm tornado to the south. So let's get back down to Hernando and Pasco here right now, if we can. I know we've had some concern there on Odessa over the last little bit. There is okay, they just canceled the tornado warning for St. John's, so we don't have any local tornado warning at this point. It's a thunderstorm warning still continuing from now until 2:45. And then we have significant advisory for Marion to 2:45, landfall possible. So, but no local tornado warnings right now. But that area down toward Odessa there, I want to just kind of look at this because hopefully that's just influence. It's not a debris signature that popped up on us there. Gotta kind of get my bearings a little bit with it. That looks more like inflow as I'm looking at it here. Yeah, it looks more like it. Thankfully, but maybe a little bit of something in here. But that's more inflow into our hook here per se at this point in time. So again, just continuing to watch things. We have 3 tornado warnings in the state, none in our area. It's a bit thunderstorm warning though for Flagler and St. John's. Tornado possible still stands, but they dropped the tornado warning because the threat has weakened on down some, dwindled on down some. Okay, back to the west, and we had our 5-year micro anniversary on Tuesday. Where's this stuff stands south of Panama City right now? That's the good news. Threat's really not as big of a deal up that way. Okay, so we have all this stuff here. We have the rain west of Tallahassee. Some of that's pretty heavy. Still got to be careful. We're going to have accidents potentially on the roads here at points. We're getting new updates. They're still calling a confirmed tornado to the south. A new SPC outlook came out earlier, and I don't think we ever went over. We just got so tied up with everything going on with the active warnings. But real quick, there's your tornado risk for the period here, technically after 8 a.m., but I mean, it's ongoing now in that general area, more to the west even at this point, but going to continue here for 7 more hours. So, and instability in theory could go up some as we get toward sunrise here. So hopefully things don't stay this long, but it could. So we just got to be really careful, really mindful of what's going on. So 226, the confirmed tornado though toward west central Florida is located 7 miles east of Jasmine Estates. 3 miles east of Newport Richie, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. So, again, just continuing to watch things there. Let me go ahead and pull that hook up there on the Doppler hook echo. You can see the greens and reds there. You can see some inflow with this. I mean, it's a situation that's not really well defined, but they're kind of confirmed. Okay, they're saying this is based on radar, so some of this must be co-located, and it's just hard to see on the fly then. I mean, that could be in a way. I mean, it's really tough to tell on the fly here, folks. I know we had a situation in Kansas going back a few years ago. A couple years ago now, I guess it was. Not a few years ago, but let's see. Last year, so about a year and a half actually. They do the math here. When we lost those folks there from the University of Oklahoma, they're just seeing a situation there where the storm in Kansas, you actually had a structure of it where you couldn't really tell where things were on that storm. That I believe they were chasing there. They didn't die there, but point being is that you had a structure where things weren't well defined in some ways, but yet it was really producing a significant tornado. So gotta be kind of careful here with these setups. Gotta be kind of careful here with these setups. So again, let's go ahead and continue to watch here, continue to track This could be an issue from Marion later, though. It looks weaker right now. We have to keep watching. We have this one slot right now coming in to the picture. I know you see those greens and reds there. Excuse me, as we continue to watch, continue to track here. Let's go up to the north again. That's a thunderstorm warning still continues here. Or to St. John's, tornado possible, but the tornado warning dropped the rotation at the weekend. It's pretty significant weather advisory type looking here, if that's a phrase I can use here at this point, to be quite honest. Hopefully, we don't have any damage, but they want to keep the warning just in case. The thunderstorm warning, at least. Tornado warning to other folks on the air in the market here, and if you don't see that, you want to drop that maybe just to kind of have something to hold on to in case there's damage here, per se. Something that folks need to be aware of here with the threats. You can have that, so that folks are really still aware. And there's some potential danger that's not completely out of the question in the here and now. So again, let's go ahead and go back to the south here. You can see the reds and the yellows here. Like the moderate rain around stuck, and I can't really put the camera right now because it'd be dark, and unless we have lightning flashes or power flashes, we're not going to see anything. We won't really have either. It wouldn't seem right now. Be a little bit of lightning southeast of Alachua. We're still in Citrus. I just started to come a little bit more north of Inverness. That could be something to watch there toward Marion. Might get a severe thunderstorm warning down there, or if something got tighter, a tornado warning. But right now, the velocities look kind of mundane here, which is good. To the north, the south, not so much. That's why we're concerned toward Pasco County. We had that confirmed tornado here based on the public, and now apparently based on Doppler indications of some type of debris. Let me do some investigation with this. Okay. By the way, that's now the only tornado warning in the state as of 2:30 here. We still just have a thunderstorm warning up to the north. But let me go ahead and do some investigations. I know I'm looking at different screens here, so let me go ahead and try to pull up here our tornado safety tips with this. Okay, gust of 42, Weatherstem Crystal River at 1:59 this morning. There's just tips. Let me see if I can see something better on this debris signature, because there's a chance, like what happened in Kansas, there about a year and a half ago. We had a situation up there where I don't think it's to that level, but I want to be sure we don't have anything crazy coming together, anything close to that here, because it was easy to miss on radar. Because in front of the key wall, it's actually a little bit easier. I'm out of the key wall right now, folks. I'm actually looking at our system. I can get really close to things. Sometimes makes it a little bit easier. You could easily miss something here. Okay, so looks like some storm damage reports coming in here and there. I want to make sure. Okay, looks like I might have had a debris signature north of Crystal River a little while ago. I never caught it confirmed there to the Weather Service. I'm curious about that. So, okay, some of these, I'm just looking at things here. I want to make sure I'm on top of things. Again, I have to step out of the key wall. I see some of this other stuff here in our system and the like. Because there's a one-man band, so if we can't see it on radar, these structures, these supercell structures won't generally get it like this here in this part of the country. We get it more organized, and you get debris signatures. Sometimes these it'd be easier to tell here in some ways in another setup. In this setup, it could either be inflow or a pretty strong tornado. So you're in a hit or miss situation, which is concerning. It does look like there was some type of debris around Crystal River earlier, which is really concerning. They had a tornado warning, but again, the way it came about was kind of awkward. So I want to make sure here. I know it's further up on the radar too, which means it could have been a stronger tornado. Again, we only had a gust of 42, but okay, new tornado warning now, Citrus County, possible tornado over Beverly Hills, Florida here, moving northeast at 30. Okay, let's go up there then. Let's go up there. Again, we're hoping nobody's getting hurt in these situations. Bet we're going to get a tornado warning from Marion soon. I think that's what's going to happen because that's headed toward Marion in our area. So let me go ahead and scrub back here and we'll get in here in just a moment. Bear with me. Step back in front of the key wall here. Give you guys the latest. New tornado warning for Citrus is moving into Marion here, folks. This is moving into Marion, so we got to be really careful here with this at this point in time. So this is going to get a tornado warning probably from Marion here pretty soon. You see the greens and reds right near Holder. This cancels severe thunderstorm warning for St. John's for the second. We don't have any in our 62 county severe thunderstorm tornado warning. We have the tornado watch till 9 a.m. and it's probably going to get a tornado warning here again soon in the southwestern Marion, closer here, maybe just southeast with the worst of this of Den Ellen here. So be aware of that. You can see this north of Lecanto. Holder there, you see some greens and reds. And let's go back here a little bit on this view. Again, let's back this up because apparently it seems we had something. It was not the tightest rotation. We never confirmed it with the statement there to the Weather Service in Tampa. Unfortunately, we would have jumped to it immediately. I still would have had some damage. We talked about this area earlier to give you the heads up, but okay, let's see here. I gotta go between because I have to load the frames because when we're switching radars like this, we're jumping all around. Unfortunately, it's not a situation where we can just focus on one radar, so it makes it tough here sometimes. So it looked like a pretty well-defined signature. Yeah, you see that right there. That looks like some lofting of things there around Crystal River. But let's see if it was co-located because that's kind of the key here. Again, having to do this live on the fly. But yeah, I mean, that's high enough upward. I would actually think that probably is debris because I don't think there was something else that could cause something like that. And as that was, as we kind of go back and forth, that means that was probably a significant tornado that moved right through Crystal River here, folks. We gave you the warning about it. It's not in our area, but we've been having to jump around in some of these other alerts here, and it's been kind of chaotic. We're trying to do our best to. We have the new tornado warning up toward the north here, and that could move into Marion here pretty soon. But again, let's get back down here. You can see we had some of that debris sewing up there. It would seem that was right around 218, right there north side of Crystal River. So some type of tornado moving through that area, and then maybe touching down to about Citrus Springs, and then probably lifting at that point. I mean, you could see some of that might have just been lofted debris, and it's still kind of the same area here as it gets into view. Probably gonna have to get a tornado warning here for Marion pretty soon in our area. So be on guard in Marion. That tornado is still on the ground apparently in Pasco County. Confirmed tornado based on radar. So we're being told there's still that's 8 miles northwest of Land Lakes, or 10 miles east of Hudson, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. Okay, so you gotta take Saturday. That's north of Land Lakes, right near. It looks like State Road 52. And then, okay, we're getting some unfortunate information out of Crystal River that sounds like a tornado did hit there. Hopefully it wasn't strong. We've been staying on here for stuff locally. We've been staying on for stuff locally, but not just that, but to the south because we've thought there could be that strong tornado potential not out of the question here. Over the last little bit at 2:12, the emergency management reports a tornado touching down. This is okay. They're saying southeast Crystal River. Let's see here. Well, we have a chance before we get our local tornado warning because it's kind of the same area. So, and it's kind of moving in our area. It's just kind of good radar coverage up here. Well, I mean, it's tricky. I mean, it ends up with the debris going northeast, but we're in a terrible spot on radar. We really need a radar up here, folks. But that's a story for a different day. But we did have at least a tornado warning. We don't always get that, honestly, in these areas here. When we don't have great radar coverage. So that's really good that we had a tornado warning. Folks did have time to get in the shelter. We've seen a lot of times in these areas here that don't have the good radar views, so we don't get the tornado warnings. We got them here. We just got one from Marion now till 3 a.m. Possible turning to Beverly Hills in Florida, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour here. But imagine that station only gets to 40, but then tornado touching down to the southeast, but the debris lofting it up, and they're around Crystal River. And let's just keep scrubbing again. I'll see our tornado warning in a second. But a tornado there apparently. There is Citrus. Tornado at US 19 and West Ford Island Trail. We had roof damage and power lines reported down in the vicinity. And this in the middle of the night, yet in the middle of the night. We haven't had a threat in a while. It's really cause for concern. I hope nobody got hurt here or worse in these type of situations as we look down there. But now that's moving into our area. And now there's a tornado warning for it in our area. As we alluded to, and this could be an issue to Ward Ocala here over the next little bit. So at 2:37, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Beverly Hills, Florida, moving northeast at about 30 miles an hour. So mainly a rural area of the southwest Marion, but I bet the population density doesn't show that rural, even though it doesn't really show any cities in the text of the warning. I'll check that here actually off camera now as we see those tornado safety tips once again. Continue along here to give you guys the very latest in this type of adverse situation. I haven't picked up too much rain around Stark so far today. We're under this tornado watch for that threat of severe weather, at least till 9 a.m. with the tornado watch in play, maybe even a little bit longer than that. So I want to check population density here, folks, on that tornado warning for Marion. Okay. Being told now issues around Dunedin, a tornado touching down there. Damage in North Clearwater Beach from a tornado 3 miles west-southwest of Dunedin at 1:48. That's according to Florida Division of Emergency Management here, folks. And then population density. Let's go ahead and check here. Okay, again, the one text isn't so much, but yeah, there's a lot of, as you can hear, our system's working very hard right now. I apologize for that noise there, but we're trying to give you guys the very latest on exactly what's going on here to protect you, your friends, your family. I've been on for about an hour and a half and I haven't taken a break, but yeah, this is why I want to check this. It says mainly rural areas. I really don't like that because the text of that, it didn't pick up in really big cities, but we have Martell and Shady in here, and we have 99,000 64 folks there within this tornado warning in Marion, 6 schools and 1 hospital. So it still has quite a bit of population in there, is what I'm trying to say. I'm going to check power outage information while I'm off camera here at this point in time. See what's going on here. Citrus County, 1,888 customers in the dark. Looking at things here. Pasco County, not seeing the numbers go up there at this point. That'd be good if we were doing better than what it looks like there right now. But we just have to continue to watch things, continue to track things with this overall threat in play. So again, just trying to give you guys the very latest. We're live on the air right now, seeing this a slew of tornado warnings here issued over the last little bit and run right now from Marion County. We had a tornado that already caused damage here earlier on in the middle of the night, folks. The middle of the night in October in Florida. And we've already had multiple tornadoes touch down. Like what we were afraid of. Pressure center 1,005 millibars, by the way, we're at now. East of Stark, which is just showing you the strength of this. The strongest system we've had in our vicinity. Granted, not as strong as Idalia, but it's the strongest since then. And let's get back to the maps now here, folks. Let's get back to the maps. You can see what we're dealing with this, folks. This is a tornado warning from Marion County. Sadie and Martell, you're in this. Almost 100,000 folks in Marion County under a tornado warning right now. So we need to get you guys into war shelter. You can see what we're talking about. We have greens and reds. I know it doesn't look the tightest. It didn't look the tightest earlier. And we had what could have been, it may have been an EF2, which would be a significant tornado touching down around Crystal River, which is very, very unusual here to get here in our area. So, or in this part of the state, technically not our area down there, but one county away. But again, looking at things here right now on the maps right now, east of Dunellen, this Jackson radar now, it may be the closest one. Okay, no, it still says Tampa. I'm surprised by that, actually. But both of them are now still in the newest scan now with this end of war in Marion County, south of County Road 484 here, folks. You have some heavy rain. You have some gusty winds here in this type of situation, folks. And you could even have a tornado. Not out of the question here in Marion County right now. Just trying to give you guys the very latest to protect you, your friends, and your family. So, again, still trying to let you guys know what's going on. Checking if there are any questions or comments. Okay, somebody's asking about Lecanto, and then they said thanks. I kind of was giving reference to that, I think, here a little while ago. And then Crystal River, unfortunately, had some problems, it seems, here over the last little bit, as we've talked about. Now, this has moved up its way toward Marion County here, up in toward that area with that rotation. Again, you have some spin. It's not the tightest, but we're in a bad spot on the radar. We've already had this with a history of producing a damaging tornado there in Citrus County. Again, around Crystal River to damage the south side of town to breathe out. On radar, at least it lofted it up, and it might have been obscuring it because it was just so far away, but that was a significant tornado to get debris that high, I think. Talking about low ND of 2, not out of the question here. Based on that we really aren't going to know for a little while because we're in a spot here again on radar, and even from weather service offices. I mean, there's going to be pictures on social media and the like, but pretty far from TV stations and stuff. I'm sure the pictures are already starting to come out in some cases, but this is 8,000 feet. We had debris loft, and I probably could go even higher on this. Yeah, that's what you want to see here. How high does this go? I'm going to just keep scrubbing because I mean, that might even be something there. But let me go to the later before that. Just trying to see here, folks. If you guys are wondering, it's skipping all the frames because there's so much data in here. I have to do this on the fly. Yeah, that was even showing it. That's 14,000 feet. If that's actually that, I just want to make sure that could be again a strong tornado, and that's not out of the question here right now in Marion County, in our area. We could have winds. Let's see what a strong tornado is here, folks. Let's go to F scale. So we're talking about a situation here that's pretty significant. We're talking about winds 111 plus miles an hour. Not out of the question here in this type of setup, in this type of situation. That's what the radar said earlier. Maybe we're getting lucky. Maybe nothing's touching down to the north, but you saw how long it took for that debris to loft, and you got damage now. So we know a tornado had to have hit there, and that's not what you want to hear, obviously. Not what you want to hear. Not what you want to hear at all in this type of setup, in this type of situation. So, again, just trying to give you guys the latest here. Again, that debris, I know sometimes you may think, well, you can't really know until the survey's done. That's true, but there's been studies that have been done. When you correlate the enhanced material scale, the wind scale that they use for surveys, with the debris level here, and when it gets that high, that generally, I mean, to be that visible from that far in the radar too is kind of scary, actually, because you don't always get that. And we had a tornado warning. Even though the rotation didn't look as strong in the here and now, it was obviously strong in the surface. And sometimes these are not as high up as you would like in terms of some of these rotations, but the warning was there. And I suspect we had some significant damage there based on just the debris signature and the reporting and just the height of that debris signature there around Crystal River. And again, this is in Marion County now, folks. Not Ocala yet, but there's a tornado warning in play. Let's come back on camera here. Continue along. I've been live here with you for over an hour and a half. It looks like at this point on this stream, right at that mark anyway, things kind of look tough to see from this. But again, this is around 75. We have some other areas down here. Let's look. It is canceled citrus. I see that's the storm moving out. But then this is the other tornado warning in the state right now. And north of Pasco, the name on here, but in Pasco County, you can kind of see we have the greens and reds there. And then you have west of 75 here. Again, let's see. Let's go to Jacksonville's radar. Let's go to Jacksonville's radar here. Trying to give you guys the latest little bit of wind enhancement west of Eureka. Gusts there at 40 to 50, according to Jacksonville Weather Service right now. Significant advisory. They're continuing this warning here in Marion. It's on the path for Ocala here. We don't get a good coverage up there either with the radar. So what if a tornado just a little weaker touches down and we have it, but we can't see it, and there's debris? It doesn't loft as high, but it's still there. So you just gotta be really taking precautions. That's what I'm trying to say. So at 2:46, a thunderstorm there. People will produce in a tornado located 10 miles southwest of Ocala Airport or 10 miles southeast of Rainbow Lakes Estates, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. This tornado warning is going to 3 a.m. this morning here for parts of Marion County. So you see more tails in here right on the edge of Ocala. But again, I looked at it a moment ago, about 100,000 folks there in this warning a few moments ago. I know that's when we were really working our computer hard, but probably a little less now, obviously, it's trimmed back some, but still a lot of folks here, including I-75, under this tornado warning here this morning. So, again, our logo is red. We've been talking about this thread here. We're ramping it up. We were watching some type of ominous threat. If the European model came true for Wednesday and Thursday back last week, wasn't tropical, but it was and is significant, and it's causing damage here as we're live on the air with you guys right now on Facebook, on Twitter /X, on YouTube, and on Twitch here at the moment. Again, our 62 counties are our priority. This is in our 62 county area with Marion included. We've also been watching in the south, but there's the different platforms just to make notes of their reference there. As you're seeing YouTube at Cloud Weather, subscribe now. That's free, and able notifications to be alerted when we come on live. We've been on. We haven't even taken a break here on this stream, which is kind of unusual. Even in day, we had it planned out here, or you kind of knew it was baked in what was going to happen. But here, things have happened and rapidly. We just haven't been able to take a break because it's about protecting you, your friends, and your family during the middle of the night here. And honestly, so far, to the south anyway, that side of area, the worst has come true in terms of damaging tornadoes hitting here around Crystal River, around Dunedin here this morning. So again, you really gotta be taking precautions here. Looking west of 75 right now. Again, is what we have this possible tornado in Marion County. Okay, these numbers here, that's more purple, which is more just a bad radar review. And honestly, generally, sometimes you see this, you say, well, and you see the strong winds aloft, but what I'm talking about is you don't really see the green and the red, and you don't get as concerned. But the problem is, earlier on, maybe we weren't as concerned, but we had a tornado warning for Crystal River, and we had apparently a significant tornado touch down and all this. That one area of base velocity is a little concerning. Peeking it out there, that's the stronger wind, if not a tornado, possibly around State Road 200 here in Marion County. So you got to be careful there. Debris wise, can't really tell. 10,000 feet. I mean, that could be something. It's kind of on the edge, but earlier on it was definitive when you went back at it, even though it wasn't confirmed in the real time with the updated polygon details. We had a tornado warning in sufficient time for folks that had multiple ways to get alerts to take shelter on Crystal River. But again, we have 2 tornado warnings in the state right now, one from Marion, and there's the only 2 warnings in the state. We have marine warnings coastal, but we have a situation here where 2 in the state, 1 in our local area in Marion. You see our sheer mark on here, a little city icon per se. We have the other, as I'm looking at things here right now in our weather center, with that rain kind of coming down. Our other icon here right now is really just the line per se, with that rotation here. Right near, looks like I-75, and we need to switch to Tampa's radar. That might give us the better view on all of this. There's our icon there more so, and we'll see if they extend this further up. Already Hernando and Pasco till 3:15, a possible tornado there. Earlier on had some confirmed tornadic activity down that way. You see your significant weather advisory now in toward Clay and in toward St. John and Putnam. This is going here until about 3:15. A land spout's possible in toward this area. The land spout is possible, not a tornado that's of significant strength. Maybe a weak spin here possible as we're looking northeast of Flora home. Moving toward Green Cove Springs. We had some of this in Clay County going back not too long ago. As we get back down to the south here, though, the Ocala area of rotation, as we're watching things here right now, it's not right into town yet, but again, we can't let our guard down with this because it has a history of producing a potentially strong tornado in the area there in Citrus County. A confirmed tornado around Crystal River there over the last little bit doing damage. We had a tornado come through that area and it has caused damage. The debris was lofted up over 10,000 feet, folks. And we've gotten the reports that it wasn't an anomaly. We had damage there in areas of Citrus County, my friends. That's not good. In the middle of the night, we gotta hope there's no injuries here or anything worse, which would be horrific. But again, it's not out of the question, quite honestly, based on some different factors. But there was a tornado warning, so folks had multiple ways to get alerts instead of being able to have time to take action there and toward that area. That's how the warning process works. Sometimes things aren't perfect, but it would seem off the top here, and we'll dig into it later, it seemed there was sufficient time to take shelter from that tornado warning just outside of our 62 counties. But we did touch on it here, even though we had to focus on some stuff in our area like we're doing with that storm that's in from that same area here that's now in Marion County. It's that same area of concern that was in Citrus earlier on. So moving up toward Ocala here, again, it's the best I'm capable of producing a tornado. Again, we gotta get folks in that tornado safe spot here immediately into Marion County. Again, Ocala, right on the edge of this, but we have other areas of Marion County in this danger zone. So let's go ahead, go back to tornado safety tips here, full. Take that full here right now. Again, that's what you need to do if you're in that red box in Marion County. So you can set into that sturdy building. This tornado warning goes for another 7 minutes, but maybe even longer than that. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Protect yourself from flying debris. Put on a bicycle helmet, football helmet, something like that here. Again, just continuing to watch things, continuing to track things. I see Lisa here commenting right now that powered out. Northeast Tallahassee has some stronger winds and rain. Even we're not getting warnings or advisories necessarily up there. It's an odd pattern that we're in because we have that lower pressure. I mean, we're down to 1,004 millibars here. In a way, it's not named, and it shouldn't be named. It's not, doesn't have those tropical characteristics, but it has more wind with it, even outside of the storms here, that can cause rain here. Maybe a tree to fall, power line here to get hit by a tree limb, something like that. So, again, something to kind of keep in mind here. Keep in mind for sure. So, again, just trying to continue to give you guys the very latest to protect you, your friends, and your family. So, again, just going through all our different resources here right now, all our different platforms, trying to give you guys the very latest on what's going on here. Let me check our power outage maps here if we can. Let me go ahead and try to give you guys the latest on what's going on here. So in the state now we have 13,755 customers in the dark. Okay, so Citrus County, 2,850 customers of that electricity. And in our Leon County, quite a bit, really. It's kind of surprising because I haven't had any warnings or advisories, but the overall pattern here has caused nearly 6,000 folks to lose power in Leon County tonight. So just that rainy, nasty pattern here would seem, unless hopefully there's nothing more to that. I'll investigate right here in a moment just to see what things look like up there. But haven't had any advisories or anything like that up there. The overall perimeter space was kind of pointing more to the south of tornado watch for Wakulla, but not for Leon, with the conditions more favorable to the south. So again, just continuing to watch things here, continuing to track things. Let me go ahead and come back on over here to our other source. Still the tornado warning from Marion for the 5 minutes here, and it could get extended more into Ocala, so gotta be ready. If you're in downtown Ocala, if you're not officially in the polygon where you are geographically, have 1 foot in that tornado safe spot here at this point and be ready. If that red box gets issued for you, get in there all the way. So that could, because it looks like that might be a little bit stronger maybe. Again, we're in a terrible spot on radar here. I mean, it's hard to say, but at least it looks like maybe it's a thunderstorm warning at the minimum with the tornado possible tag you would think could be required up there. Let's go to Tallahassee since we had those reports of power outages. Again, we haven't really spent much time on this, but the thing about it is there's a lot of wind aloft here. You see that in velocity. There's not lightning, which you don't need for severe weather, but point being is you don't have like those overall severe characteristics. But again, it has a setup here where we have that lower pressure. Let's see where we're at with the pressure on Leon County. Yeah, 1,003 millibars or so. So that's what we have in tropical storms. So, I mean, tropical storm force gust here, then not ruled out here, even though we don't have like the advisories for it. Kind of an odd situation. Again, it reminds me a little, said it on the beginning of this, really. It reminds me of that situation in 2016. It was kind of nasty. In Tallahassee didn't have any warnings. A little bit further north than what we had in 2016 there. There's different things, the meteorology of it. Things aren't the same, but don't get me wrong here. But not checking the analogs directly, correlating that. I didn't double check that. But point being here is just the similarities in some ways. It's kind of windy. Not really something to be on the airport if you're in Tallahassee necessarily so far in that market. But still, almost 6,000 folks in the dark, according to PowerTech.us. You have some squally weather coming on through here with some winds aloft. I mean, you have 18 on the gust there, but again, a gust to 40 I don't think is out of the question, which is tropical storm force. So that's where we're getting some power outages. That would be the most likely case for that. So off toward Taylor County, we're watching some rotation off the coast up here earlier on, but a lot of it's faded. This one hasn't, though. South of Deckel Beach here, Deckley Beach, an area we've been watching during our storm coverage here. Of course, the pronunciations are tricky. It is Steenhatchee here, we've learned, unfortunately, with the day, the impact's so severe in that area. Learning that pronunciation, but then here in our covered area, it's just not a lot of folks generally talk about that area, but Steenhatchee down there, but you see this area of rotation, might get some type of warning over Salem here over the next little bit, and that would be in the Tallahassee TV market, technically, so we'll watch that, and obviously within our covered area. So again, let's go back toward the south here. That looks tighter, yeah, I think I'm going to have to extend this. I mean, the history of this, I mean, it's not co-located, but kind of is because that's the scan behind, and there's too much history with that not to extend that into Ocala with the. Let's go ahead and take a shot during Ocala here, folks, because There's so much history of the Ocala here, not to think that we could have a tornado going toward the west side of town here, and maybe even this. I mean, it's right near the interstate now. Okay, let's see if we can find something. There's a new tornado warning. I mean, they had to do that. I mean, they didn't have a choice here. New tornado warning now. New tornado warning now to 345. Central Marion County at 258. It's a bit thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over Ocala Airport in Ocala. Wind northeast about 35 miles an hour. Ocala and Anthony around 305. Spar around 315 and Port McCoy around 325. So time to take it south if you haven't already. In Ocala's right now. Interior room away from windows here. In Marion County, a possible tornado here is what we're tracking this morning. So again, working our systems here. So one-man band, so bear with me. We're on the traffic cameras to the east earlier. I want to move them over to World Ocala, see if we have any power flashes. That is something, even if you can't see the cloud features that well, you'd be able to see probably a whole bunch of any lightning with that right now. So that could be something we can see here live on the air. So let's go ahead and try to bunch of stuff we hope we don't see it, but it's not out of the question here. So okay, that was looking north and west. It's looking south. Let's see what we got on that. That might be kind of interesting here. Okay, so let's pop this one up. Let's pull up traffic full screen here. Florida 511, I-75 there at mile marker 350.8. We have a tornado warning for Ocala right now in Marion County. Get in that interior room, get away from windows right now if you're in Marion County. We have a tornado warning till 3:45 this morning. Again, seek shelter inside that 30 building. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. I'll protect yourself from flying or putting on that bicycle helmet or football helmet. Again, this is a Florida 511 perspective, if you guys are wondering what we're looking at here at this moment in time. So, okay, so that's what we're looking at, Florida 511. Let's put a super on just to kind of remind folks here of the source on this. But again, you guys can see we have a tornado warning right now for Marion County, for Ocala. I can see a lot on here, hopefully, but again, you gotta take Saturday here. Again, a tornado warning until 3:45 here this morning for the Ocala area. Possible tornado coming into town over the Ocala airport, potentially or near Ocala is what the Weather Service in Jacksonville saying here at this point in time. So again, you can't be you can't be taking your time getting this shelter. You gotta get the shelter now here in Ocala. Possible tornado. We already had a history of this around Crystal River, so you can't mess around because and this is an area is known. We had it back March of last year, known for bad radar coverage. So with a tornado warning in play, you can't mess around here. You gotta take shelter if you're in Marion County. You gotta take shelter in Ocala right now here, folks. Again, let's go ahead. I'll come back on camera. See if we can find more camera shots. It's the one man band here, but trying to give you guys the latest here on what's going on. So I can't like watch all the cameras at once. So we have to kind of do this here as I can get time to permit. But again, they work our system pretty hard, giving you guys the very latest. Here it rained pretty heavy around start, but there's a rotation right east to 70, but right in Ocala. So rotation here right around, it looks like US 27, State Road 40 there, State Road 200. By the way, real quick, if you're waking up in Bradford County, yeah, some heavier downpours up here. No advisory at this point. Some gusty winds, like we talked about in areas of Leon County, not in the question. A gust of 40 not in the question up here, but to the south, you can see a possible tornado. Let's check for debris. Boy, hope we don't see it. Okay, we're not getting anything really definitive. I don't think that's anything right now. Earlier on, we got it even a higher level, though. So the cameras, we need to get a camera there. If we can get one looking northeast, right due west of Ocala, that might be the best vantage point here right now. I may just go a little north and check. Okay, that one's off. That's not great. Okay, this one, I don't know what direction it's pointing, but it's a pretty clear shot. Let's take it then. Some folks with the flashers on and the like here. As we pull that up live, this is the Florida Department of Transportation camera network. You can kind of see the overall pattern here. You can see the wet road and the light is and our power now flickering on star. I-75 mile marker 354 here, folks. Again, looking at things Looking at things here right now, we have these inclement conditions. Could have something in here, but I don't. Okay, it's looking southwest. Okay, so let's come back on camera. I wasn't sure. It's a little bit different than most of them with that. It's the southwest. Let me correlate this because it may not be in the right area, and I don't want to be looking away from it. Obviously, that'd be kind of southwest here. That might be about. It's a little bit further over than I would like. Probably southeast to be better. At this point on some of that is tricky. Let's go back to radar because that looks like it's right. Again, it's obscure and you can't mess around here. Anybody in Ocala, it's got to be in Southern now because you can't tell perfectly on the radar. There's just too much pixel displacement. We're not right in Jackson. We're right close to the radar, or close but not too close to it there to see where things are. If you're in this red box around Ocala, you have to be in shelter. You have to be in shelter right now. It's probably close to the north side of town now, but we can't be for sure here. You gotta be taking shelter on Ocala. You gotta be taking shelter here on Ocala right now. If you haven't done so already, we have the greens and reds. So the history of producing what could have been a significant EF2 plus, probably EF2 type tornado there around Crystal River here earlier on. We've had the damage. We had a debris signature lofted over 10,000 feet. Now this could be in one of our more populated areas right now in Ocala. So you have to be in shelter, and you have to be in shelter now because this could be causing damage here in the north side of town as we speak to you guys. So you cannot let your guard down here in toward these threats. And right now you have to be taking action. You have to get that interior away from windows. Put that football helmet on. Put that bicycle helmet on to protect your head area there. Protect your head area. Let's pull up these safety tips here. If we can, we'll fight that pool again. Again, seek setting that at 30 building. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Protect yourself from flying debris. But put on a bicycle helmet, football helmet, something like that. We don't really have basements around here, but this is right near US 301, right near US 27 in Marion County. Marion County, let's see where that is real quick. We're on Bradford. Getting some heavy rain here, but Marion County is where this threat is maximizing here at the moment. Around Ocala, you see that 2 counties south of the highlighted county of Bradford where we're at. Back to this, there's your tips. Okay, so latest scan moving us closer to Silver Springs now. Moving maybe on the northern fringes of Ocala, but maybe closer to Silver Springs here now in that latest scan on the Doppler. All the way pattern here. I know some of these areas in Georgia, we still have that rip current risk that just came across. That's why I'm saying it. That's kind of off topic, but that can be dangerous too. But haven't had time to really talk about that here or the clips on Saturday. A lot of different storylines that would be worth talking about. But right now we have a situation where we got to take action, folks, in Marion County. We have to get folks into shelter here around Silver Springs, and then even up toward Anthony here. You have Eureka. You have this threat here in play. Tornado warning continuing to about 3:45 a.m. So again, continuing to watch this. Take shelter immediately. We need to get folks into shelter here right now. Again, interior room away from windows. Right now there. North side of Ocala, possible tornado be moving closer toward. Looks like here to do the map, look at things. January 326 here pretty soon. So there you spin. This is where the green and red is coming together, folks. Possible tornadoes already had a history of producing maybe a significant tornado, an EF2 type tornado in Citrus County earlier on around Crystal River. So cause for concern here as we're looking at things in Marion County this morning with a tornado warning in play until 3:45. So again, just continuing to watch, continuing to track here. Again, looking to the south right now, we have another tornado warning out of our area. Not the greatest scan because we're on the other radar for that, but let's just switch for both of these for a moment. This is here north of Dade City. You can see some green and red there. As I pull this up near the interstate, that is near Interstate 75. This is also near Interstate 75 in area, and this is off the Tampa radar. It's always good to switch radar just a little bit further up, but you can see how I had that spin there coming to Ocala here for the last little bit. Okay, so now what you want to see, I mean, there is not conclusive if there's maybe debris, but that's kind of an odd angle. Also, I guess in theory, it's not completely out of the question. Some of that debris from earlier is still being lofted. Okay, that there, hopefully that's inflow, but I'm not going to guarantee it. Earlier we thought there might be that, and then it wasn't. It was something that really was cause for concern. So I wouldn't rule out some type of debris in there with that latest scan. That angle looked kind of, it's not the right spot, but sometimes it hits a weird spot as far as the way it is. So we gotta be really careful still on Ocala. Okay, 2:15 a.m. Crystal River 2 miles east. Apparent emergency management reports debris blocking the road from the tornado that hit on Highway 44 there. We're also being told tornado warning to the south there. Continuing, no, we're not on the best view of it, but tornado over Hill and Dale there, or 9 miles southeast of Brooksville and northeast of 35 miles an hour. But back up to the north now, again, a tornado warning here. We literally haven't taken a break. It's been from us 2 hours straight here. So all the different causes we're concerned. We've had multiple nocturnal tornadoes hit here in the state of Florida tonight. Maybe not in our areas necessarily. We've had warnings of this one area, the warning for St. John's earlier on. We've had to be on for. We had the other causes for concern that have been producing for sure. This is from that area, and maybe just a slightly less favorable air mass right now, but it could still be producing something that's significant. So again, as we look here in Marion County right now, we're watching things and a flooded advisory for Marion County coming out. 1 hour rainfall, 1 inch here. And that's just going to keep adding up. Storm total closer to 2 in some spots here. Still going to keep adding on up. But a tornado warning is top of mind. Yes, a tornado warning in play right now. If you're just waking up leery-eyed here right now, from Marion County until 3:45 this morning. Let's go back to the north with tornado watch till 9 a.m. including Stark. A little bit heavier convection now up here, and maybe a little bit of very weak rotation here on that southern flank there as we're looking between Hampton and Goldo. So be kind of careful. We don't get the warnings up here all the time, though. This pattern really wouldn't promote a tornado probably right now, could later on. I know it seems kind of backwards in the way it is. Sometimes you think, oh, well, we're already getting a pattern, but it's kind of coming at us from a different angle here. Talking about just the rain and now with the dampen things, but no, this is not that type of pattern. This time of year here, things it's different, and you can still have a threat anyway. The instability here is not gonna. It's more about the wind here than the instability this time of year now. This pattern, as we're gonna eventually get cooler air in here. That's gonna take a little while. Next week we're gonna be seeing temperatures here. Mornings could be pretty chilly again with some of that wind here, maybe. And then you could have temperatures struggling to get out of the 60s here at points next week based on some of the earlier information that we're looking at. But right now you can see we're in this pattern for a little while still, and we have our red boxes here, the tornado watch in the yellow. That's for another almost 6 hours. So in this area here might be something to watch for Big Bend later on. That could clip the southern parts here, maybe south of Tallahassee. Ocala, Franklin, we'll watch. So there's a tornado watch there. That whole area in yellow till 9 a.m. So our supercell composite, you can see here, that's a lot of wind energy, and you see significant tornado parameters not going up near as far north, which is good for a lot of our area right now, but it's still around the edge, and that's where we have a warm front, and that's a cause for concern where things can form along that wind direction, and that's obviously concerning. But let's get back on over now toward our other mode here as we continue along here, giving you guys the very latest to protect you, protect your friends, protect your family. So again, some of that spin there north of Ocala, you can see that they're right around Silver Springs. Over the next little bit here, we have this threat, this cause here for concern, and we just got an update. At 3:11, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. Okay, back that up. That was the update from the Tampa office. Okay, that's further to the south, but okay, let's see that then. They just extended that, it looks like. A new tornado warning down there, which that might go south of our area here ultimately. Could be kind of close. But again, just continuing to track things here, continuing to monitor everything. This is a new tornado warning there in west central Florida. See some rotation north there of Tribly there, west of Ridge Manor. Let's go ahead and zoom back out a little bit. You see Bushnell there in this tornado warning as well. I know sometimes some folks pronounce that Bushnell, but again, you have at 3:12, there's a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. Near Hillendale or 10 miles east of Brooksville and northeast of 35 miles an hour. So have to watch there. in Sumter County, as well as Hernando, Webster, Ridge Manor, Torreytown, Croom, Center Hill, Somerville, Adamsville, and Spring Lake under this. Let's get back to the north, though, in our covered area, our 62 counties. That's really getting out of the Tampa range on the radar. Let's go to the north. We'll jump to this one then. You can see here, east side of Calamore, and we're Silver Springs here right now. That's where we still have this threat. So let's go ahead and jump back on over here to our tornado safety tips. Again, take those tornado precautions here immediately if you haven't done so already. Around Silver Springs here in Marion County right now. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Protect yourself from flying everywhere. Put on a football helmet or bicycle helmet here. In this type of scenario, you gotta make sure you're taking action to protect yourself. Here, you can't be messing around. That is for sure. So again, just trying to give you guys the very latest here. I'm gonna check all the different platforms that we're on right now. I want to just check if there are any questions or comments from any of the viewers here at home as we try to give you guys the very latest on what's going on here. What's going on here? I'm going to go ahead and see. Bear with me. We've been talking straight for a while now, but it's very important to do so. Yeah, some folks have been saying it's pretty nasty on Tallahassee, and based on the power outage numbers and radar, I would agree. I mean, hopefully it doesn't sound quite like a dahlia like our comment on YouTube saying. But still, I mean, it's probably pretty nasty there. I mean, based on just the numbers, and I mean, folks like Elisa losing power later on, and let me see. I'm gonna check our city of Tallahassee outage numbers. I know we haven't had any tornado watch up there or warnings up there, but this overall pattern here. I know we have the trees in Tallahassee too, which I mean, we had our main come through, caused a lot of damage. Still vulnerable. Okay, city of Tallahassee is almost on now. Officially 3,302 customers in the dark with the latest up-to-date information, which is good. Let me put our coverage map up real quick. I don't want to confuse anybody, make you think there's any type of tornado warning around Tallahassee. But I'm talking about Leon County right now, about 3,302 customers in the dark there. And then as we look here, to continue along, I'm going to see here of Talquin, what they're reporting. Florida, by the way, leading the way in the country right now. A little over 14,000 customers in the dark. Okay, Talquin. Okay, they have right now 917 customers in the dark. So maybe a little bit less right here at this point, but still some nasty conditions. New tornado warning outside of area again, but in Citrus County. Possible tornado located 7 miles west of Homosassa, or 12 miles, looks like, toward the southwest of Homosassa Springs. So moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. So that's in Citrus. We have our one local tornado warning right now, continuing in Marion County in Florida. So you got to be really cognizant of that. You got to be really mindful of that. And you got to be taking precaution immediately. So let's see what we have here. Again, thanks so much for tuning in. Thanks so much for trusting me. We just had a slew of tornado warnings in the state tonight. It's been a long time outside of a tropical setup for us to have this many tornado warnings in the middle of the night here. I know going back, I mean, we had a situation in the summer, but that was a little bit more confined. The night we had stuff in Taylor County, but then we had, going back further, we had a situation, it was organized, it was more on a Sunday morning, a little bit closer to dawn, and this is way into the night here when folks aren't awake, and it seems to have been maybe a little bit more powerful in some cases here, and a little bit closer to our area, and some of the in our areas, so not good, not what you want to see, obviously, as we go ahead and continue along here. I'm going to come back now on the camera shot. Again, there's the tornado safety tips one more time. Again, 600 inside a sturdy building. If you're there on Silver Springs, and there is two northeast of that, in Marion County, get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Make sure, again, that interior room, where you go, protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet. That's another thing to do as well. We're going to avoid mobile homes if you can, though, in these situations. We talked about that here Tuesday night, and I covered with that graphic in there. I had it specialized just to kind of emphasize that ahead of time, and here and now it's a little bit different, but still, if you can avoid that, you'd be better off being in a more sturdy, site-built structure if you can be. Tornado warning continues here, folks. Again, parts of Marion County, this red area here on the Doppler radar, indicative of some heavier convection But then the rotation is actually right more on the edge of this. They might have to see another one if they continue this. Eventually, we'll get a little bit better radar coverage. So we might feel either better or worse about this then. Also further north, which I hope it doesn't keep kind of. If it goes too slow, it could kind of still be in a favorable slot here. I mean, as we look even longer, but again, we're watching that. You see Eureka here. You see Eureka. They're kind of right now, maybe more, but you see the Lynn west side, north side, and then towards Salt Springs possibly. We'll see. We'll see. A new tornado warning to the south. We're getting a slew of them again down there. Spent a night, and they're probably meteorologists in Tampa market aren't going to forget for a long time here. With as many tornado warnings that we've seen down there. Yeah, that one's really cause for concern there. I always saw later on we ended up having the tornado that was damaging later on. I know sometimes I guess you could think that land would block things some. When you're over the water, you can see things, and then it gets kind of harder to tell when you're this far away from radar. Maybe kind of speculating here. It's not something we thought about too much, but I'm just kind of guessing why we didn't see it around Crystal River as well, even though it was obviously underground. So this could be a tornado here that is really coming into play from being a water spout here. It just makes its way into what areas around Homosassa Springs. So again, that's pretty strong rotation here. Kind of watching things here as we look at this scenario. 75-mile-an-hour winds, 25. That's winds to 100 maybe. Moving toward Homosassa Springs here, and then Lecanto. You're under this tornado warning as well. Somebody was asking about Lecanto earlier on. Well, the threat's not over. It's not a one and done thing. This is more of a scarier type of threats in some ways. The stuff of being all isolated like this. So able to take advantage of the parameters here and really rotate. So this is a tornado warning for western Citrus. A 315, a severe thunderstorm was capable of producing a tornado 7 miles west of Homosassa or 12 miles southwest of Homosassa Springs. Moving northeast at 40, so Homosassa Springs, Homosassa, Crystal River Airport, around 320 being impacted, Beverly Hills and Black Diamond around 330, Pine Ridge, Citrus Hills, Lecanto, Green Acres here, Citronelle, Crystal Oaks, Brentwood, Hernando, and Citrus Springs into this. And then we had some more warning this year. I mean, this is some stuff here west of Dade City, north of Tribbley. Here you have Bushnell, and that tornado warning in Marion again. That looks pretty tight, even off of this radar, which is cause for concern north of one of these roads in here. I hate to keep zooming in out. But State Road 40, and just east of County Road 315. I want to switch to Jacksonville because that could be the better one. So trying to pinpoint things. Yeah, I still have some of this rotation. We're not going to get enough coverage on the radar with the history from this. I don't think the drop is enough to extend this, reissue it further on up here toward the north in this type of setups. That would be, I see maybe for Putnam County. Eventually already have a little bit of weak rotation up there, and then here in Bradford County, I mean, we had just a heavy rain around Stark. Let's see what we got on the rain gauge. I know, looking at things here, I mean, just continuing to watch. I want to check to see what we have here. So now these rain rates starting to add on up here around Stark for sure. So now our rain gauge, I almost wanted to underdoing it a little bit at this point. It wasn't good yesterday, but looks like that number seems a little low to me right now, quite honestly. Maybe it's just not reading this quite perfectly here, but I mean, I could be misinterpreting what I'm hearing on the roof too, because it hadn't been continuous. So again, yeah, let's go ahead and look at this here. Again, this is our rainfall real quick. That looks like a coaster than is in the last hour. Our gauge is quite a bit less than that, unfortunately. But again, we're just continuing to look at things here. Continuing to monitor things, continuing to track them here. Quite a bit of rain here in the Bradford County area over the last little bit. So, no tornado warning up here at this point. But down to the south, that's where we have the threat. Let's go ahead and pull up our tornado safety tips here. Again, trying to give you guys the very latest on what's going on. Trying to monitor things for sure as we continue to watch the progression of the activity here within the coverage zone. So, again, tornado warning right now from Marion County to 345. Again, you got in the interior room away from windows here at this point in time. If you're in that area, especially north and east of Ocala here, so you can't be messing around. can't be messing around in toward that zone. Let me go ahead and see what we have here. If we can, one or other source. Just bear with me. It's a one-man band. We haven't been able to take a break in a couple hours here because things have been so active and concerning for being in the middle of the night here, where maybe folks weren't as aware. We try to make you guys aware, but I don't think the message really was getting out there a lot about this potential. It's really on the high end of what it could have been. It does seem really on that high end here of what it could have been. I know towards some of these southern areas and just outside of the area especially. So again, with those confirmed tornadoes around Dunedin and around Crystal River. So again, Crystal River, it seems like so far has been the strongest one of the night. We're still gathering new information here as the situation does progress here. So we're sitting at 69 degrees where we're at, by the way. We're going to go ahead and come back on the camera here. Let's go ahead and come back on the camera and we'll show you the instability. You can't see a lot of it. There's a few hundred joules per kilogram there up the word Ocala. That didn't mean a lot. Maybe to a lot of you guys, but it's still enough here in this wind setup. A lot more to the south that we're getting this tornado warning after tornado warning over. In some cases, 1,200 joules per kilogram of storm energy here. Surface-based energy for the storms, I should say. As we continue along to give you guys the very latest. Let's go ahead and see what we got here. Again, looking around Marion County, that's right on the edge of the tornado warning, west side there. I'm really just west of Lynn, maybe. Community of Lynn there. In Marion County, again, we're just continuing to track this here, folks. We're continuing to monitor this. Right now, I got to get an interior room away from windows. If you're in Marion County here at this point in time, as we continue to give you guys the latest this morning, technically, for the 20 minutes, let's check for debris in here. That's what really prompted everybody's concern earlier in Citrus. There might be something in there. It's right on the edge there. It might almost be out at this point. I mean, that's honestly getting out of the warning. I think they got to extend this again. We said it earlier. We're just in a bad spot. We had too much history in Marion not to get warnings that have this already confirmed to the south. I think you need to go ahead and extend this as this is moving out of the box now. And there's enough here, I would say. I'm not going to guarantee they'll do it, but it's not a given that there's something here. But there's interesting signature accents someone up here west of Lynn, the community of Lynn there in Marion County. Let's go ahead and jump back on over here now. We continue to give you guys the latest updates. We get all that latest information here in toward the Weather Center. You can see there, you have stuff Sumter County, Hernando County there. I'm just trying to give you guys the very latest here. I'm going to go ahead and keep looking at things, keep tracking them. So again, there you go, between Silver Springs and Lynn. There's greens and reds still. I know this is outside the box, but it seems like we could still have that threat persisting there. Let's go back up. Even on the Tampa radar, it kind of says that too now. As we continue to that wind aloft, all that wind aloft. That really tells a story here this morning. So maybe you're just waking up. Again, we're trying to give you guys the latest here to protect you, as we continue along, to protect your friends, to protect your family. So again, you can see how these red boxes. Let me see here. I'm going to try something else as we continue along. As we continue to give you guys everything you need. Let me go ahead and go on over here and see the tornado watch again. Again, you're going to see the red boxes. We don't have any yellow boxes because we're more about rotation with these severe thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes here within the red boxes. The yellow is the broad watch till 9 a.m. But these red boxes are cause for immediate concern. So we have the one in Marion County right now in our area. That goes to 345. Hernando and Sumter, part of that zone. That's to 345. And then Citrus to 345. And Hernando, Pasco, and Sumter to 345. So a lot of action going on here this morning. Again, not getting a lot of lightning, which unfortunately if we had that, I know you can get damaged with that. But honestly, in this type of situation, you almost want a little bit more with some of these so to wake people up. especially as a stronger tornado signature, because that way we could get folks in shelter. I know we had a situation on back, it's been several years now, but around by us, we had a rogue tornado development here right before a warning could get out or folks could get on the air. Up there was a strong tornado, and I really had no cloud to ground lightning observed with that. So just got to be careful on these setups here. This one is a lot more organized setup with the tornado watch and play these warnings, but it can still be kind of tricky and catch folks off guard, especially during the wee hour during the night. It isn't like somebody that work. I mean, if it's just rain, some of our areas are just getting rain as we look. I mean, further up in South Georgia and the like, which is good. You're not messing up maybe really your commute here in terms of having to go through that here or go around some of the roads there. And I might be having an issue here or there, but I mean, you're in a situation here where this is a negative, where we don't have lightning, but you have tornadic activity in the night. Folks aren't able to maybe get alerted somehow if they didn't set their alert enabled relay devices here to be awakened. I know sometimes we don't have situations. We have all these threats here come into play and things underachieve, and then that gets folks in a false sense of security. And unfortunately, this one seems to be on the top of what it could have been. I know I kind of was getting worried yesterday afternoon. We had these storms, we had a couple of tornado warnings outside of our area, and those were, and we retweeted those on Twitter there at Cloud Casey/X. We were concerned because it's a situation here, folks, where we didn't have many parameters around, and we were getting these spins that were pretty tight. But now, the parameters, especially just outside of the area, or just on the edge of our area, are coming into play, and that's why we're having problems. As we look here, we had a tornado hit Crystal River earlier on. Now there's a threat down there again in that vicinity. It would seem. Let me double check. That's what they're saying here. So let me make sure we have our geographic bearings right with the rotation on the Tampa radar. I mean, right now, maybe a little south, but not by much. So let's go ahead and punch that up here. You can see, looking at things here, almost Shasta Springs, Crystal River. There's your spin right there, and that's moving right toward the roadway here. And that would be US 19. So, gotta be careful. Let's tighten it up some. No debris at this point, though, but you know, it would take a little bit because we're further away on the radar side. So, what a night it's been. Not a good one for Citrus County here. It's gotta be one of the more active tornado warning nights maybe that they've had. I mean, maybe going back, a decade or two. Necessarily, they're not quite in our area, but they're a county we thought about adding to our area here in the past. It's right just outside in the Tampa jurisdiction, the south there, Levy, and the like. I can't remember this many tornado warnings. I already had a confirmed tornado, and here you get another. This has been a heck of a night here, and not, again, in a good way for Citrus County there, folks. Not good stuff. Not good stuff there for folks in Citrus County. Okay, we just got a new warning now, so let's go ahead and see what we got with this. And it's a severe thunderstorm warning, so that tells me they're probably going to drop our tornado warning then for the time being. Here, it just kind of has moved out of the box anyway. Okay, so we're about to see it pop up on the screen here, and it just did. By the time we switched over, Marion County to 4 o'clock. It just canceled the tornado warning as we speak here now. So Tampa just issued one no for Levy County. So guess what? We're not out of the woods here. We don't get one in terms of a tornado warning for Levy County very often. So, okay, so we have two different things going on. First, real quick, we're not going to be able to spend much time on this because we have to go to the west with a tornado warning. But severe thunderstorm warning here to 4 for Marion. Severe thunderstorm near Lynn. Got to still be alert for a tornado with little or no advance warning. So we have flood warning now for Marion. But now we got to go to the tornado warning for Levy County areas that were hit at the coast by Idalia now. They have a water spout coming ashore closer to Cedar Key, it would seem. Let's go ahead and read this here in the text. Again, Levy is in our area. It's the one county in the Tampa market jurisdiction, and TV markets Gainesville, but Tampa jurisdiction weather service wise, Ruskin, that's in our area. So at 3:31, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located. It looks like 20 miles south of Fowler's Bluff, or 27 miles south of Chiefland, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. So again, a nasty situation here right now within our 62 counties. Central Levy County, including Otter Creek here, under this until about 4 o'clock this morning. So let's see what we have. It's really not a good spot on radar. I think they're looking at this. but we're in such a terrible spot. We're not able to get the lowest volume scans. We're just so far away. I mean, this is the lowest scan, but it's 10,000 feet, which is just not good for detecting much. But they got here on the side of Costa with a history to the south. We could have a tornado down toward Levy County here, and it's an area right at the coast that's been hit so hard with a surge from Idalia. Inland, the wind damage wasn't as bad as it could have been there, but right at the coast here, there's still all that damage, and to some degree here, varying states of the flooding that happened, and a tornado warning now. It's very rare to get one in Levy, really, but they've had just a heck of a night, weather service-wise, in Tampa. That pattern here, this is what you get in El Nino, folks, and it's not really what you want to see. I mean, I'm sure the stats are just not good in terms of this. I mean, this has got to be one of the more active nights we've seen in a decade or so from the National Weather Service in Tampa in terms of the number of tornado warnings they've had to issue. So right now we don't have a tornado warning in the Jacksonville Weather Service area. Severe thunderstorm warning for Marion, but a tornado warning for Levy, which is within our covered area. Possible tornado approaching areas maybe on the east side or Cedar Key here, the south side, whatever you want to call it. Here right now, you gotta take shelter. A possible tornado in Levy County right now. That threat's headed your way. It's right, maybe there's a water spout right now, but in a moment it could be right on shore as a tornado. So you really gotta be taking shelter here. This is a really nasty situation, and you can't lay your guard down here at all. So again, there's your spin. It's not the most well-defined spin, but we've had too much of a history tonight to be kind of downplaying anything here at this point in time. I mean, too much of a negative, adverse history of things. We currently have 3 tornado warnings in the state. One's in our area. There's our Citrus, and then another for Fernando, Pasco, and Sumter. Both go for another 10 minutes. This one goes for 25 minutes, it would look like here. Continue to watch things. The pressure's at 1,004 millibars and dropping here right now. The lowest pressure we've had in a while. That's a tropical storm type pressure, a storm setup per se. An onslaught of energy and convergence here in some areas, at least. Convergence might not be the perfect word in some of these areas, but onslaught of just really nasty conditions here for sure. But again, continuing to watch things, continuing to track. You see Citrus County, Crystal, wherever you have this storm in Marion that has that severe thunderstorm warning. Again, no, Levy County right now is where we're most concerned. A possible tornado there in Levy County this morning. It's Levy County, if you guys are wondering. I mean, that's how it's pronounced here. Some folks, NASA little computer system might mispronounce that, but Levy County here, folks. That's how it's pronounced here in North Central Florida. As we continue to watch, continue to track, you can see some green, some red here. Just continuing to track things here on the Doppler. You can watch that spin here, and that's coming on in maybe just on the east side, or maybe just right away from town. I know it doesn't get as populated to get further on out, but this could be a situation where we have some radar displacement. It's not enough, really, in terms of the confidence with this, that they had to include Cedar Key in this, because it could be displaced a little bit because we're so high up. It may not be in the exact spot reaching down on the surface here as what you would think. So again, gotta be careful. Take tornado precautions here in Cedar Key and in Levy County. It includes Otter Creek and Gulf Hammond. It does not include areas further in right now. We have to keep watching toward Bronson, Williston, and Archer later on as we get even maybe toward Alachua County here later on in the timeline. So tornado safety tips: seek shelter at a sturdy building. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet, a football helmet, something like that. I know, just a heads up here, very early on here on this Thursday, but things continue as long as they could here in the morning. We'll see. We haven't decided here for sure. We'll have a formal update late Thursday. This could be the situation we're on past sunrise here with this threat. The tornado watch goes to 9 a.m. So just early heads up there. We'll go ahead and mention that. But we hope to have one late tonight, but not going to guarantee it if we're on here all morning long with this, because it's just a one-man band here. But as we look, next week's going to be cooler after we get past this rainy pattern. It's still going to kind of linger as we look here until maybe Saturday early, maybe. Maybe we'll get out here before Saturday. Some of the models that indicated that last check, that would help us out for that partial solar eclipse here. But again, you have to have eye protection for that as we tried about, and not sunglasses. You have to have special eclipse glasses, and we'll only get it obscured about halfway here, and that peaks around just before 1:30, depending on where you're at. And the covered area starting just before noon and ending there around 3. But okay, so back to the tornado warning. Here you go. Again, Cedar Key here. This looks a little tighter, but it's still in the water. It would seem at this point in time. It would seem at this point in time as we're looking at things right now here. Again, this green and red here on the Doppler in Levy County this morning. Again, you see Gold Hammock here in this warning as well. You have Otter Creek. You have those areas there eventually further up toward US 19. But right now, we're right there with maybe a water spout coming ashore. That would become a tornado. Further to the south, Citrus County tornado warning there. Crystal River already got hit by a tornado earlier tonight. It would seem. Survey will confirm that, I'm sure. As we look here in Marion County, severe thunderstorm warning. This is a storm that had a tornado with it earlier on that caused all the damage around Crystal River. It was the one we had a tornado warning for Ocala for, but right now, severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. As we continue to watch and continue to track. I know 70 degrees right now is that temperature where we're at. It's warmed up a little. I mean, let's see here. Okay, so we're at 70. That's about the highest it's been all day. At one point, it was only 66. So, and let's see when that pressure was. That must have just dipped down on us here. Yeah, I missed it. It's at one point we got down to 1,003 millibars, which is again that's really low. I mean, the lowest we had here in Adalia, here where we're at, of course, it was way worse toward the west, but. I mean, its overall strength here, it wasn't that much lower. 997, so kind of tricky here, folks. Kind of tricky, these type of setups. So, again, checking some of our different equipment here. Trying to give you guys the very latest to protect you, protect your friends, protect your family. Around Salt Springs there, you can see some weak rotation. We've got to keep watching that. You see here on Cedar Key. Have the tornado warning, so let's go ahead and put up those tornado safety tips here again. So you set another sturdy building, get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a football helmet or a bicycle helmet. Something like that. Have those shoes on in case you have the aftermath of a tornado. You can cut your feet off. Don't want to do that. So again, just continuing to track all of it here. See what we got. Going between everything we have here. If there's any questions or comments, it's been a little while since I checked that. Let me go over there. Make sure that we are getting you guys the very latest here. Bear with me, if you guys will. Gotta take care of something here with our system real quick. Okay, so I'm seeing here something, people see some stuff around Leon, so I might have to check that here in a little bit. But nothing up there right now. The tornado warning, the only tornado warning in that area at this point is Levy County. That's what we're continuing with. Let me go ahead and check some more information. Okay, new flood advisory now for Citrus. Just outside of the area, but all that rain coming down, a lot of rain. That's a big deal with this too, as we talked about. For sure. So I know, hard to rain with those winds outside, maybe toward Leon earlier on, winds of 50 or so. Just gonna see what it looked like around Leon. Or Leon, that was just a few we're estimating, by the way, the 50, but don't really see much around Tallahassee in terms of like rotation or anything like that. I haven't heard anything from the Weather Service, but just continue to track things here. Continuing to watch. Let me go ahead and check here. No, I want to check something else because I generally run some different pages here. So let me make sure I didn't miss any questions for another one of my pages that we have at our disposal here. It wouldn't come across on my source. So since I've been on for so long, I just don't want to miss anything. It wouldn't come across probably on my main source. Just bear with me as we continue live. Don't see anything right off here, but let me go ahead and just go on in. Make sure. Just want to make sure that we're giving you guys everything you need. It's already been a really nasty night here in parts of the Sunshine State, as we've outlined, as we've talked about here. Trying to give you all that minute by minute breakdown. So, no questions on that source. Just to make sure, because generally we don't go this long without taking a break and check this. So, we want to make sure there, because I hate to miss something and really leave you guys hanging there. But again, continuing to watch, continuing to track. Let me get ready to get back in front of the key wall again. Bear with me. Again, 3:44 in the morning. There's all the things you need to do in a tornado situation. And we're on live, by the way. You wouldn't, obviously, unless we went off and came back on. We talked about notifications here for our live coverage, and that's only going to happen when we come on with a new stream. So, obviously, just stay in tune to this one when we're on this stream. But, again, a situation here. Trying to give you guys a light. Sometimes we have a chance to take a break for a while, but this pattern here, we're going to go every half hour here as needed, but we've had to be on the whole time because things have been so inclement, so active, so dangerous, with an active tornado warning still right now in our 62 counties. So just got to continue to watch that here, continue to monitor that for sure. Let me go ahead and jump on over here to our other source. There you go. There's your tornado warning for parts of Levy County right now. Okay, that's not the only one for at least a moment in the state. That's a positive trend, but not very necessarily. This isn't really tight, but it's there here. It's something that we're having to continue to watch, continue to monitor here, and just be, taking action from there as we're looking there, just east of Cedar Key here, folks. Some heavy downpour, maybe embedded circulation somewhere in here. That's pretty rural, if not completely unpopulated here right now, and to be great news. If we had this kind of maybe dwindle out over that'd be even better news. But again, let's just go ahead and keep watching. Yeah, these other areas here were right on the time, so they could reissue some of this stuff here, citrus or something. They don't look as tight as they did, but you never know. This is in Marion. This is a thunderstorm warning up here around Salt Springs. As we continue to watch, continue to track here. This could get extended into Putnam. Right now it's in Marion until 4. Tornado warning for Levy's until 4. And that's why I'm having to stick with you guys right now to give you guys the very latest to protect you, protect your friends, and protect your family. Let us scan a little bit further in now with that spin. We're just east there of, it looks like State Road 24. Okay, there's some green and red. Some green and red here right now, but it's not really hard to find, but it's because we're so high up. You're not going to get the best look at things. Tornado safety tips again. There you go. Okay, so we're just continuing to give you guys the very latest. Seek section to the sturdy building. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Protect yourself from flying over. Put on a bicycle helmet. Something like that. Rotation a little bit tighter now. So let's go ahead and come over here. At least it would seem the wind energy is a little bit stronger. The latest scan's a little bit brighter now off of Tampa. You saw it kind of go up there a little bit. So that's something to be kind of concerned about a little bit as we continue to watch, continue to track here. Let me do something else. This is something because when we're on for hours and hours, we kind of lose sight of the full picture here. So I haven't done this. I don't do it all that often, but I'll make a whole loop here of just everything we've seen. If you're just waking up maybe for an early shift, something like that here this morning, trying to give you guys the very latest on exactly what is happening here. We'll kind of see the overall pattern. You're not going to be able to see everything because in the Gulf, we don't have radar coverage as you get further out in the Gulf of Mexico. There's more to come in this overall setup here. But again, just continuing to track things, continuing to monitor them here. We're just getting that loop together. It's been a nasty, nasty night here, especially for our friends in that Tampa Bay TV market, West Central Florida. I mean, as many tornado warnings as you can count here, pretty much for them. We've had a few in our area. The Marion accent, I'm just looking here, and the Flagler accent, it was just north of there, more in St. John's, the official warning though. Actually, and then we had the Levy accent here. That's what we have currently. So I'm watching the loop here, so just kind of watching it as it goes by. So we had St. John's, Then we had Marion, and now it's Levy. So I know when we're in a year like this, it's a little bit harder to kind of get a grasp on everything than if you're like maybe if you're off camera or if you're not doing coverage, of course, but trying to give you guys a minute by minute updates here. So that loop ready to go now. Let's go ahead and go over there. Gonna give you guys an idea of what's been going on. You see the tornado watch in the background, of course. We've had that for a while now. Got exited here as we were getting into the early overnight per se. And you had all these red boxes just pop up one after another, indicating possible. And in some cases, we had purple boxes indicating confirmed tornadoes on the ground. And we've had even one of those that was red actually ended up being confirmed. That might have been our most destructive one here so far around Crystal River tonight. So our thoughts and prayers for everybody impacted. This is not over by any stretch of the imagination here. So again, just gotta be really careful, gotta be really mindful. Oh my God, a little bit further on this, just to kind of see Pensacola, and just to be, you can kind of see the flow still stuck west of the Big Bend there, west of Apalachicola. So this pattern here, a very, very nasty one here for sure. As you can see all this rain around Tallahassee here, Leon County, Live Oak, Suwannee County. I'm try to zoom in. This may not work well. Okay, it's not going to work well, but okay, we'll zoom in real quick. You can kind of see here the broader nature of things now, and you can see the yellow accent. That's more maybe, especially if we get closer to the state line, not the potential really with that for severe weather. But as you get further down, you have the yellow zone. That's a tornado watch, including the Dahlia hit areas until 9 a.m. So again, just continuing to watch, continuing to track. Let's continue here with the coverage. Let's go back on over here. Still trying to give you the latest. Maybe we'll get lucky. I'm just kind of talking out loud here at this point, but maybe we'll get lucky here. And we'll end up seeing a little bit of a respite here. We'll take a break for a little bit. We'll probably keep the stream going, go every half hour, but there's no guarantee that's going to happen here. At this point, we get this. If it's thunderstorm warning for Marion, not to get extended, that goes till 4, and a tornado warning for Levy until 4. But if we do, maybe we would regroup and come back here at 4:30 if we got lucky between that whole time frame there and didn't have any warnings we need to let you know about. But that honestly might be a little bit wistful thinking here at this point in time. So again, a very active night, a very dangerous setup here as we're looking across the viewing area. I know different things. I know just thinking about it here. And I'm just running around here as we look at it. I mean, this is the most dangerous period here as we're looking to maybe about noon or so. But we'll still have rain threats into Friday for folks in the Bradford High. We're at in Bradford, kind of traveling down to South Florida. So there'll still be threats into Friday with some rain, maybe storms here as well. I haven't had a chance to look. Don't think we had a day 2 SPC outlook issue for areas. That's good. Maybe no risk code 4 officially doesn't mean something strong couldn't be ruled out. But okay, so they just issued an update of that tornado warning in Levy. Okay, so at 3:51 in severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. It's located 14 miles southeast of Fowler's Bluff or 16 miles south of Chiefland, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. So still watching that. Watching our loop here, watching our different gauges here. 70 degrees right now, the temperature pressure is at 1,004 millibars here. And the overall trend, at least, is falling. But again, just continue to watch here. Our broad view here, you see the tornado watch that was issued earlier on. Again, looking at things here. You see the red box that came across. You see the yellow box here at the end of the slope. And that's our current warnings in play. But see all the others come in between. Yellow severe thunderstorm, red tornado warning. Nothing's been confirmed that I know of in our area in terms of any touchdowns yet, but we had a tornado touchdown, it seems, pretty clearly in Crystal River area. In Citrus County, we had issues around Dunedin, it seems. I mean, we've had more issues just looking at things here. In between, it looks like maybe around, we had at least a confirmed tornado warning there around Odessa, Florida, as well with that hook Florida fine on that operator technology. So, again, just continue to watch this overall pattern. We'll keep everything in thoughts and prayers here this morning in this type of setup as we continue along to give you guys the latest weather information. So 3:53 is the time here. Again, we have right now, okay, they're expiring the severe thunderstorm warning for Marion, so we still have just one now. So severe alert in our area, that's a tornado warning here. A flood warning for Marion as well, but that's not. And then it goes up in your weather radio like a flash flood warning would. We haven't had quite that much training yet, and maybe we'll get lucky and we'll get that. We haven't had a flood watch, a flash flood watch this year, to my knowledge here, and that's good at least. But there's still a lot of rain in play, a nasty deluge per se. Our spots have gotten multiple inches of rain here in some cases. I know our system are working hard as we continue to give you the latest. We still get tornado warning for Levy right now. As you see that red box, let's go to the safety tips here. I'm going to step out and check some different numbers. So again, step off the screen, give you guys more details here on what's going on right now. It's all about protecting you, all about protecting your friends, all about protecting your family. Let's see what we're looking at with some of the rain numbers around the viewing circle. Let's take Bradford County Sheriff's Office. Try to get you some of the numbers from that. Okay, so in the last 24 hours, 1.99 inches of rain. Lightning not too close there. 29 miles, but that didn't mean we couldn't have some stronger weather. But right now, haven't had any alerts necessarily other than tornado watch until 9. No warnings for Bradford County is where I'm going with that. So quite a bit of rain, about 2 inches. That's 24 hours according to Bradford County Sheriff's Office weather stem station. So again, continue to give you the updates. Again, tornado safety tips apply for Levy County right now. So we have our one warning here within the 62 counties. That's, I mean, technically the thunderstorm warning goes to 4 because they expired it, didn't cancel it. But overall, that's kind of where we're at with things. Better than earlier, we had a slew of tornado warnings, slew of thunderstorm warnings. But let's come back on over here. Well, let me back it up. We didn't have a slew of severe thunderstorm warnings, but it's a slew of warnings here in general. A lot of times we have a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings. There's been more tornado warnings than anything, though, which is obviously not good. And the overall setup's been more prone to producing rotation, even than it has, actual, severe thunderstorms and a squall on it. So not a pattern you like here. And it can be a very dangerous one, a very wicked one at times. Okay, back to this view we go now. You see temperature, I haven't put this one in a while. You see 60s, lower 60s to the north. I mean, it's not an exact science with this here, but I mean, we're talking about, when you get closer to 60 degrees here in this setup, your severe threat's lower. Mid 60s some, but when you get in the 70s, like where we're at here, you can kind of see it. I mean, you have a little bit of that in Franklin County area there. Don't have as many sensors on there, but you have, like out here in Dixie County, 73 Cross City, 72 there on Keystone, 72, looks like around Gainesville, 73, and Palatka, 73 St. Augustine, even up toward Nassau County. When you have that warmer temperature mix here, a little more concerning, a little more dangerous. Dew point now. See those numbers closer to 70 to the south, 60s here to the north. 60s still are concerning in dew points, but really mid-60s here, a good delineation on that, but upper 60s or 70s definitely cause for concern. So again, continue to watch that. Let's go back on over. Instability-wise, a lot of that instability, a little more to the south. We're not getting much development right now, but it's not over, as we talked about here. Still got to be on guard. Tornado watch to 9 a.m. to that morning commute. Yeah, supercell composite here. You still have a bunch of these out here. See if they're rotating. To some degree they are. It's kind of hard to tell for sure because they're further on the radar. It's something we have to watch here through this sequence. Let's go ahead here. And then there's your satellite. Look at those quarter cloud tops. Even in the west still. It's organized. That's one reason it's not tropical in nature. You guys were wondering about that. And there's your instability again. You guys are looking at that. Your supercell composite, though, a lot more to the north. Significant tornado more to the south, though, as we're talking about. Let's go back to the other view here. Again, you see the red box here for Levy County, tornado warning, including areas there, Gulf, Hammock, Otter Creek. Not really getting a hail with this, but we have some weak rotation. Doesn't look like it's as obvious on here right now, which is some good news. Okay, so that's something that we like to see, but still have to be on guard here. Still have to be on guard. You can see the green and red is still there enough. It's not, at the best view on radar, but I'll just keep looking at it. There's the green and red there west of Gulf Hammock. So look further on up here. You see, we have some advisories out here. That might be a problem pretty soon towards St. Augustine. It looks like it's strengthening, and there probably are more favorable parameters out there. So that could be an issue towards St. Augustine over the next little bit. So just continue to watch that. That could get us a bit thunderstorm and/or a tornado warning here pretty soon. That looks like it's shredded. Yeah, that's strengthening, folks. Yeah, Roy's coming together actually, which is Roy taking advantage when you have just a little bit of energy. It's Roy coming together. I'll probably get some type of warning here very soon. Unfortunately, towards St. Johns County here, folks. This here not as organized yet, but that could change as it gets closer to the instability, the unstable air mass. This is where we just had the advisory issued, by the way. So that's kind of concerning here that it would come together that quickly here. We might have to go to a warning, maybe even a tornado warning here pretty quick here west of St. Augustine. At least as if a thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag, it would seem would probably be in order here soon. That looks a little interesting there. Moving closer to Pearson. It's not as organized, maybe, but on reflectivity, it looked kind of like it was there to some degree. We continue to see some of those rainfall numbers from across the area. You can see here Gulf Hammock, Levy County, see south of Otter Creek. So we have this possible tornado right now, and this warning continues for another few moments. So let's go ahead and keep looking. Again, that looks like that's coming together very quickly. I was hoping we could get a break in. I don't think we're going to be able to unless we get really lucky here, because that looks like it's just really, that is not. Okay, they dropped the tornado warning for now, but let's stick with this because that almost like it could be close to producing it. I know it's not in the perfect segment here, but it's close enough. I mean that's kind of on the edge, and that's moving further east in the last couple minutes too. I mean, that's throwing winds close to 100 in there, so let's just be careful. This west of 95, not the most populated area. It's just across the river too. It's probably got it going. They might be waiting. I don't know if they want to wait or should wait, but they might be waiting here once again to see if this stays together past the St. John. Might have been a water spout that came together real quick, and maybe we'll get lucky and it'll lose strength for a little bit. But again, we need to stick with this for at least a scan or two until we see a new trend with this, and we'll kind of go from there. So again, it's 4 o'clock right now, top of the hour. You guys may be just waking up still. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center. Currently, for the moment, we have the tornado watch, but no active warnings, but that could change quickly. Talking about severe thunderstorm tornado. We have a flood warning, Marion, and flash flood warning. We have marine warnings, but no active warnings that would go off on your weather radio for inland areas or areas there that are not in the marine zones per se. Again, you have this area here that could easily get a warning here. There's no light in, but it might not matter. This is right there on that line between Clay and St. John's. I know our scans are not coming out. Okay, there you go. That's a new scan. That's slightly weaker. No, we'll have to load these because we've been going between other radar. There was a lot weaker stuff earlier on. But it's hit that instability. Look at that. You can see it's still there, and it's slightly weaker than the last scan, but they could definitely go some type of warning here at any moment toward I-95. It's kind of, I keep saying it's rural, but there's some homes out here, development and the like you could have, but they're not so cities, but the advisory they issued here, as I say, you could have warnings, be prepared. Okay, they just issued Sumter, not our area, severe thunderstorm warning in the south. We'll talk about that here in a second. But St. Augustine, Ward Golf Village, as well as St. Augustine Beach, South Ponte Vedra, Volano Beach, St. Augustine South, Pecolara, Guana River State Park, Anastasia, and Bakersfield under this threat. The south, this is actually a severe thunderstorm. We haven't really had any of these maybe tonight without a tornado possible tag, at least for the moment. It might have rotation there though. I could change, but that's in Sumter County right now. We'll see if Melbourne office issues a warning for Lake next little bit, but not one that's as concerning from the Florida standpoint as those others that were tornado warnings and or severe thunderstorm warnings, the tornado possible tags. Those more in our area, but again, continuing to watch things here. This is more organized and more near that instability axis here, it would seem. So that's why we got to be careful giving that heads up here in parts of the area. Let's go ahead and go back on over. There's your rotation. You can see that on rotation tracker and rotation history. So if there's any questions again, Since I might take a break here soon if we get lucky with things, but can't guarantee it. You gotta be really careful. Obviously, if we get a tornado warning for our area, we'll be back on immediately here. Uh, if it's in play, if it's a thunderstorm warning, I might wait a couple moments to get some more details, but because we're already giving a heads up here. But tornado warning for any of our 62 counties will be back on immediately. As we continue to watch it west of 95, we'll have to watch those cameras if this were to intensify. Again, no warning right now, but this is west of St. Augustine. Here where all this is, really northeast of Bostwick here. So feel like right now it's probably more apt to go with a severe thunderstorm warning or tornado possible tag. Those numbers, it may not add up to 60, which would be good. That's 50 right there though. And that's 10, so they might just barely get there, which the wind's a lot that might be not as maybe apt to get into 60 down toward the surface. Because some of these other areas here are so pretty strong and they're probably not. That could be part of the reason they're waiting on this. Some of this stuff down here, moving toward Flagler, looks like it's got to be really monitored as well. Okay, so with all that being said, since we don't have any official warnings for our 62 counties, severe thunderstorm or tornado, the plan is if we don't get anything between now and 4:30, we're back at 4:30. But if we have to jump in, whether it's for something local or something more significant across the state here, in terms of like a tornado warning, something more organized, we'll make sure we do that here immediately. So if it's thunderstorm warning locally, it'll be up and we'll probably pop in unless it's something really, really minor here. Then we might not, but it's almost undoubtedly we'd pop in for a severe thunderstorm warning in our area. Out of our area, not so much, but new flood advisory for Bay County outside of the west zone. Your stuff still to come in from the west here, folks. I mean, this is not the pattern here that just kind of gives up real quick, as we've been talking about here. So look at all that rain already. I mean, some of the models are depicting this. It's 5-6 inches just right near the coast there. Wakulla, right in Wakulla, 2 to 3 inches. Taylor County, about 3 inches there. You can see around Ocala, 3 to 4 inches. Levy County, some of that 3 to 4. Bradford County, over 2 inches here. It's all around 200 Bradford Weatherstem site. You can see northwest of Palm Coast, over 2 inches there as well. So a lot of rain here coming down. Sometimes this can underestimate tropical downpours, but again, site adding up to about 2 inches of Bradford Weatherstem. So again, that's kind of the storyline there. We'll continue to track it and watch the scenario, and we'll make sure we give you the latest here as conditions warrant. Otherwise, if it's not a situation we need to break back in for before 4:30 here this morning, we'll be back then with more information to protect you, your friends, your family. We're in alert mode. Already had a tornado touch down over Crystal River, probably multiple tornadoes in the state. Not necessarily anything confirmed yet in our area, but that's one thing I'm going to do when I'm off the air. But we just got a tornado warning in the south. So we're going to check that. But one thing I need to do when I'm off the air is confirm, and just some of the information that could be true here as we're looking at some of the different scans. But we need to talk about this tornado warning first. Let's see what's going on here. This is Lake County until 4:30 now. It's just outside of the area, but at 4:05, a severe thunderstorm was capable of producing a tornado over Lake Griffin, Eustis, over toward Tavares here, Tavares, as well as Lisbon, even Paisley, Pittman here under this warning. So you have Forest Hills here. Again, just gotta be monitoring that here very carefully. That's now a tornado warning just outside of the 62 counties. We might have folks that are watching us down there. I'll stick with it for a second, but nothing's confirmed right now. So unless we get something here in our 62 counties, I'll wrap it still probably until 4:30. But let's check this here. A little bit of a iconic look on that. Can't really see it from that radar. That's why we have the terminal radar here. Some degree, and you can see some of it there near Silver Lake. We wouldn't get debris on that there, but you can see just northeast of Leesburg here in Florida. We have this rotation here, the green and the red trying to come together just north here, Silver Lake, and maybe moving toward Umatilla over the next little bit. So Umatilla here, and then Paisley. Hopefully this isn't anything down. I hate seeing some of these names because it reminds me of 2000, the names of the cities, not the setup necessarily. I know it's been very active during the night, but reminds me of some of the cities we talked about back with that fateful tornado in 07 in the middle of the night. Not seeing those indications right now with this or anything to that level. Obviously, we'll stay on if that was the case right now. We're probably going to wrap it, but it's kind of the greatest covered on radar Uh, so you gotta be you're kind of in a gap to some degree. So you gotta take shelter with this. Can't mess around there in those areas as we go ahead and look up toward the north here. Let's check our radar again. That's Melbourne's. So I'll look at it too from the broad. Can't see a lot on that up here, which is good to some degree, but I don't know if you see a lot. Let's see, St. Augustine, the latest scan. That may be slightly weaker as it moves toward 95, but the angle could be a little bit tricky too. Sometimes it looks slightly weaker, but again, here we have a potential tornado in central Florida right now. Again, this is near Silver Lake here, folks. Just northeast of Leesburg. Again, you have Umatilla. Probably gonna go here. You see Eustis potentially in the path, but probably go north of Tavares here at this point. So that'd be some good news for you guys. But still takes out under a tornado warning. But this terminal radar does a good job with the rotation. But I'm pretty sure, and you can tell we're not getting debris signatures. We can't get that from there. But you don't want to get a signature. We want to be able to get correlation coefficient. But that type of radar didn't offer that. It's a gap type helper for the Orlando Airport radar to fill in things, but it's best radar here for this area right now. But you can kind of see here the greens and the red coming together here on the terminal radar, the Orlando International Airport radar there. Right now, I get a tornado warning until 4:30 for Lake County. That just tightened up. I know. Again, want to try to catch that break here. We still might do it. But I get nervous when we don't have debris detection very good in here. And these areas that have been very vulnerable here in the past, going back 16 years, 16 and a half years, as we talked about. But you can see here, Silver Lake. You can see some of those reds. You have some of those oranges. Those oranges are negative winds, maybe to 70. We went toward Lisbon here in parts of Central Florida, Lake County this morning. Very highly popular areas here. I mean, Central Florida, you have a lot of growing communities down here, and you have that little hook on the Doppler here. You have that kind of folding back here in the terminal radar. So that's cause for concern as well here. We're looking in Lake County, Florida right now. You have Umatilla, again, potentially in the path. And this is just south of the area, too. I mean, there's Marion County here. This might, I mean, I don't think about it much because of where this is at, quite honestly, because it's going to go back out of our area here if it were to clip it just for a moment. But this could clip, if it goes more northerly, it could just clip southeastern Marion County. Let's see here how this has been trending. You can see it's pretty tight around Leesburg. Other radar wasn't really showing it maybe, but wow, I'm a little surprised I didn't have a warning there earlier from the Melbourne office. Hope there's no damage around Leesburg there, but it's moving up toward Umatilla here. Yeah, it'll be close if Jacksonville issues one or not. I think it's going to be very far southeastern Marion here. Very rural there, but again, still watching things, still tracking things here. Okay, so let's check power outage numbers here. See what that's showing. As I pull up the safety tips. As we need to do in a tornadic situation right now. 630 building, get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Protect yourself from flying by putting on a football helmet or a bicycle helmet. So let's keep checking things. Let's check the power outage numbers. They are a little lower now, which is good in the state of Florida, it would seem. That's a positive trend. I said to keep looking, keep tracking, keep monitoring the situation. Let's see here. So citrus over 3,000, 3,479. If we had the damage, it seems like from that tornado. Some of the counties we had reports of maybe damage there. It wasn't as obvious. We don't have the numbers as high. Maybe that's a good thing. But somebody could have still been hidden there. You have Leon County. That's just the overall pattern down on the power number, but 1,489 customers. And then our Suwannee County, 245 customers. Gilchrist, 97. So again, just continue to watch, continue to track here this type of ongoing weather situations. So let's see what we got here. Again, set a very low pressure, by the way, 1,003 millibars. It's a very low pressure, as we've talked about. I mean, let me look at some things here. So the lowest pressure of the year is 997 in Idalia. So, I mean, that's one of the stronger storm systems, per se, around we've had this year. Of course, today it was a lot more concentrated and worse with a lot lower pressure than 997 further out toward Levy County, Dixie, and Taylor. Don't get me wrong, but in Bradford and the west where we're at was 997. So again, it is relative. Lower pressure the stronger the storm. I mean, you'd have to really know what the millibars mean because, like, the differences, they don't sound like a lot, but they really are. Like 980 would be really significant. 970, that's the range of a hurricane here. In general, I mean, even 980s you can have in some of those lower end hurricanes. So something to kind of keep in mind here for sure. So let's go ahead and check. It's relative to some degree. Let's go ahead and come back on camera though. Come back on camera as we continue to give you guys the very latest here. Again, there's your safety tips. Let's see real quick coverage map. Again, Marion, this warning to the south could just barely clip that. But here's your radar perspective from storm relative velocity. Again, there's a rotation moving up toward Umatilla and Altoona. Our tracker is just barely getting it in the Marion. I mean, it would just barely get toward County Road 42 there, and then kind of clip out of Marion again. That's something to kind of be mindful of then. You see Altoona, Pittman there. As I see, they canceled this thunderstorm warning for Sumter County over the last little bit. But this is in Lake County. This is the only warning we have in the state. Severe tornado. We have a flood warning. Flood warning, not flash flood for St. John's at 7:15. All that rain we've been seeing. But this is the type of alert that would go up on the weather radio here. Wake you up. Go up on your phone here. In most cases, everything's set right. Or everything are set right. Lake County there. Tornado warning until 4:30. And again, we could get an extension from the Jacksonville office into a little sliver of the Jacksonville area with Marion County. So again, it's tricky because this is all you see. What I mean, you see it cut out here. You see it cut out here in this type of setup. This area here, Melbourne can't issue for this. So if they could, it might catch a little bit of this in here, and we have a warning for parts of Marion we have to be on. But because of that, right now they didn't do that there. Jacksonville and Melbourne can't, so they can only issue for the counties they cover. So 336 there on the rain, 3.36 there with the rain towards St. Augustine Beach at 4:12 in the morning here. This morning was that observation. That's how much is falling so far during this event. It's a lot of rain there for an area like St. Augustine Beach, where this is a little more flood prone sometimes. So you gotta remember, turn around, don't drown. That's why they have that flood warning there. And played at 7:15 this morning. Let's jump back up toward the north here and see some of that. Get back on over. So there you go. You see east of Marion, Ocala, inch and a half last hour. Let's go storm total here. That's 12 at least. 3-4 inches in Marion. You see some of these reds. 3 inches St. John's. Even in Bradford, 2-3 inches here during the last 12 hours. I mean, a lot of these maximums here. Georgia, not as much. You see, Albany not getting much. Waycross only about 1/3 of an inch. Brunswick, about 1/3 of an inch. But Jacksonville, closer to an inch again. Bradford, 2 to 3. St. John's, 2 to 3. Perry area, 2 to 3, maybe 3.5. Wakulla, closer to 3. So you kind of get the idea here as you're looking at the color table. They don't have it. We can read that because it's a situation here where that kind of jumps around. It doesn't always show that on our map, but other than that, too, it's a situation. I need to explain it some because it's a little bit different than some other maps that we have. So, again, just continuing to watch here. Got to watch this stuff down in the south because some of this is more favorable air mass. We still have sunrise, or at least dawn to come here, and we still might have a threat for a while. So, 3.18 inches there, heavy rain. St. Augustine shore. Other stations nearby reporting around or just over 3 inches since midnight. Probably St. Augustine short, I think, because they have a little bit different in there. But again, at this point, I kind of hate to leave you because we would take a break. But this is something I said it right in our area here. It's a little weaker, honestly, which is good north of Eustis. But if they were to issue one of these, it would just cover our area for a few moments and then we'd get back out over Melbourne jurisdiction. That looks more broad on there, but in the middle of the night, who knows? I mean, radar's covered in good, but nobody can really see much there. Probably at night, till something already has caused damage. So this is just west of Umatilla there. Oh, we have that spin just north of Eustis at this point. You can see this again moving up there closer to Pittman and Altoona as we're looking at things on the geography. On the geography of things. Just trying to give you guys the very latest with this in Central Florida. I'll get to Jacksonville's radar here real quick and see what we can gather from that. That vantage point, well, that looks tighter there. We're on Crescent City now. Some brighter colors there moving toward Banal. They might issue some type of warning with a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning here pretty soon for this cluster. That's in a more favorable air mass. It's towards St. Augustine. Well, it doesn't look as organized here. But this down here, well, it does. Yeah, it looks more robust for sure. I mean, the one has a little bit of cyclonic look, but that's not where the rotation is. It's more on the back side. I'm just looking more like a severe thunderstorm warning candidate to move the tornado possible tag. At this point here, I know just seeing more rainfall reports come in over 3 inches. That's a correction actually. 1 mile north of St. Augustine Beach there since midnight. 3.36 inches there. I think I just wanted to make sure everybody knew that was since midnight. But again, watching stuff here very carefully. Okay, so around Pittman, Umatilla, watching stuff. And that's a Marion at this point. That looks really a little more nasty though. Right there around turn number 450. Again, this is moving there to closer to some of these areas. This is very far southeast Marion. If we were to get something in here, I mean west Altoona, crossing over turn number 42. It's about as little sliver of a Marion as you'd get if they were to issue a tornado warning for this. Again, let's just keep watching, keep tracking. Still live here, folks. As you can see, Altoona, Pittman. Just keep looking here to all of our different maps, all of our different tools here. 70 degrees right now, pressure 1,003 millibar where we're at in Bradford County. But again, Altoona. Doesn't look as tight there. That's about 5,000 feet, but you can see some of this rotation. Again, that a little west of Altoona, a little more concerning. It's a tricky thing here. But Jacksonville office, it seems, could go either way with this. Okay, we just got a new warning now. It's further up. Severe thunderstorm warning, the tornado possible tag now to 445 for parts of Flagler and Putnam. That's what we were just looking at here a moment ago. So yeah, all that wind in here just a little bit too significant now. We can't let our guard down. We have to have a warning there now. So at 420, a severe thunderstorm is located in Crescent City, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. Central Flagler, eastern Putnam, Palm Coast, but now Crescent City, Andalusia there, and Hispaniola remain alert for a possible tornado. A 60-mile-an-hour winds right now would be the more predominant threat. So, okay, be careful here in this area, folks. Yeah, right now we're seeing less rotation and more straight line. This is west of 95 right now here in Flagler, but you're still seeing some population in there. Some trees could get knocked down in this area right now. Some trees could get knocked down here in toward this area of Flagler County. So again, we're just continuing to track things here, continuing to watch. This is west of 95 here, folks. Take your severe thunderstorm precautions. Again, tornado warning just outside of the area right now. We're going to watch that. And this is pretty nasty looking here, you see. Areas like Palm Coast, but now Crescent City, Andalusia there, Hispaniola, and this to 445, Central Flagler, Eastern Putnam. So a thunderstorm warning, gusts to 60, tornado possible tag there. So remain alert for this nasty weather moving on through. So right now, they did not extend so far, at least, the tornado warning north. What I think we need to do here, they could still do it, and if they do it, we'll come back immediately from Marion. We have this severe thunderstorm warning. If that goes, tornado warning will come back immediately. But let's go here into a break for 7 minutes if we can. If we're able to, we'll have to jump back in sooner. So Let's take that quick break here, gather some more details. Right now, the one tornado warning outside of the area, Lake County, still take shelter. We have a tornado possible tag. So a thunderstorm warning for Flagler and Putnam till 4:45. That area I've been showing you over the last few minutes. So make sure you're inside and away from windows there. Just be remain alert for a possible tornado. And again, if we get a tornado warning in our area, we're back immediately. Otherwise, see you here in about 7 minutes. So keep it tuned to Cloud Weather. We'll keep you guys up to date here on this very, very active overnight period here early on this Thursday morning.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in Weather Center at the bottom of the hour. It's 4:30, getting the latest updates right now here at the Weather Center. And we are seeing Lake and Volusia counties right now. New tornado warning coming out to our south. It's in effect about 5 a.m. And we had a lot of rain around here during the overnight. Just tracking things, giving you guys the very latest here on what's going on. And we're watching some rotation down there. We have a severe thunderstorm in our area for parts of Flagler and Putnam until about 4:45 this morning. So let's go ahead and check both of these. I know we had that area rotation and those areas there where we were concerned just on the edge of the doing circle on Marion, but no official warnings been issued there. Let's go to the Melbourne side on radar for now. Kind of jump between some of the other views. I know rain's picking up around Stark, by the way, where we're at. Getting some heavier rain on the roof and the light. But again, looking around to Ferries, we have a tornado warning now. A new one popping up. We had the one earlier. But I see in a situation here where I had to have an extension. So that's the one that we had. But now it looks like pretty much, I mean, almost as I'm looking at this here, it looks like it was pretty much replaced and extended out. But so at 4:25, so the thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado over Leesburg Airport or Lake Griffin, so it's really a different area of rotation at this point. Moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. And that's probably more visible on the radar to the south. But let's see our storm in Flagler real quick from Melbourne. You can see some heavier downpours there. Cause for concern as we're looking at things right now in Flagler County. So again, looking at that could easily get a tornado warning at any time. Right now it's a thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag being issued until about 4:45 a.m. It's a thunderstorm looking in Andalusia, moving northeast at 3rd Palm Coast, but now in Espanola under this. We're talking about 60-mile-an-hour winds, tornado possible here. Not completely out of the question, but no official tornado warning, but a lot of wind in here west of Interstate 95 right now here in Flagler County. Going back down to the south, let's go to the terminal view. Might give us, as I did earlier on, a better angle on this rotation. You can see some of that there. Just northeast of Leesburg, some more rotation out here, maybe around Pittman, just northwest of Paisley here. So a situation here where maybe multiple areas of rotation. Not another question. They issued it for one in the text of the warning, but there may be multiple areas here of rotation really that we have to contend with. So again, let's go ahead and go back up toward the north here now. I will go ahead and give you guys the latest. I know. Looking at this here again in Flagler County, you can kind of see here what we're dealing with. And that's a severe thunderstorm warning. So again, I'm trying to give you guys everything you need here. You can see again Bunnell, Dinner Island, Palm Coast, Beverly Beach. Under this warning here this morning, as we continue to watch even Corona, which was hit by that tornado, I do believe they're back in late 2019. But the first one we covered here, Roy, it was overnight tornado there. We couldn't see the signature on radar because it was too far away, but it was a tornado that touched down. That did a good bit of damage. It wasn't just something that was minor in some areas. So, again, not that a tornado is minor, but sometimes you get lucky with them, but other times not so much. So, on to the south, we still that tornado warning for Lake and Volusia to see if that becomes an issue for Flagler now. How about Marion? But we'll have to watch for southern Flagler here as well. So let's go ahead and pull up the tornado precautions here. Once again, trying to give you guys the latest on all of that here as we monitor things, as we track things here in the Weather Center. But again, just checking all our different resources at our disposal. What we need to do if into that tornado warning right now toward Lake and Volusia counties. It goes till 5 o'clock this morning as we're looking just south of the viewing area. So Eustis, Tavares, Lisbon, Paisley, Pittman, De Leon Springs, Barberville, Pine Lakes under that tornado warning toward the south. And then we have a thunderstorm warning that covered the map. That includes parts of Flagler County right now until 5 o'clock. That's within our 62 counties that we focus on here. So if you're a thunderstorm warning right now for Flagler County until the top No, check that, till 4:45. The tornado warning goes to the top of the hour. This one only goes for 10 more minutes, though it'll probably get extended to or past the top of the hour here in the form of a new severe thunderstorm warning and or a new tornado warning. Tornado warning being issued for that for the first time, but as it's in that area anyway. So again, continuing to watch, continuing to monitor, continuing to track here. Trying to give you guys the latest here. Let's go ahead and check here what we're down with, what we're doing. My marathon covered to this point, and it's not over. Still got a tornado watch to 9 a.m. here, folks. Had that bug of a tornado watch. It's still to 9, so got to remain alert. Maybe even past that a little bit, but especially at 9 here, getting into that morning commute. That's still several more hours of concern here, folks. Where you gotta stay weather aware. So again, I'm just trying to give you guys the very latest here. Let me go ahead and switch sources. So let's go to DR Earth. So you can see right now we're talking about a situation. We have the tornado watch here in play in the yellow shaded zone. I have a margin risk for flash flooding today across several different areas in the state, as we've been talking about. Could have flash flood warnings, though. It's been more in the form of flood warnings so far. Not quite as rapid a water rise, but some spots getting multiple inches, as we've outlined. 2, 3 inches, 4 inches here in spots. Problematic here. So since midnight, it's a lot to fall in a relatively short period of time. A October deluge, as we termed it there Tuesday night. So again, continuing to watch here. You can see that rain. You can kind of tell almost as you look at this. It's not totally accurate here. Just a broad view, you can kind of see how we have more of a broader, warmer air mass down here. This is kind of, you have the less favorable air mass, especially as you get away from that line there. We have stuff that could fill in between those. We got to stay careful and be careful here. Tornado warning continues for Lake and Volusia counties. It's outside of the area here. So soon back in. They're saying severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado close to Melbourne is near Paisley. Moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. Another storm capable of producing a tornado near Lake Yale. So 2 different areas of possible tornado concern. Some of this could eventually spread into Flagler County. As we've talked about here in the Water 62 counties, actually the rotation trackers are more to the north with our storm, Flagler with rotation, but it's not picking up terminal radar, I don't think, into this. That's part of it too, but the radar view is a little bit obscured. The tornado warning, the thunderstorm warning, a little bit better with that overall view, and you have some broad rotation there, at least west of Palm Coast. So let's go ahead and pop back up our other view. So you have our severe thunderstorm warning here till 4:45. That's for another, looks like 6 minutes. Let's tighten it up for Palm Coast here, folks. That may get a tornado warning. Check questions, comments real quick here, but be prepared for a tornado warning in Palm Coast. That looks like that's strengthening, and that makes sense here to some degree. So again, we're live. We don't have as many viewers as we did earlier, folks. Maybe unfortunately here going to sleep. Hopefully, if you did go to sleep here, which it's okay. I say unfortunately, but the reason I say that is I don't want you guys going to sleep without a way to be waking up here in this type of situation, to be awakened here. You need to have that method. So I just hopefully that number is just an indication that it's passed by some areas for now, but you still have a way to join back into coverage here and join back in the stream of knowledge here that we're trying to provide you guys. The stream of information, really better terminology for that to provide you the viewers. So again, let's just see. You got to be careful on Palm Coast. You could get a tornado warning at any point here on Palm Coast in Flagler County. So again, checking everything. Pressure 1,003 millibar. We're at, it's very low here. It's more what you get in a tropical storm. It's a nasty, nasty setup around the area. Squally weather coming through during the night, and some of it in the more favorable air mass, the warm sector, capable of producing tornadic activity. By the way, if you're wondering what these numbers are, that's a gust of like 21 or so around the Banal flag or beach area over the last little bit. If you guys are wondering, but this right here is very close to needing a tornado warning for Palm Coast here over the next few moments. So this is right there. May have to get a camera up here soon. One of those near I-95, but US 1 Okay, they went with severe thunderstorm warning tornado possible at 5 a.m. for Flagler. Okay, they might have been looking, they might have got a scan here in, possibly a second or two ahead of us. I don't know if they could get the warning out that quick. The new extension here, but it did weaken the rotation just a bit, and it looked more broad, more of a straight line wind event. Again, right when that new warning popped up on our other source, it'll pop up here in just a second. But severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag, winds gusts to 60 possible until 5 a.m. for Flagler County. So, okay, so right there, that's where we have the rotation with that box popping on up on the screen here. So we just gotta be kind of careful. So at 4:40, severe thunderstorm was located near Palm Coast, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. So Palm Coast, remain alert for a possible tornadoes, as the weather service is saying here, can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. Well, I'll say this part, little or no advance warnings. If you spot a tornado, go at once into the basement if you have one. Most people around here don't. Or a small central room in a sturdy structure for your protection. Now just really go ahead and move into an interior room on the lowest floor of your building. Of course, the tornado watch remain in effect until 9 a.m. So Palm Coast here. Palm Coast is where we're watching in Flagler County right now, part of our 62 counties. We have this concern here this morning. We have this concern. We go to the covered map here right now. We go to that covered map to give you guys the very latest on what we're dealing with, on what we're talking about, on what's going on here in the overall scenario. So they expired one severe thunderstorm warning, but they continued the threat here is your new one in that southeastern quadrant of the viewing circle at this point in time. So again, that's kind of what we're down with right now. That's kind of what we're tracking here for you guys. I'm trying to give you guys the very latest here with the messaging I hear from the Weather Center. Again, we're in Bradford County for when we're at, but Flagler County, there, Flagler County, folks, is what we have. A severe thunderstorm warning locally, Lake and Volusia, tornado warning just outside of the 62 counties. Let's go ahead and say here, on your screen, you're not going to see it, but on my screen, 9,363 customers in the dark right now. Citrus County over 3,000. So we had that problem earlier, that tornado that came through down there, as we've talked about. Leon County about over 1,500 customers without electricity. So that's the storyline at this point, according to powerdata.us. We keep checking things here, keep tracking. Make sure you guys are staying up to date here on the very latest. I'm just checking all of our different tools here at our disposal. This nocturnal Florida tornado threat has been terminated here as well over the last little bit. Just trying to give you guys everything you need here. So I'm switching some sources around right now here in the Weather Center, having this on the fly, but want to get some cameras ready in Flagler in case we have some problems there. Could at least get a pretty good or a pretty nasty look at the wind there as this gets right near I-95 there in the Palm Coast area. So cameras right around Palm Coast and I-95 could be the place to go here. Again, this setup is so robust it doesn't matter lack instability. If you just have a little, maybe you could still really take advantage of all those wind parameters here. Excuse me, really dynamic, really problematic here in this overall scenario. Just checking some cameras. It might be kind of hard to see some stuff, but this one's just so wicked weather. At least it may not be the best view. It's the night, so it's in the overnight. Obviously, that's what we're at right now, 4:45 a.m. So it's kind of wicked looking. But I'm gonna go ahead and come back on over, and we're gonna take our traffic, our Florida 511. You can see this is I-95 mile marker 293. Might be overdoing it a little based on just the way it's zoomed in, but again, I know that's the Florida 511 view. It's not something I can zoom in or out or anything, but this is I-95 there, southbound mile marker 293. Nasty inclement weather moving on through the severe thunderstorm warning at 5 a.m. for parts of Flagler County. Definitely nasty. I'm not going to keep this up too long because I know I've had other camera views like this before where maybe kind of overdoing it some. Don't get me wrong here. Though it does look wicked. Does look nasty here. Flood advisory, by the way, for Levy, the other side of the state. I don't see there's anything else here. I mean, I think it's just some gusty winds, but I wish this is during the day to be able to tell, have a lot more perspective on this. It may not be as bad as it looks. I don't want you to get, in that way. I mean, it could be, but uh, I'm not 100% sure at this point. Still nasty weather, though, for sure. Let's come back on camera. Trying to give you guys the latest there. That's mile marker 293. Go to 291. So what we got there. A couple miles further south. It's a lot different looking there. So I mean, it's not the greatest view, but I'm not gonna keep up as long. Maybe you can't see a lot there, honestly. But there you go. I-95. That corridor, some lighting flashes maybe. Hopefully it's just lighting. Nothing else, but don't have a lot of that on the radar, so could be something to that. Hopefully it's not folks losing power. I know I'm just kind of shooting around here with some of the different views. 293, it looks like quite a bit. It was a moment ago gridlock on the road. Now it's just light. You can't see anything there, so. Again, still loading some things. It's just a one-man band here. Okay, 291. Well, some of these views can change quickly here, so. Interesting. So maybe it was as nasty as it looked a moment ago because you don't see the inclement weather here. Some of these areas here, like what we just had. So that's interesting. We continue to watch. Just trying to go between all the different views here. There's something that kind of changed that quickly. So definitely some nasty conditions there, as they've been talking about. You still have this warning here at 05. Still have some spin there near the coast. And again, the threat still continues to 9 with the tornado watch. So don't let your guard down. It's really tight looking there west of Leon Springs. That could be an issue toward Daytona Beach eventually, or even Southern Flagler. We'll watch. Got a significant weather advisory out here. I haven't talked about this in a little bit, but there's some winds a little gusty. But the first time I think we've seen from Tallahassee, maybe extending maybe closer to Liberty County here. Some of these winds could gust in excess of maybe 50 to 55. And these areas, of course, hit by Michael. Of course, we just had that 5-year anniversary of that. This could become a bit thunderstorm warning over Crawfordville for next little bit. That word intensifies. So that's something to kind of watch here. A little bit different in terms of the area with a potential warning concern than what we've been watching. So we will Hitska there. You can see what we're talking about. Moving that way. Again, we have that tornado warning Lake and Volusia. That's till 5 possible tornadoes. One down here, one up here. And then we have our severe thunderstorm warning, the tornado possible tag for Flagler within our 62 counties, where we're always on for any tornado warning storm to move through the 62 counties. Don't have a tornado warning storm in our area right now. It's a thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag is employed for the 11 minutes officially at this point. So watching this, watching that other area right now, they're just highlighting the one possible tornado near Barberville, Lake Volusia, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. Warning down there, but you have up here a bit more rotation maybe now south of Palm Coast. This is closer toward maybe Beverly Beach now. And it could be something that's trying to develop in there in the backside a little. Couple different areas here this morning. I mean, might have to see a bit better tomorrow if not a tornado warning. Further down toward the south here for this area, if it does and starts to intensify here. So again, been on with you for several hours, trying to protect you, your friends, and your family. Not really taking much of a break here, because it's about trying to give you guys the latest to stay safe out there in these inclement conditions. So again, let's see what we got in terms of camera views, maybe further south then, maybe just northwest of Beverly Beach then if we can. Just kind of trying to figure out where we might want to go with this. So maybe mile marker 287 area, somewhere in there. This might be a good shot. It looks a little bit better if we can. It's a clearer shot at least. So some camera different angles and the like. Kind of interesting there. This is, as we look, see that rain there. This is in Flagler County, that vicinity. The Florida 511 live viewpoint right now here at 4:51 a.m. on this Thursday morning. Very long night, an all-nighter here in the Weather Center. So again, just trying to let you guys know what's happening, what's going on. You can see here the slick roads. Gotta watch out. I mean, when you first have the rain, you have the oils, but some areas have gotten more saturated, and that can lead to some flooding in some of the more vulnerable areas there. Those puddles and some of those areas that don't drain as well could have some more issues here. So, gotta be careful there. Gotta be careful in that regard. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and come back on camera now. Just continue to watch the different views here. Let's tighten up. That camera, by the way, right in that area. I don't know if it's the exact direction now. These are tricky, but I can just see it on the other monitors. I get back over here. That'd be a very quick tornado warning if they were to issue. They could, though. It may be necessary here, just north of Beverly Beach. That looks like some spin here coming together. I mean, it's not exactly gate to gate, but it's right in the middle of all this. It'd be rain wrapped. Not exactly the structure we've seen on some of these. No debris right now popping out, which is good. But it's a bit thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag until 5 o'clock this morning. So for another 8 minutes, we have this concern still lingering here across parts of the covered area. Let's get back over to the south here. You see the tornado warning there, and then have some stuff down here. This stuff could be an issue with the tornado watch till 9. Some weak areas of rotation right now, but these weak areas can become stronger and enough to issue a tornado warning fairly quickly if we're not careful. You see an area there south of Bronson. You have some area action there in Gainesville, a little weak rotation. Marion County, some weak rotation. That area here might be about to tie it there in the past there between Bronson and Williston. It would look like at this moment. So that could be a candidate for some type of warning as we look here. Not really quite tight enough yet, but gotta be careful here. This is an odd setup as we talked about. More reminds of El Nino here. You don't get this all the time. A setup this dynamic here. The low pressure, 1,003 millibars where we're at. I mean, some areas in the Gulf, we had pressure at 1,000 millibars. That's what we have with a tropical storm. The strength of things, the power, the intensity here, the raw power. Not a hurricane. That's not what we're talking about. Not officially a named storm. Doesn't meet the designation. There is not, but not a subtropical or tropical storm. But it's the overall power of this. And I mean, we talked about the range still to the word Tallahassee. And this, I mean, the radar doesn't show it well, but this isn't even. It's not going to miss stuff. Like the radars can sometimes have gaps. This isn't going to have a gap necessarily on infrared, so we can tell the story a little bit better on satellite. And look at those cloud tops out toward Tallahassee. Not saying we're going to have severe weather as much out there because there's certain dynamics with instability that can break and the like, but you could have a lot of efficient rainfall producers out there. Those cloud tops have more moisture. That's in the upper level, and that's translating in the lower level. And we have our dew point values and the like as well. That measures the moisture in the lower levels, but a lot of precipitable water in terms of higher values here as well. So again, that's a big time storyline as we continue to watch this overall threat. We continue to give you guys the very latest here with the tornado warning right now for Lake and Volusia for another 6 minutes. Let's go ahead and jump back down here. Again, a tornado warning right now for parts of Lake and Volusia. You have this right here. That's just standing out like a sore thumb now. Again, Flagler, the rotation tracker not going to know exactly the orientation. I think that's what's holding them back. We're seeing a tornado warning here, and it's about to be over. Probably already crossing in the water now, but it wasn't perfectly gate to gate. And my eyes there, you could kind of see that, but rotation tracker's not going to pick up on that. I was still concerned because it's still in spin right now. Maybe slightly weaker and moving out, or it could be a water spout situation now. I see marine warning still popping up way out of the west, Tarpon Springs to Swanee River, though. That kind of is cause for concern still. You can see here, have this green and red. Again, it's about to move over the water. There's marine interest, special marine warning in play. As we have these blue boxes, that's what you're wondering for marine warning. That's what the blue box is here at this point. We don't talk about that color as much, but that's for the marine interest. We have a little bit of something in the water. It's like that almost look like a debris signature there, but that's in the water. I wonder if something developed there right on the northern side. We were focused on the south side, but I wonder if that was it ended up being something, guys. Ooh, that might have been something. We're focused down here too much, maybe. We had a warning. We talked about it some degree, but right there around A1A, it looks like we might have a little something now. I don't know. Maybe it didn't touch down to a guy in the water, but I don't wonder if we had a touchdown there, a quick tornado touchdown there. I mean, and I was looking at the other area more so, but I wish they would have issued a tornado warning just for the fact here. I mean, that we had a rotation to the south, but it might have been something in the north there because that didn't look like that's not in between showers. I think we might have had something at least. It could have just been a water spout, but the timeline's enough where we gotta be kind of careful and hope that nothing touched down there in Flagler County real quick. Okay, we have this tornado warning still to the south, though. I know that the threat warning officially goes to 5, but they're expiring it because the threat is good enough in the water at this point. Let's get back up here. Let's go ahead and go back up there. Okay, new tornado warning from Melbourne now. It's for Volusia until about 5:45. So, okay, so what we're dealing with, by the way, tornado watch canceled for Osceola at this point in this pattern. Let's see something here real quick. Let's just go to water vapor. I'm curious on this here. Still got some moisture down there in the upper levels, but not translated much there at this point. But seeing a situation here, I'm gonna loop this too. They never issued that here. Doesn't look like for Brevard, which is interesting. We had a warning down there earlier, but new tornado warning just outside of the area right now for Volusia County, probably, yeah, and it does include Daytona Beach here. So just outside of the viewing circle now until 5:45 this morning. But we've had that trouble. We probably had, and it would seem, and I haven't had a chance to look at pictures. I've been with you almost the whole time here, but based on debris, based on this indication, maybe a strong tornado moved the Crystal River earlier in Citrus County, and some of the stuff closer to the coast, it seems like instability is a little bit higher, as you would expect. So this stuff has the potential to maybe strengthen as it gets toward Daytona Beach here, just in the grand scheme of things. And we have a tornado warning according to the Melbourne office until 5:45. Yeah, that is really strong there off the terminal. Let's see why they extended that. I couldn't see it as one or the other, but that last scan there is scary. I know it's not in the greatest viewpoint there. But yeah, right over to Leon Springs. We could be having a tornado. That's the only winds there over 100 miles an hour around Leon Springs. If that's reaching the surface, we could be seeing a tornado with winds right now. As we zoom back in toward 100 miles an hour around Leon Springs here. And this is north of the land in central Florida right now. But again, just gotta be really careful here. Just gotta be really careful as we track this. I mean, but well, depending on if we had all these tornado warnings, which we didn't, but if we had a lot of these tornado warnings end up verified after the fact as tornado producers, if we had tornado touchdown, this could end up being turned into a tornado outbreak, a nocturnal Florida tornado outbreak here. Not out of the question. As we continue to track here. So this is again right now no local warning. This is just right, literally butting up against the viewing circle. We know with the internet folks can watch us on here. Look at how that rotates and strengthens in the water there, by the way. Off of Palm Coast, marine concern, obviously. But this area down here, you can't see it off the Jacksonville's radar. And since it's not in our area right now, the worst, I might take a break. That looks like it could be a cause for concern soon in northern Marion. Have to watch that for Putnam maybe over the next little bit. Let's just go ahead and keep looking here. It doesn't look as strong on here, but it's the angle and the distance and the like that kind of weakens the view. Okay, so let's go ahead and keep looking. Again, we'll watch this. It's not really tight yet, but it's going to be something to watch there around Eureka. And then again, this is where we have that tornado warning. The terminal radar set it the worst, the best. And you can see now it's kind of getting out of view of it. That spin there. We had those greens and reds there around the Leon Springs, and make sure there's nothing I can do with this. Yeah, I don't the tilts here. Can't really get any higher with that. Just since the terminal, I wanted to make sure there wasn't something I could do to change things, since we're not used to using that. But gotta watch here. Northern Marion, be careful there. It's west of Eureka. That's interesting. That could be a hail producer, though we're not really seeing that environment for that. I don't wonder that's a little bit of if something's trying to develop here down to the surface around Eureka. It's an odd angle here. Got a little bit of a line, so it may not, but need to be. Yeah, I don't know about that, guys. That might be a debris signature in northeastern Marion. We've had it happen before there. We don't have a warning. I mean, if you're hearing a freight train noise here around Eureka, take shelter. Because, I mean, that really doesn't sound as much, but I'm not sure what would be causing that, because this isn't really a mirror match for hail. We could have something down there around Eureka, because that's in a terrible spot on the radar, to be quite honest. I mean, that could be something there in terms of a tornado. No warning right now in Marion, but around County Road 315, not even an advisory. I mean, that looks like it's on a line, but the problem is that here, this is at an angle too, but that looks a little bit, I mean, you almost just gotta hope that's nothing though. That's almost up too high, but we were hoping it was nothing around Crystal River and thinking it was probably something, and it was. This is not quite as definitive as that at this point, but again, we got to keep watching, keep tracking. So, okay, so what we're going to do right now, let me step out of the key wall if we can. First off, let's show you this tornado warning. See this tornado warning here? If we can, you see it toward the south, Daytona Beach. Put up the safety tips here. Again, just continue to track things, continuing to watch. And then I'm going to go ahead here. I'm going to switch back over to the Doppler now that I'm out of the key wall here. If we can. Running things here, technically. They did issue an advisory for Marion and Putnam now, for landspout potential at least. As we continue to watch, continue to track. There's a tornado warning in the east and just areas outside of the viewing area. Of course, just stuff in the area that we're watching now. Again, giving you guys the latest here. See if there's any questions, comments. Bear with me. Trying to give you guys the latest. Thanks so much for tuning in. I don't see anything in terms of anything new there. Let me just go ahead and see if we have anything. Let's see if we have anything. I'm going to go ahead and see if there's any source information here that's of interest. I'm just checking off our different resources here. If you're wondering, it's a one-man band, so we're on for a while like this. I see we do have multiple trees reported down around the western part of Palm Coast around 450. And that one traffic cam, we weren't sure if it was just the angle or what. It may have been a situation, where it ended up actually being something where we really had wicked winds there around I-95. So, based on multiple trees being knocked down, hopefully it's just wind damage too. So it could have been a tornado in there. We saw some odd areas on a debris track when we're looking further out. That's what happened around Crystal River. We don't take any chances. So again, just continuing to watch, continuing to track here. I'm just trying to see. I don't see anything really new right now. There's so much information streaming in. It's easily a situation where we can miss something. Again, let me just go ahead and keep checking things here. I'm going to go ahead and pop up those precautions again, if we can. There you go. That's for areas south of us. We'll wait for a warning, but the watch still goes to 9 a.m. for areas there like Stark, Gainesville, and the like. Again, still tracking the scenario here. Still trying to give you guys the very latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family. Let me go ahead and see here what we have in terms of what's going on. Let me go ahead and kind of reset. So we'll go ahead and put me back in front of the key wall now. And we'll go ahead and switch away from the safety tips. So again, watching these areas out to the west here, Dunellen and the like. Nothing right now in our area that's tornado warned. That needs to be watched around Dunellen now. Be careful. There's so many different areas. It's not a simple situation. As we're on the Tampa radar right now, by the way, if you're wondering why things don't look quite as organized as they actually are. Let's go to Jacksonville's radar. All this action right now is splitting stark some, but north, the heavy rain, less severe threat. Gusty winds here and there, but to the south, you have that more favorable air mass for severe. And speaking of severe, we just had a warning now issued in the covered area, severe thunderstorm warning until 5:30 for parts of Alachua and Marion counties. So again, a severe thunderstorm warning now for parts of Alachua and Marion until 5:30 a.m. No tornado possible tag at this point, but let's just kind of see you guys where Alachua and Marion are. South of Bradford, if you guys are unfamiliar there. So again, I'm just trying to let you guys know what's going on in terms of this mapping here. And this does include Gainesville now until 5:30. So the bottom of the hour, it's a severe thunderstorm warning here in play. You can see, gotta be careful around Gainesville here. So 5:06, a severe thunderstorm was located near Archer, or 9 miles north of Williston, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. Gainesville, Archer, University of Florida, Cross Creek, Gainesville Airport, Noonan's Lake, Rochelle, Micanopy, and Localoosa. Again, this is not a situation where you're just like one squall line coming through. There's multiple waves of disruptive weather here this morning that we're watching, that we're tracking. Let's go ahead and jump back on over here right now to the broad view. We just got a mesoscale discussing. If we will show you this here, I'll add the MCD, and it's going to talk about where we have the greatest area for concern here. So it's that area encircled in the red. So they're telling us here, as we still have that tornado warning to the south, a tornado threat is expected to continue this morning across part of north central Florida, and that here in the Florida Peninsula before 9 a.m. expiration time. A new watch will likely be issued for a continued tornado threat later this morning. So maybe more to the south there and encompassing less of our counties at that point. If the red area is where they go with this, but can't guarantee that. That's just an idea of where maybe the greatest threat would be at this point, but that could change. Still have some wind potential maybe moving there. The warble color lighters we've talked about. Here we see some of that on the Doppler as I go even further out. But again, looking here, very moist air mass where surface dew points are generally upper 70s and lower 80s. That's just not good. I mean, 60 plus can be an issue in certain scenarios. And we have the wind energy. This is contributing to moderate instability over much of the Florida Peninsula, especially down there in that red circle area. In addition, a 40 to 50 knot low-level jet is analyzed by the RAF over the northeastern Gulf of Mexico, extending the north central Florida Peninsula. This is contributing to strong low-level shear evident on the Tampa Bay viewpoint of things here. Their radar VWP, and which has, it looks like 0 to 3 kilometers terminal velocity really there. I mean, you're talking about over 400 in the units we measure that in. And you have the strong low-level shear, which will continue to be favorable for tornadoes associated with a stronger rotating cell. Is why I keep reading this verbatim here. I just want to kind of give you the meteorology behind things for folks interested in that. The tornado threat may become more isolated over the next hour. The strongest cells move off the east coast, and increasing the tornado threat will again be possible near and after daybreak here as the center of the jet approaches the western coast of the Florida Peninsula. So that's cause for concern here, obviously. Cause for problems as we're looking at things, as we look more toward that red circled area. So that's something we still got to be mindful of here this morning. Again, let's see, I'll make some notes real quick here. But we want to go later on in the coverage. But again, The yellow box within our area, severe thunderstorm warning for the Gainesville area right now till 5:30. The red box is a tornado warning. Just outside of the area for Volusia County, Daytona Beach till 5:45. Let's get back into Volusia County here for a moment. At 5:09, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 7 miles northeast of the Leon Springs. Another severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Lake Woodruff. Both were moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. So again, really nasty situation there. As we're looking at things, a couple possible tornadoes, a couple possible spins that could get to the surface as twisters there. And then as we look toward the west, we have some areas of rotation. We continue to watch, track. You can have different contaminations that make things a little bit tricky. We see debris sometimes, and being so far on the radar, you just never know. I mean, I don't mean to overhype anything. In some areas, of course, we had the damage to the west and south toward areas there. And let me get back over here. Again, we're talking about Crystal River, but we have these areas here of spin that are still cause for concern. This may get a tornado warning pretty soon in Marion if we're not careful. North of Eureka, no. Sometimes things can still happen at a localized level that we're seeing the threat may decrease the next little bit, but it doesn't mean it will in certain parts of the viewing circle. So gotta be careful. You gotta be kind of mindful around north of Eureka. And let's go ahead and zoom back out now. West of I-75. Again, we have some wind enhancement, nothing overwhelming here around Gainesville and that other mode, but I think that's why they issued that base velocity is really sounding a lot stronger on this mode. It's really picking up on it. Wonder how strong those winds really got there on Williston. Nothing on that from the Tampa office, but those winds here, so winds maybe 70, 80. Warnings for 60 because you're just not really sure because we already have strong winds around, but getting a little bit more lightning too, so seems like a warning that definitely needed to be issued here. Again, Gainesville, Archer, University of Florida, Cross Creek here. I've been talking for a while, but thanks so much for tuning in. Trust in me. Gainesville Airport, Noonan's Lake, Rochelle, Micanopy, and Loch Lusa. So again, we're watching that wind there. We're watching that wind. As you can see there, I-75 and Alachua County here. You can see that impact here, folks. Again, this is some strong wind potential moving that way. So gotta be really careful. You can see that rotation behind me. It shows up pretty well in here. That could be an issue eventually here north of Eureka. Could get some type of tornado warning as we go between the tilts on this. We'll have to watch it. This is Southern Flagler worth watching, but a tornado warning in our area is more for Volusia here at this point in time. It is for Volusia, nothing in our area in terms of tornado warning. The only warning here in our area right now that will go up into the radio for land areas. Severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Alachua and a little bit of Marion until 5:30 this morning. So again, 506, severe thunderstorm located near Archer over that point. A little bit further up now, 9 miles north of Williston, going northeast about 30 miles an hour. Gainesville, Archer, again, we keep saying these areas. University of Florida, we have Cross Creek, we have Gainesville Airport, we have Noonan's Lake, Rochelle, Micanopy, and Loch Lusa. Okay, so again, look away from that. We're getting some breaking news now. This is what I was afraid of around Flagler County. We're being told now that there may have been a tornado that came through there, 2 miles west of Palm Coast. Emergency management reporting power lines down and a vehicle that was rolled over a possible tornado coming through that area. So, yeah, that's what we kind of thought. We saw that debris signature in the coastal waters. And I'm kind of curious which area. Is this the one? Okay, that's a different one, but I want to see if this is the OSR here for it's 450. Okay, so it's a little later than maybe it should be, but it was 2 miles west of Palm Coast. But I bet it was this area up here. At first we were looking down here, but then we had the one in the north. I'll be curious because of both of them. But that other one, look, I'm starting to pick up debris at the end there. I'm really concerned. I was wishing they would issue it for one. Tornado warning ended up not issuing it for either. It might have been the other one that produced a tornado in that same area. So I'm not sure on that though. But they are saying 2 miles west of Palm Coast, 450 emergency management reporting. Power line down in a vehicle that was rolled over from a possible tornado. Let's see if this says up here on other product. Yeah, okay, the reports. Let's go ahead and go on over here. Let's go ahead and go on over here. This is going to be kind of tricky, but yes, the sear rate was showing. When you can see, we had the 2 areas, so it was warned for a severe thunderstorm, but that's not going to go off on a lot of people's phones. Excuse me here. Excuse me, I apologize. It's been kind of wild, but again, not going to go off on a lot of people's phones here. A severe thunderstorm warning here in these type of situations. This is the area I was looking at too for rotation, but it looks like this area of the tornado possible tag. That's where we might have had a tornado touchdown and caused a good bit of damage. It might have been close to that camera where everything looked like it was flying around. I mean, just try not to overhype that there, but because I've seen situations where things are zoomed in before. If it was in daytime like that, well, obviously my tone would have been a lot higher, but I know I've had cameras around here we've used in the past that look like it's just terrible. It's really not, because it's the distortion, but the way it cleared up so quick makes me think might have had something there in that camera earlier on. May have been a little south, but this area is starting to take off down here. But this area eventually had, and looking at the debris signature after it got out over the water, it became visible, so it probably picked up something over land. And again, we're being told emergency management is reporting power lines down in a vehicle that was rolled over. That's not good, obviously. Hearing a vehicle roll over, that means if it was on the road, somebody's driving that there, and we hope they're okay. So, again, just to continue to watch things with the tornado watch till 9. But as you heard, at least they wore the red area, circled area. They could extend that here, maybe into the early afternoon even. So, again, that'll be something that's a cause for concern here in this overall setup, in this overall air mass, and this overall environment. So, again, we have to be really cognizant, really cautious here. So let's go ahead and just continue to watch, continue to track here. Let's go back. Let's go ahead and look here. I-75. Honestly, I might want to go to camera on that, or I'll make it north of Micanopy. Let me see if I can effort anything off of that. Bear with me. We've had so many tornado warnings tonight. Some folks might be just waking up here. We've had a lot going on. We had a tornado there just outside the area in Crystal River that had a really definitive debris signature. There was a tornado warning for that. It wasn't confirmed in the here and now, but blatantly obvious that we had probably, and depending on the damage, we'll know for sure, but it seemed like based on debris, the lofted level of that might have been a significant tornado there. Around Crystal River, you have 2 type of situations in the night when people weren't awake, so when people were asleep. So, okay, so let's go ahead and keep looking here. Let's go ahead and go back further west on some other maps behind the scenes if you're wondering. I want to go to Williston, or no, excuse me, not Williston. Micanopy here. I want to go to camera on Micanopy. Sorry, it's getting late, getting early here, depending on how you want to look at things. So that's just north of Micanopy. So let's go to camera. See the Paynes Prairie Preserve State Park there. So let's see if we can find something that gives me a view on this. We'll check a couple different views. If first doesn't really come out, okay, that's not the greatest. Let's go to this one. See what angle this is taken. I think I'm hearing rumbles where we're at. Maybe thunder. Hopefully that's all that is. It could be something else, but let me go ahead and zoom out real quick then. Yeah, but that's thunder. Over a distance here. At this point, there's not much convection otherwise. Around Bradford here, and around this dark area. At this point. Okay, traffic camera, I-75 mile marker 374.5. Your Florida 511 viewpoint here. Again, you gotta be mindful here. You don't really want to be on the road. Severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible. Tag here in play for another 10 minutes or so. So that's what we're down with right now to Meteorological County. See quite a few folks on the road at this point in time. I mean, some of the roads across the state having problems, obstructions, maybe even with severe weather, with tornadic activity coming on through at this point. I mean, doing this off the top of my head, and if you're just waking up with me, and this is really unofficial, but at this point it sounds like we've probably had 4 different areas at least with tornado damage, and I might not be really getting everything because I've been almost in front of the wall the whole time the last 4 hours. So we had tornado damage, it seems, around Crystal River in Citrus County. toward Pinellas County or down Eden, we had a tornado maybe down there. We had a situation, of course, in Flagler County in our area. But even in between, though, I mean, we had that situation there that, I mean, as you're looking between, like, in a way, not exactly, but in a way, between Citrus and Pinellas, you had an issue around Pasco County there, around different weather services confirming it in the here and now, around Odessa, Florida. So, again, we'll continue to gather more details. I haven't had a chance to check all the different sources. I'm just kind of reading what the Weather Service sending out with the LSR and the like. So I'm going to kind of go that way. But again, live view, not seeing a whole bunch here. Seeing a little bit of me, a little bit of a tree movement, not really seeing too much. So let's go ahead and come back on camera. We'll keep tracking those different views here the best we can. We just got an update on the severe thunderstorm warning around Gainesville with the tornado possible tag. Already had, it looks like. The others, I believe, were all warned out there. The Tampa jurisdiction there, the Pasco, the Pinellas, and the Citrus. But it doesn't look like the Flagler would have been tornado warned. It was a severe thunderstorm warning with tornado possible tag. So that's the Jacksonville office there. So again, let's just go ahead and keep looking at things, keep tracking things here in the Weather Center. Again, looking here, north of Micanopy, west of Rochelle, the greens and the reds. Not really defined right now, so that's good. I know flood advisory is easy for Flagler and St. John's until 8:30 a.m. And we'll just keep looking at things. Southwest Satsuma a little bit. Honestly, these both are a little less impressive than they were on this mode, but let's check Vase because that's still really nasty looking on this. On the one direction winds coming to Rochelle, Campbell, Orange Heights next little bit. So again, just looking at things, just tracking things here. Looking north of Salt Springs, southwest of Satsuma there. You're seeing greens and reds. And now as we keep looking at things north of Ormond Beach, see some greens and reds again. Continue to watch things, continue to track things. I know everybody in the Weather Enterprise doing the best they can in these adverse weather conditions around, trying to keep everybody safe and informed. Tricky situation with things at night, really coming together. Tornado watch, of course, in play. So 9 a.m. meaning tornadoes are possible and favorable based on the overall setup in and close to the watch area. So again, let's go ahead and keep looking at things here as we've been with you just hour after hour here, like a tropical setup almost. We've had to treat this. I mean, the pressure, justifies that 1,003 millibars. I mean, that tells a story, folks. I mean, that is a tropical storm type of pressure strength of a system. What we're getting in here, in some ways, there's a lot of differences. It's not tropical, not subtropical, not named, but the overall strength of low pressure is what we'd have in a tropical storm. So that's pretty significant for us. It doesn't have the structure for it. That's why it's not. Now, in meteorology, here, we don't have the meteorology that's backing this up to be tropical, but there's some characteristics that are adverse and dangerous. Here, this time of year, we're trying to switch into a pattern here that's a little bit more that pattern that you see in toward fall months. That's where we're at here. So, I mean, as we're looking in early October, sometimes we don't get it as early. I know we got Michael. That was a big story. That was tropical setup, 2018. So had stuff in the Pacific here, and this pattern, we've had all this moisture coming in. Got a hurricane in the Pacific here just recently, but going back 2014, we had cooler weather come in after an adverse scenario. We had a bunch of warnings, tornado warnings toward Tallahassee, where even a tree fell. And that, let me see if I have that ready to go here. Another source. I haven't poured this up in a while. Here's this for the source. Let me just see here. I may not have it, but let me go ahead and scroll through here real quick and see. Okay, here we go. Yeah, weather history. Had this on the other night. I mean, changeable weather sometimes. You can have it. Like we had when I was back at FSU there. Almost 9 years ago, we had this fall. This is a street here. It's hard to tell sometimes the perspective on this. But now this is the street there by the old bookstore. I know the bookstore is now on the other side, but this is near the bookstore there at that point in Woodward Garage. We had a tree this fall across the road. So we had the tornado warning earlier on, but this is because probably saturated grounds here and then just wind and stuff and the overall pattern because it fell after the worst of the event per se. So again, that was 9 years ago almost. That says it's saying the weather pattern, the time of year is where I'm highlighting that. So This is interesting on reflectivity, not in a good way, even though it didn't look as well defined on SRV, or storm relative velocity. At one point, it does look a little bit better now around Rochelle there, and you have some brighter blues, winds of 80 on here. It's probably overdoing it. Warnings for 60, and I agree with that. We gotta be careful here. Obviously, if rotation would be different. Winds would be stronger than that, but again, just looking here, weak rotation here between the road that connects Hawthorne and Interlochen, that's State Road 20. You have Rochelle to the west from rotation, Satsuma. Okay, so new advisory, Citrus and Levy winds of 50. Oh, that's this area here. We had that little area. That's tightened up some. That's Jacksonville's radar. Let's check Tampa's because they're probably closer. Let's check Tampa's radar on here. Yes, it's really is kind of early to find. You gotta still watch stuff coming in off the Gulf. This pattern here just doesn't want to give up on us here. It's very nasty, very dangerous, very active pattern hour after hour. You have Gainesville there on Rochelle though. Okay, we're still watching that. We're still watching stuff across the 62 counties. So let's go ahead and go to the broad view now. So you see the rain. Georgia, let's see the temperatures real quick. If we can, let's go to that. And that, you can see 60s here in the state of Georgia as we got a new advisory for Bradford, a lot to a Putnam and Clayton 6. We'll break that in a moment. But right here, right now, we're dealing with a situation. This is more of a rainy pattern and not really the warm sector. But down here, you have more of that concern when we're in more issues. Potentially, we have the gust 2 west here in the area. This is over there. It's all been so different here to some degree, but I guess 43 miles an hour at 12:30 early this morning, ballpoint weather flow station. So, okay, they're going to expire that severe thunderstorm warning right now. They're saying in a lot, so maybe it's not getting surface based. That could be part of the issue with some of this. As it gets further north, it's going to have an issue getting surface based. We don't have any joules per kilogram on surface based, but we have some other energy factors that could still, in this setup, get it down there. But if we're not getting the observations of the damage, that's good. Like we saw in some other areas here, like Flagler and the like, because, I mean, if you're not getting that, it's good news. Let's show you some of this here, closer to that around Flagler and Palm Coast. So right now, as we get to 5:30, we're just gonna have the one warning, and that's down just outside of the area. Tornado warning for Volusia County, gust of 43, by the way, 1:35 a.m. in this overall setup, in this overall environment. So the advisory here, just popping on all these different areas of wind. Right now, I'm mounting to a wind gust maybe upward of about 40 miles an hour. Land spout's possible in here too. Interlochen, Keystone Heights, Melrose, Hawthorne, Georgia, Lake Geneva, Florhome, Rochelle, Melrose, Landon, and Orange Heights. This area here looks a little more defined. We're towards Satsuma now. A little bit of rotation there. We'll watch that. We're watching these areas out here. Okay, so let's go ahead and go down here to Volusia County. This is outside of the area. We'll have to watch Southern Flagler, but right now it looks more, we don't have a great view, I don't think, on terminal radar, and it looks more early to find, but we've had stuff kind of do that, and then it'd be a problem here. So you can't lay your guard down. Yeah, we're out of the view on that, it looks like. So he's going to take Cedar on Daytona Beach, and with this red box in play officially for another 16 minutes here. Another 16 minutes, a tornado warning on Daytona Beach, north of the land here, and toward parts of the viewing circle here this morning. We're just continuing to give you the latest. You hear our computer, it's been working very hard. I've been working very hard here, trying to give you guys the very latest to protect you, your friends, and your family. Now, wind gusts like Jackson, Leon County, 1:37 a.m., Augusta 44. We're just starting to get these in a little bit delayed here. They weren't severe, so they weren't relevant for warnings, but it's the overall pattern here. We talked about, we thought we might have gust tropical force there on Tallahassee, knocking out a little bit of power. We're getting reports of, and we did have this type of gust there as we're looking at things. So you heard our computer. We're going to take a quick break since we don't have any local warnings at the moment. It could change quickly because stuff could be more surface based, and we saw what happened in Flag. It looks like a tornado may have touched down with a severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible tag, tornado watch employee, not an official tornado warning. No. We'll have to keep looking for more evidence on and detail on that. We're back at 6 a.m. unless we need a break back in soon. We're going to take our longest break we've taken here. If things work out, we've said that before, and things haven't worked out. We've only had one break, I think, since I've been on. I've been on for hour after hour since a little after 1 o'clock this morning. We've had just an onslaught of tornado warnings here. Just incredible with the numbers. I mean, just a Tampa office as busy as you can ever get there. Tampa TV market. And we still have Orlando TV market right now. So again, just a nasty situation here. The tornado warning been loose in 962 counties, so we're not sticking with it. And we have the tornado watch though for some more counties, as you've seen. I see Augusta in Georgia earlier, 41 at 2:55 a.m., but coming in delayed. But we have more to come potentially, so we got to kind of take a break here. So we don't have anything confirmed. It doesn't look as impressive as Volusia. Still takes center down there. Daytona Beach, but no warnings right now for our official area. If we have more concerns, something on the ground, tornado-wise, or something that has a warning area that comes about here before 6 a.m. or we need to break back in, something really imminent, we'll do so. See something really concerning, we'll break back in. But otherwise, we'll see you at 6 a.m. Stay safe out there as you're getting ready for work or school here, and play it safe out there. Be really careful. Keep everyone's thoughts and prayers have been hit so far by this accident, but it's not over. If you're in that tornado watch here, the threat continues officially on 9 a.m. And some areas in that red circled area down here, if you can look at this here, we think that threat could continue here all the way in toward maybe the early afternoon. Maybe even a little bit later for the south. In our area, maybe at about noon, 1 o'clock. So in the southern counties, we'll see. I haven't had a chance to look at the latest modeling lately, but that's what we were seeing earlier on. So in the southern counties, it could linger. That potential, at least. Hopefully, it doesn't actually come to the surface. But if the sun comes up here on us, I mean, if it comes up, when it comes up on us here, I mean, the sky lighting up. Of course, it's going to be cloudy, but point being, the point is we'll have instability kind of go up on us some. That could kind of add insult to injury. And the way we're lucky this came through when it did, though, I guess there's always a chance more stuff would have developed and suppressed the other acts. And so it's a give and take. It might have caused some of the stuff to not be as discreet, but it would have been a situation where we would have had more potential, but that could still come into play here through the morning. Still got several more hours. We could still have a damaging, strong tornado still emerge in our area. We haven't already had that in Flagler, and we could have the potential kind of lingering around here as we look ahead over some of the hours to come. We got rip current risk still around, flood advisories for the coastal risk toward the Gulf Coast. So, gotta stay weather aware is the name of the game. I have multiple ways to get alerts. I'll be back here more at 6 on Facebook, on Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. But if we have something more imminent to break in for, we'll do so. So keep it tuned here, folks. And we're going to keep you guys up to date on this very, very busy Thursday morning here across not just North Florida, but across the Florida Peninsula, Roy, in many spots.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Back with you right now. Unfortunately, having to come on here with a new tornado warning for parts of our 62 counties. Now, Citrus is in this, but also a sliver of Levy County, which is in our zone. Just getting this in. Let's go ahead and switch on over. We'll go ahead and switch on over for the latest. We're just trying to give you everything you need. Here we have a circulation coming in off the water now. You see southwest of Inglis here by a little ways. We just got to get folks in the shelter here southwest of Inglis right now. You can kind of see it there by me. And we have this area of spin here in the Gulf that could produce yet another tornado across parts of the state of Florida this morning, the Florida Peninsula. So again, let's go ahead and see what we're talking about. You have that green and red here. A lot of it's more into citrus, but we can't take any chances with southern Levy County because eventually it could, even if it doesn't make it there when it hits land, it might be what about a tornado in citrus. It could end up crossing over in the land areas in the Levy, and then maybe eventually it could require Jacksonville, in theory, to issue a tornado warning here as well. So for Marion, so we got a lot going on with this. So gotta stay with you now. New tornado warning here, folks. Checking different numbers coming in. Gust of wind even out of the west still. Out toward like the Tyndall Air Force Base, gust of 45. It's such an active pattern. Right now we have a new local warning. Again, a tornado warning. You have a little bit of Levy in here as we look to the north of Inglis and around Inglis, but then it's outside of the areas where this is generally headed, but it's within our zone. You see that sliver up here? That's all of our covered area here too with Levy. Got to take shelter. Let's go ahead and pull up our covered map. Let's go ahead and do that here right now. If we can, we'll pop that up full here. Again, you can see Levy County there is it's the south of Dixie County. We're south of, with this rotation, it's Cedar Key though. We're again right there on getting more in toward Citrus, which is outside of our zone, but Levy, we have this and it could, that circulation could enter into our 62 counties here. So again, we have a possible tornado here that could move into toward Levy County. It's been maybe, I mean, I don't recall right up top to have multiple tornado warnings at different times for different areas of rotation issued for Levy County than our area. Then they don't get tornado warnings that often down there. The coverage of radar isn't good enough. We just had so much accident, so much robust concern. The Tampa office is as busy as you ever get here in the state of Florida in terms of issuing tornado warnings here during the night in October. I mean, if this is a sign of things to come during this El Nino fall winter period, it's not going to be a good one, but doesn't mean it will be. You know, it's not like that necessarily in meteorology, but it could just be we're getting unlucky with this pattern right now. But this is a sign of things to come. We're going to be, with as many tornado warnings we've had here down that way tonight, it's going to be a heck of a next several months here, not in a good way. It's been one of the more, I mean, this may end up, based on the number of tornado reports, but by the time we get done with this, it's starting to look more and more likely this could get turned to the tornado outbreak here in the state of Florida. Nighttime nocturnal tornado outbreak in the Sunshine State in October. Again, as I'm looking, pressure's 2,003 millibars. Let's go ahead and come back here on camera right now. We're continuing to give you guys the very latest here. Continuing to give you guys the very latest. You get a tornado warning here, southwest, and it's just kind of soar here, maybe south of Yankeetown by a little ways here to spin on the Doppler technology. You can see that right there, moving in towards Citrus. This is your delineation between Citrus and Levy up here, folks. Of course, all these areas got some storm surge concern from Idalia, so that's not good either. And then saw the injury here in this type of setup this morning, but we have our coastal flood advisory, so a little bit of that water coming off, not enough to be just overly problematic, but still, the overall setup's had some of that. We've been seeing that from the Tallahassee office here, the updates on that. But again, you can see here the green and red as we're watching things southwest of Yankeetown, as we've been with you hour after hour, and this, again, might be eventually for at least the peninsula, maybe not our area, but eventually for the peninsula, because of all the reports we've had so far, maybe end up being in terms of the tornado outbreak here. So again, let's just go ahead and keep watching. This latest scan putting a little bit further to the north now, so again, maybe more of an issue than if it's probably still south, but So you gotta be taking shelter, gotta be safer on Yankeetown and Inglis here. Hope you didn't want to warn me this year to be safe, but we're in a bad enough radar area here at 8,000 feet. It's probably not worth taking any chances here if you're in this area because of all the history we had with these storms tonight. Go ahead and make sure you're taking necessary precautions around Yankeetown and Inglis here within our 62 county area, Levy County right now. So again, let's go ahead and zoom back out here again. That's a tornado warning. A threat could ultimately get into Marion County. And as we get back on over toward Volusia County, let's get back on over here right now. You see, this is something that they're watching on Ormond Beach, and the light tornado warning is that side of the covered area. There's some areas of spin here off the Jacksonville radar. We're going to keep watching. Some of these look a little weaker than they did, so some strong winds though aloft. Right now, the only warning in our covered area is a tornado warning for parts of Levy. 2 tornado warnings in the state. Those are the only 2 weather radio initiation type warnings that we'd have in the land areas. But we just have to continue to track things, continue to watch. As let's go ahead and pull up those tornado safety tips again here for those that might just be joining us. Doing with us, we've done this just a number of times here. I mean, I'm gonna go ahead and check here. This might be kind of hard to do, but there's the tornado safety tips. Seek center inside that sturdy building. In there, get as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet. So I'm just going to see how many tornado warnings we've had so far tonight. This might be really hard because there's so many. Here, let's just go since midnight. I'm trying to count these out versus going to the system that it would take a little bit to calculate it on another source. But so I'm just going to go through all, most of them in Tampa, Ruskin, but there's been a few Jacksonville and the like, Melbourne. So we have 1 there, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, I think it's 18, unofficial count here. Since midnight, 18 tornado warnings in the state of Florida. That's bad. I mean, not all of them touched down, but some of them have. Crystal River, it seems, Flagler County possibly, around Dunedin possibly, around Odessa, Florida as well, possibly. So again, we're still trying to get the latest in here. So a lot of that's been out of our Flagler County, not so much, and good to have more tornadic activity within our zones here as we're looking at things. It's very robust, very, very nasty setup here, impacting parts of the area. So let's go ahead and come back. There you go. In the Doppler, that spin. It's kind of hard to see exactly what's going on. I see Melbourne's expiring the Volusia warning, so this is the only one in the state right now, tornado warning wise. It's toward Yankeetown and Inglis here. The worst maybe is south, somewhere in here. It's really kind of hard to tell, but most stuff's kind of low top, and if you're looking higher up, it's going to be really hard to see what's going on here. You're going to have problems, and you have to almost, I'm the debris go up so high. I'm going to step up here, I think, because I want to check. We haven't had a chance because we've been on an hour out there, but at this point, been in that morning news cycle. I got to believe that we have some damage there reported. I'm going to be media reports here, and we can't show them on the air, the videos, if there's some from reported and like, but I want to make sure I'm not missing something that could help you guys understand the situation here, so I can at least kind of describe to you if we are getting those reports, more detail out of those areas now from some of the media partners. So just bear with me here as we keep on watching, keep on tracking. Again, just bear with me. Just bear with me. I'm going to keep giving you guys the latest here. So, Crystal River, Seraph, and Citrus. So we can't report this. We could almost show these, but I don't think I can get these in the system right off. So I might be able to, but okay, Seraph and Citrus is reporting road closures along Highway 19 there and 44. So from the tornadic situation they've had. So not what you want to hear, obviously. I'll keep looking at some things here. Different alerts coming out. Okay, so we're being told some issues here. Several roads closed due to power lines down. Trees flooding in the Crystal River zone. So let me see what we got here. Okay, so Yeah, these are some pretty nasty images. Let me see. I want to make sure these are from the syrup and citrus. So I'll be able to pull these up on our screen on our traffic source, actually. So let me just bear with me. Our system's working hard here, folks. Our system's working hard, but it's trying to give you the latest information here. I am as well, to protect you, your friends, and your family here this morning. So let me go ahead and see what we got. Tornado warning still continues for Citrus and Levy, by the way. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 12 miles north of Crystal River Airport at 13 miles southwest of Rainbow Lakes Estates. Moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So, again, nasty situation here, folks. Again, we're just going to keep going here as we keep giving you guys the very latest. As we keep giving you guys the very latest here on what's going on. So, let me go ahead and go through things. I'm just trying to see what you got here. Okay, so these are some nasty, damaged pictures. So yeah, I can't. I don't think I can confirm this on the fly here if we can use these. But if you go to the Citrus County Sheriff's Office Facebook page or Twitter page here, you'll be able to see a lot of damage there in that area. So Roy telling this story. I don't have. I'm not 100% sure. These are from them. I assume they are, but I haven't had a chance to look through all a bunch of pictures everywhere, and there's always a chance we could have had something here taken from media and they're just using it because it is important to their local viewers. But I mean, not viewers, but local folks there. So again, just continuing to watch things here. We need to get back to the tornado warning locally. So let me not leave that behind here. Let me get back to radar. That's starting to get more into Levy. So let me go ahead and come back on over here right now, if we can. Let me come back on over here at this point. Again, there's the tips. You gotta take shelter here in Citrus and Levy right now here with this tornado threat in play. This tornado danger here in play. Again, been with you for several hours, even in the latest here. Just right now around Inglis. Because we have a serum marker showing up, and it could be kind of moving here just east of Inglis here in parts of southern Levy County now, right here to spin on the Doppler radar technology. So, again, that's what we're dealing with right now here at this point in time, 5:49. Just want to go for another 11 minutes. It's pretty weak, but we've had stuff here be problematic, even though it's kind of looked weak at times on these Doppler scans. Again, let's go ahead and zoom out. Try to give you guys the very latest here. No debris showing up there, that's good. Let me see where else we might want to go here and cover it over the next little bit. And bear with me here again, just checking here, making notes for where we might want to look, might want to go here in terms of what we're dealing with. So again, right now, tornado warning here. This is western Island. Right now, it looks like western Marion under a new significant weather advisory. So it may be a situation where if that's the same area that they're issuing for, they may not be issuing here Jacksonville for a tornado warning yet, unless this were to intensify a little bit on us. So again, let's go ahead and look here. You can see what we're talking about out there. That green and red. That's indicating Doppler radar rotation there. I mean, you've seen it in some other modes, but this is kind of interesting here. I'm going to go to another mode here too. I'm going to show this to you in a little bit. Broad perspective with the arrows, the wind on here. You kind of see that spin to the west. You kind of see the wind direction shifting. You have a little line developing along that. We'll have to hope nothing there starts to become a little more favorable for wind damage potential. That's site accurate. Wow, that's 180 degrees there in Franklin. So you can kind of see a little bit of a more stable air mass here back behind. But again, seeing things here to the north a little more stable, but here you have to watch. And then, I mean, you have your more unstable. It's really, watching here and then even more so maybe down here as we talked about. I'm kind of broadly pointing. I can't see our monitor perfectly here, so bear with me. But again, just tracking things here, giving you guys the very latest. So Again, been with you for a while here, trying to give you the minute by minute information. Right now, there's an active local tornado warning. This is parts of Citrus, the side of our area, but in Levy, just in within our 62 counties here, folks. So, again, a very active period here as we're looking at things, as we're tracking things, as we're giving you guys everything you need here. We're just going to go ahead and check here to see how this is looking. It looks pretty weak on Tampa's radar, but let's check Jacksonville's radar here. Let's check the Jacksonville radar site. By the way, if you're wondering if you're watching on the different platforms and might want to back up into coverage, you can do that there on YouTube. Just so you guys know, YouTube at Cloud Weather. So just if you're wanting to see what we talked about earlier, maybe just waking up, want to see if certain areas got hit by stuff we talked about those earlier on. Quick recap. I mean, we had Crystal River, Flagler County come to mind here with problems, but we're going to keep looking and keep tracking things here throughout the morning here as we give you the latest. We want to see how things have evolved with different polygons in play right now. This one does include parts of Levy County here in the covered area. So just so you guys perspective here. Again, there's Ocala, there's Bellevue, Reddick there, you have Romeo, you have Dunellen, and Levy County under this right now. Well, the incident advisory so far, Jacksonville did land spout, I think, really a weaker spin versus a tornado warning. It's in this area out here. But we're just continue to watch, continue to track here as we're trying to give you guys the very latest. Here. Road goes red. We had that red here. Warning you guys. We warned you about this Tuesday night from update, and unfortunately it came to fruition in a very serious way for some folks, like around, it seems, Crystal River in Citrus County. It seems like they were hit really hard. You can go to the Sheriff's Office, Facebook, and Twitter page of Citrus County to get an understanding of what's been going on there with what we've been dealing with. So, again, just continuing to watch, continue to track here. You can see here what we're tracking right now. A little bit of lighting down there. The lighting hadn't told the whole story, but this stuff here almost, and let me check velocity before I say too much. There are some weak areas of rotation, but in general, and we could have instability come sunrise at 7:28, but right now it looks a little bit more mundane. Some of this tamer to the north, that's just the winds higher up, but then this here could still be an issue, but it looks a little weaker right now, at least, from the Jacksonville view. Maybe we'll get lucky for a little bit. Maybe during that morning commute, we've got all that rain. Roads are wet. This is looking nasty back out here, but we'll just continue to watch, continue to track it in this type of setup. Again, let me go ahead and go back to the broad view. Let's see the rainfall here. As we look, rainfall. Some of these yellows here, that's 5 inches right into the coast there over the last 12 hours. I have more sort of term than that, but you can see Perry there, 3-4 inches of Dahlia hit areas like Perry. They picked up 3 inches. Some of the blue tarps being impacted here. Let's talk about that again. We were talking about some of that damage from Dahlia earlier on, and 1 week after, it's been 5 weeks or so since this photo was taken, but 1 week after Dahlia, things like this were the site in Perry there, and now a situation here. A situation where we're getting rain on top of stuff, and some of this has been fixed. Don't know exactly what areas have been fixed in total, but this was 1 week after a picture I took of some of that damage at that Dollar Tree there in Perry. But several inches of rainfall in that area, one of the more nastier setups we've had, if not the most nasty setup, the nastiest setup that we've had since Idalia coming on through. Let's go ahead and see in Mayo. You have 2-3 inches there. Of course, areas down here. I mean, you see just in general, some areas 2, 3, 4 inches here. As they just have said expiring a tornado warning now for Citrus and Levy. So technically it rises to 6, but it's a situation here where things right now look a little bit weaker, a little bit more mundane temporarily. Gotta still be watching. Let's watch this west of Tallahassee too. A little bit of weak rotation north of Wilma. I haven't talked too much about that area. No tornado watch for Liberty, but there's still one for Wakulla here for another few hours. So can't lay your guard down there. It's been a tricky setup here, but we've had more about the peninsula, and then that red circle here is where the focus, and near that Flagler issue as well. Near that's been our bigger focus here. this morning. I mean, that Flagler area, I think, was just outside of that. It was. We had a possible tornado around Palm Coast here earlier on, not that long ago compared to Crystal River, which was further back in the timeline. Okay, back up the coast we go now, Dixie County. I know looking at the rainfall totals across city, 2 inches or so, maybe there is. Down there in Horseshoe Beach, they were hit so hard by Idalia a little over 6 weeks ago, talking about 2-3 inches down here. And of course, some areas are doing better than they were. Okay, we just got a new tornado warning. So, real quick, well, we have this up in our other source, but 23 days after Idalia, we had a situation here. We had a situation where the devastation was still very visible there. And obviously, rainfall and storminess, water levels going up some, not great for areas in Horseshoe Beach in the aftermath that we had there, looking back from Idalia. So that's what we saw there a few weeks ago. I just want to reiterate what they've been going throughout that way toward the Gulf Coast. And even up here to the north, we're seeing a situation in Suwannee County here, seeing around Dallin Park. I mean, they picked up a few inches of rain, 2 or 3, over the last 12 hours. And this is one of the views from a week after around Dallin Park. So again, telling that weather story there in Suwannee County. Folks having to go through a lot, and this can cause a little more of an issue for them, the heavier rain than it generally would. Okay, tornado warning from Marion. We got to get to that here now. So let's get back down that way. That's a tornado warning at 6:30 this morning. Okay, so this is that area I've been watching. Tampa, not thinking much of it. Jacksonville thinking maybe more of it as a kind of getting more in the area. So at 5:55, it's severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. It was located 8 miles southwest of Rainbow Lakes Estates here, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. So again, let's go ahead and watch this now. I see yet another tornado warning issued by the Jacksonville office here, and by the Weather Service offices in general this morning. So let's go ahead and jump on over here. We'll go ahead and get back on over. You can kind of see here, you can kind of see what we're talking about, this being now possible tornado getting closer to Dun Ellen here over the next little bit in parts of Marion County. So gotta make sure you take this into precautions. Interior room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. It's how we kind of describe this type of situation. Again, seeing things in a flood advisory there, citrus, so 7:30 still. But right now, a tornado warning from Marion County until 6:30. So we have Romeo and Dun Ellen here and now warning until 6:30. At 5:55, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. It was located 8 miles southwest of Rainbow Lakes Estates, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. So again, still watching the situation very carefully here. Very mindful of what's going on here, obviously, as we're looking toward different areas here. Trying to give you guys everything that's going on here in the grand scheme of things. I know we've been on this stream for almost 5 hours now. Been with you almost the whole way because it's been just so active in our southern counties and areas of the Central Florida Peninsula. And yet now another tornado warning on the local side of things. It's by the Jacksonville office. This one till 6:30 of the broad week rotation, but we're looking right high up, so radar scan's kind of obscured here. You're not going to get the best view on things at points. So again, just continue to track here. Again, you're watching some stuff there closer to the west side here of Marion. Maybe west of Dun Ellen here, a possible tornado. Again, this is west there of, it looks like, US 41. So again, we have to be taking those tornado precautions here. Obviously, as we've continued to reiterate over the last few moments, you can see here that spin is pretty bright out to Jacksonville. Next radar here at this point. So again, just continue to look. Zoom out a little for perspective. So this is west of Ocala. This is, you can see southeast of Otter Creek, southeast of Gulf Hammock. You can see Gainesville further to the north of this at this point. See a little bit of something in Flagler. Let's see if that's anything definitive. Well, that's just that's a false signature at this point, but some gusty winds possible. St. Augustine, Marineland area, Crescent Beach, maybe even down here, Gainesville, gust 40, 50 miles an hour, maybe. Marion County as well, but again, this is enough here on the edge of the radar to not know exactly what could be happening today is here at the Jacksonville office, Weather Service office, WFO Weather Forecast office. It's a tornado warning here until about 6:30 this morning. So again, let's just go ahead and keep looking at this here. Getting in the interior room away from windows. Again, we're watching things flying debris could. If not, if it's underground, it would be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Over homes here will be damaged, and in some cases, it could even be destroyed, especially with trees around that can fall on them. When you really get tornado to get going there, even a weaker tornado, that could happen if trees are around. And then damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur if this tornado is touching down, and tree damage would be likely as well. So, again, continue to watch things here at this point in time. We're at 6:01 a.m. We're at 6:01 a.m. Let's go back to the safety tips here again. Let's go back to the safety tips. I'm going to keep watching here, keep tracking the situation for you guys here in the Weather Center. We're just trying to make sure everybody is staying abreast here of what is going on with these adverse conditions. So I'm just checking everything we've had. You can hear me moving some things around here on our other source. Just trying to see the type of winds and the like that we've been seeing. I know it's always helpful to kind of get an idea here of what's been going on here in this type of setup and these type of conditions. So again, I'm just trying to give you an idea here of what's going on. Just kind of seeing the new advisory now. St. John to about 6:15. Landspout possible there in toward that area. So that's something to watch. Nothing maybe is robust, a little bit closer on the radar view up that way. That's something to kind of keep our eyes on. Let me go ahead and come back on over. Come back on over here to this view, north of Dunellen. Again, right now, you can see that heavy rain there. See that heavy rain in toward that area right now. And again, a possible tornado could be within all this. So, again, let's see what we got. Okay, so we have these other areas, significant weather advisories popping up at points up here. This is where we have that advisory, I think. So, in a few minutes here, just getting this in your I-95. You have that broad spin here with some of these storms. So just got to be kind of careful here. Kind of mindful of what's happening. Again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest here. Trying to let you guys know what is happening in some of these different backyards. So I'm going to go ahead and keep looking at things here. And I'm seeing some of these lower pressures across the area. Just watching some more different information. So stream on in 1,003 millibars here. Low pressure here in play. So again, tornado warning in play as well. That's why we're on the air with you guys. The only one in the state right now is in Marion, but Tampa office was really busy overnight. Jacksonville office fairly busy. Melbourne as well, but right now the focus here. I mean, with the active tornado warning, not in the Tampa jurisdiction for now, where they had just robust acts and it's shifted right now, at least to Jacksonville for the moment. So again, just continuing to watch things here, continuing to track things, continuing to give you guys the very latest on what's going on. So let's go ahead and see what we got here. I'm going to go ahead and jump back on over to our other view here right now. If we can, you can see all that rain to the north. All that rain to the north's been an issue. Just a more favorable setup down here. Some of this could be a little favorable. We'll have to watch some of the stuff to the west as well as we get towards sunrise here, as we continue to talk about trying to give you guys all the latest information. So, I mean, look at those temperatures down towards Levy and Marion. Now, they have really gone up. And that's why, I mean, that's almost unbelievable here for this time of day. I mean, this time of day in October, after we had the 40s earlier in the week, we're sitting at 81 right now in Ocala. It's 6 in the morning. Wow, that is almost unbelievable. Williston's 80 degrees there. I mean, you have to believe them, but it's crazy. We're only at 71 right now. But we're in a situation here that keep looking at things. I mean, it's a situation here where we're just kind of going through everything, and It's a odd scenario here overall. We don't have much favorable air mass. I mean, you don't talk about these type of winds being this favorable at 80 degrees ever that I can hardly recall. That's almost just striking here to see those type of temperatures in October and with this type of wind setup. So we have a tornado warning because anything could happen down here, even if the rotation doesn't look as tight. We have enough surface-based cape in this corridor here. You can kind of see it's kind of been inching its way up, I think. In some cases here, we've talked about the instability. I mean, that's over 1,000 joules per kilogram, over 1,500 in spots to the north around sharp none, which is preventing our severe threat for now for the most part. We had a little bit of that threat to the north to some degree, but it's mitigating it here at this point. But that is just, I mean, with the wind energy we have in play, a couple of those together, I mean, little surprised, honestly, that we didn't have. I mean, this type of risk here is honestly more of an enhanced type risk. I think in hindsight's always 2020 here. You just never know. Florida setups, we've had a lot of them that look really bad in the models and don't come to play. Come into play here. They don't have things that come together for whatever reason. It looked like yesterday things were over at even with hardly no parameters. But again, some pretty nasty looking circulations trying to get down there, and then in this situation they are getting down there. It looks like we probably could have had an enhanced risk here in hindsight, but from SPC. But at this point, they may have let it ride because, I mean, by the time it's time to update things, I mean, you're already in a day outlook anyway. It'd be kind of hard to even update it the overnight, but there I had to do like a special one or something. But obviously here, look later in the morning, unless the risk still looks like it's up there as high, which it could still be for a few spots, they might go enhanced, but it's kind of later in the storyline, even though it's still the threat could still be significant. You're probably more than halfway through here at this point. The severe weather threat, I would say, here in terms of the biggest concern for the Florida Peninsula. So again, still got to be careful. Still the tornado warning from Marion County right now until 6:30 a.m. So let's go ahead and keep looking at things here. We have this circulation here in the Doppler algorithms. Just looking here, is really, you can't tell hardly anything. A little bit of stuff north Micanopy is what we'll watch, and this looks like it's something west of Crescent Beach, but it looks a little weaker, some of the stuff at the moment. Things aren't quite as in play. That's what that Mr. discussing from Storm Prediction Center 7, and things could come back later on. We have that energy, we have some things coming in. Let me double check here. So they're saying here and discussing we're going to have 850 millibar jet approaching the western coast. So things are going to ramp back up here later on this morning in this type of setup. It would appear we have stuff out west. Moon warning list again could be an issue, but let's record just enough rotation that the Jacksonville office won't an issue. This tornado warning here at the present point in time. It technically goes to 6:30. I don't know if it'll last that long, but it's so bad a radar covered out here. It's hard to see the lower levels to get an idea of exactly what's going on here. Those lower levels to see down toward the surface. But right now, possible tornado within our 62 county, then Marion County to be precise, for another 21 minutes. This threat continuing. So again, let's go back to the tornado safety tips here. As we continue along, back to that graphic we go. Again, I'm just trying to give you guys the very latest on what's going on here in this type of setup. We're just trying to let you guys know exactly what the storyline is here right now, as everything does continue to develop on us, as it continues. The inclement conditions do continue here, and you just need to make sure you're taking precaution from everything that's happening. Again, we're with you almost continuously, about the most we've ever been in front of the wall continuously here since we've been doing things. Been with you almost nonstop for about 5 hours now. But it's all about protecting you, your friends, and your family here. It's very dangerous nocturnal setup. It's caused a lot of damage. Crystal River, seems like Flagler County, seems like around Dunedin, something happened there. Same, at least based on the warning information, possibly around areas there around Odessa, Florida. So some of those outside of our zone, but Flagler's in our zone. Crystal River very close. Crystal River may, and we'll know for sure later, maybe the focal point of all our damage so far today. It seemed like we had a debris signature later on there, and then toward the coastal waters of Flagler might have had something there after it had already touched down. The two latest to warning once that debris signature was visible, but there was some rotation that action. Had a severe thunderstorm warning. There was a tornado possible tag, but there was a tornado warning in play in time for Crystal River. So again, here's some of the rain come back down around Stark again. Missing that morning commute some. I mean, honestly, some areas are getting a little bit of a break right now. You still got to be watching for storms here and severe potential. We have a tornado warning, for goodness sakes, here in play right now. But my point is, it's not as bad in terms of like Stark as we thought. Some of the models had just given us a deluge hour after hour of heavy rain. We've gotten a lot of bit of rain here, a couple few inches here overnight in water different spots as I've talked about. But right now, I'm kind of in a lower period here. I say a low, I heard the rain just now, but not consistently coming down here on Stark at this moment. That's good to get the kids out in school, but under the radar, make sure we have the tornado watch, so don't let your guard down here in case things were to start ramping up. Parameters say maybe more to the south, like Gainesville, Palatka, a little more favorable down there, but anything can happen when we get toward that sunrise period here with everything we already had in play with the energy. Could just get a lot of development. That sometimes will happen when you have the abundance of parameters. A lot of these events happen during the day around here that look like they're going to be nasty, and I think this was me theorizing on the fly, but I feel like we have just so much energy here. Things are just too widespread, and it cuts off the greater tornado threat in the overnight. Instead, we've had enough energy, but not an overabundance, and it's been able to take advantage of the wind shear and the wind parameters and cause problems. So, again, just kind of watching things here. I haven't had stuff been more widespread, more tornado warnings versus severe thunderstorm warnings, more discrete versus linear. So, don't see that a lot around here, more discrete versus linear. Normally, it's almost always linear stuff here that we have, and you have little kinks in the line. This is a lot different than what we generally get around here in the state of Florida, but it can produce more serious consequences, a little bit more unexpected in some ways here, and it kind of catch you off guard here, and this stuff could be a little more, have a little bit more of a higher end to it. I mean, sometimes in these spin ups along the line, you have zero type damage here. Well, maybe some of these, I mean, you can have EF1s and those and the like, but we might have had an EF2 theorizing based on what I've seen early on, some of the damage pictured at a Crystal River, the debris signature type level here, and the like, which is really concerning. It was over 10,000 feet there. No flag, they're probably pretty high. I didn't check it directly there. They just canceled the tornado warning from Marion, so that's good. That's what we like to see. It's probably take a break here pretty soon. But again, Flagler County here, they had something when it got into coastal waters that looked like with that. Okay, losing my voice a little bit here. Been with you for a long time. I want to keep the stream going back at 6:30 unless we have a new warning issued here. But right now we don't have any active local warnings for the moment. That can change. It's changed quickly on us here this morning, as you guys have seen more than once. So gotta be paying attention, gotta be on guard here. But right now we only have the tornado watch here, some flood warnings, special marine warnings, but no active tornado or severe thunderstorm warnings for the covered area. Again, gotta be on guard, gotta pay attention. Let me go back to our broad view here. Let's go back to the broad view. There's a tornado watch in the Yellowstone, another few hours, and could have a new watch issued for this part of our area in the red, and for the south, as we're looking here, that could get into the early afternoon down here, and further down to the south, like down towards Central Florida, Tampa, Orlando still, where things have been even more favorable. So see you back here at 6:30, unless we need to jump back in sooner with more pertinent weather information as we'll continue live cover this live stream on Facebook, Casey Cloud Reacts, Facebook Cloud Weather, Twitter/X there, Cloud Casey, YouTube at Cloud Weather. Make sure you hit that subscribe button if you haven't done so already. Enable the notifications. You even have Twitch there. They pop the graphic up for that real quick in the corner. Clutter.com, all the different links available to give you guys the very latest interactive radars there too, so you can zoom in on some of that's action that's impacting your morning commuting spots, like still nasty southeastern part of the area, and in Georgia there's a lot of wet roads. A little bit of a lull again, certain little area here. But right now, we'll have to make sure things don't fill in on this been severe characteristics here. Haven't had a chance to look at HRRR models in a while, but could fill in, so gotta be on guard. But right now, things are a little bit better in terms of the rain for some of those commuters in some spots, but not everybody, and you gotta stay safe. Remember, make sure you have multiple ways to get alerts. We'll be back here soon. If it's not needed, we'll be back 6:30. If it's needed, be back as that warning information comes down.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back with you here at the bottom of the hour, giving you the latest information on this weather situation. The tornado watch remains in effect till 9 a.m. Could get an extension of that as we're looking toward the south here. So just got to stay on guard. Out red areas where the most visible air mass will be. But see some of the model guidance here now. Things closer toward the coast and the tornado watch that's currently in place. We'll be watching the most here as we look at things. Uh, but you can kind of see a line here developing west of Tallahassee that could become stronger here as we look ahead. Could start being more linear. That probably here be more capable of producing some strong gusty winds, maybe some damaging winds here, and then maybe a quick spin of tornado. That'd be the last two verses where we've had just a slew. Roy, of tornado warnings today. Now, you've been on hour after hour, giving you the latest. So much in Central Florida. Some of that working its way up into toward our covered area with some warnings that sound like some damage. In Flagler County, we had Citrus County, some problems there just outside of the area. More problems there toward Pinellas County, Pasco County, further outside of the viewing circle. So kind of in a lull right now here. So we'll probably go ahead and keep the stream going. And be ready to come on in a moment's notice, of course, here. But probably just switch it to a radar stream here in the next few moments as we wrap this update up. Of course, we could still get a warning. There's still some chances here. And I don't think we're done here with this event in terms of having to come on. It's just there's kind of a lull. We could still get a warning down here. Don't get me wrong. I mean, the way these have come about here, I say that and something could happen really quick on us here because things are kind of tricky like that here in this setup. But let's go ahead. Let's looking at things evaluating the overall setup a few moments ago. We have some weak rotation on Ocala. No advisories there. No advisories were Salt Springs, but watching here, tornado watch and play. That's kind of what you do in the watch conditions. Favorable for tornadic conditions in and close to the watch area. A little bit of stuff there, St. Augustine, but right now stuff doesn't look as robust out here. We have to kind of watch here as well because this stuff, it doesn't look as organized either at the moment, but as sunrise comes, that could change. It's not out of the question. The model still that potential. You see some of this here, and that view off the Tampa radar almost makes me hesitate a little because the way things have been tonight, looking further up, that signature and this one both could be cause for concern. And that one's moving more citrus here, but this one could be more leafy and toward English here over the next little bit. It's kind of maybe a situation where things aren't as robust. I know in reports delayed from earlier what happened. Flagler County tree blown down around Espanola, 4:45 a.m. by the way, but that there, well, again, it's a give and take here because this stuff in general hadn't been as robust, but that right there, that could get us a one. That's still probably, let's see, how far are we from the coast with that? Is stuff moving there? Speed 40 miles an hour, somewhere around there. Let me just kind of measure this. I'm gonna measure that on out. So that would probably be, I mean, that's probably about 25 minutes away, maybe something like that. And there's 7 o'clock. So, again, that's something to kind of watch then based on the overall environment we're in. Things could still be kind of tricky like that then. So, you got to be kind of careful there. It's not be as well put together. Some of this stuff, and it could weaken on approach. It looks displaced, but it's not. The timestamps are just a little off. So, this has already moved up further to the north here. So you gotta be careful. We had several inches of rain spots and flood warnings. No flash flood warnings here, but again, we have just a active pattern. By the way, at this point, we're still going to plan to do our late update here tonight as we get close toward that late Thursday into early Friday period there. As you're looking at things, Roy, closer to that early Friday period there, as we're looking. So we generally do that there. So that's the plan. Probably have to be on here little bit more today. Could be quite a bit more. Things could just jump real quick once we get the instability here a little bit more with the energy of the air mass. So just want to give you that heads up here at this point because we'll just kind of see how things go. May switch to radar stream where we can just break right back in if we need to versus the half-hour cut-ins, which have mainly been me just being on the whole time versus half-hour setup that we've had here generally in play as the overall benchmark and overall format when we didn't have any type of concern imminently. It's the first time really since we've been on though, we haven't had any active warnings for land, and that could change here pretty quickly. So again, generally I wouldn't be as concerned about something like this, but higher up with the way things have happened tonight, just can't lay your guard down there. as this moves up toward the English areas, the more there's a rotation out here in the Gulf. So again, watching that. The stuff near Tallahassee, no advisory right now, but that could change here pretty carefully. Or excuse me, quickly, not carefully. We're watching it carefully, but it could change pretty quickly here. Again, we've been on almost continuously since a little after 1 a.m. So it's been a very long night here, folks. And this stuff doesn't look near as organized in the wind mode here. Maybe it'll just be more of a shift here in terms of some different things versus an axle severe setup like some of our models are showing. But it shows it kind of organized until maybe as it gets in an air mass, if it's a little more tapped, and then maybe it isn't as organized. But we'll see here. See the temperature differences. Some of these areas lower 60s versus 80. I mean 80 in some of these areas here at this time of day in October after we had 40s earlier in the week. That is very interesting, and why we have had all this severe weather tonight. It's really getting the temperature up there, almost remarkable to see that type of temperature this time of night in October and fall compared to what we've been seeing. So this stuff looks a little weaker. Again, we can break in here in a moment's notice. That doesn't look as weak, but that's a little bit further away from citrus. Again, if we don't have warnings here for our area, we're not seeing something really, really concerning, we probably wouldn't break in here. Not for severe thunderstorm for sure. Tornado warning outside of the area, probably not break in, but if it's concerning outside the area, well, of course, local will break in for pretty much anything here in this current setup with the tornado watch in play. If we have any severe thunderstorm, obviously all tornado warnings within our 62 counties. So we're going to keep the radar going here. I think that's the best thing to do right now. A little bit of lull. So we've been on for a while. So this is a one-man band. Don't want to use all my energy up. So we're just going to keep the radar going, but area covered area. Any tornado warnings for any of the 62 counties will be on immediately here. Mainly for Florida, it would be at this point, chance in Georgia seems remote, very low, almost near zero in Georgia. But I know there's a flood warning being extended in time for Marion County all the way to 8:15. Let's check on that real quick. Of course, if it's thunderstorm warnings, we'll have to watch for those, and most of those will be on for because we're running the stream, so it just goes on in a couple hours, at least at an 8-hour benchmark. We might have to reevaluate here, and then as we're looking, because some of our platforms at 8 hours don't let us keep going, and at that point we can either cut the stream here, or we can continue it here, maybe on a certain platform or do a new one, or just kind of wrap it all up and just post warnings if we don't have as big a concern for a tornado warning or something more significant. Severe thunderstorm warning will be on for. So a lot of different options on the table here, folks. Okay, they just updated the tornado watch. So let's see what the Tallahassee office has done with that. So they're continuing a lot of their counties still. So that's why we still got to be careful here. We can't let our guard down in this type of setup here. We can't let our guard down here in this type of setup. We don't want you guys caught off guard here for sure. So again, we're just going to keep checking things. We're going to keep tracking things. Going to keep giving you guys the latest information on what's going on here as things do progress on us. We have to be careful here. We have to be paying attention because things can change here very rapidly with the instability getting up there a little bit. By the way, the flood warning, St. John's has been extended. Okay, we're starting to see a little bit more rotation here towards St. John's again. But some of that's getting off the coast. Okay, well that's not good. This stuff just doesn't want to go give up, does it? I mean, all of a sudden we're seeing a rotation here in Marion. That's getting toward Putnam. So let's go ahead and go over here. We'll go ahead and go over here right now as we continue to watch things continue to track. I'm just trying to give you the latest here on what's going on. So let me go ahead and jump on over. This is tightening up here pretty rapidly around Salt Springs all of a sudden here, folks. That's not what you want to see, obviously. That might keep us on then. And this discrete axis, I mean, these parameters are just crazy in a way. Get stuff to rotate that quickly there around Salt Springs. That might get us a tornado warning very quickly here. There's not even an advisory there right now. So that's how quickly things are evolving. Unless that's the one they just issued. Was that the one they just... No, I think that's the one to the north. Yeah, Flagler or St. John's, Putnam. So, yeah, all of a sudden, things, as we get closer to dawn there, seeing things maybe come back together very, very quickly. I mean, 1 or 2 scans. And there you go. I mean, that's all of a sudden, so in gate to gate there of about 60, 70 miles an hour. So again, so it doesn't look like much on radar, but this parameter setup, the winds and the energy overlap, but it's not something you normally see in our southern counties. So that's why it's been an onslaught here of warnings overnight tonight here. And okay, I wanted to tell you about the updated tornado watch. So let's go ahead and see what that has done. All they've done with that, I think, is just cancel some coastal waters, actually, now that we look at that a little bit closer. So most of that's still intact there toward the Big Bend, the county of the coast, still in that, like Wakulla, Franklin, and Taylor, and Dixie even. Okay, this right here, that's the rotation. It doesn't show up as well on here yet, but that always like analyze the things, runs a scan behind. So that scan that might really just jump up there in intensity here all of a sudden, folks. All of a sudden, it's right near a lake area too, though. If I look at that again on some of our other modes, so it could be an issue here where it uses that, but the latest scan is a little bit weaker, a little bit weaker. But guess what? We just got a tornado warning. They just issued that, folks. A tornado warning now. Right behind me there. You saw the red box pop up. It hadn't popped up on other stores. Okay, so tornado warning now until 7:15 for parts of Marion, Putnam, and Flagler. So a tornado warning now. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Salt Springs, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So no wrapping this up. We got a new tornado warning here, folks. A new tornado warning. So you need to get in that tornado safe spot here right now. Salt Springs, Georgetown, Crescent City here, Pomona Park. Very, very quickly coming together on us, my friends. So let's go ahead and pull up our tornado safety tips here. You can see what we need to do. 600 that's 30 building. 600 that's 30 building there, going from no advisory even to a tornado warning. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Protect yourself from flying debris. That's around by putting on a bicycle helmet, football helmet, something like that. Have those shoes on in case there's glass on the ground that could cut your feet up here. In the aftermath of a tornado, you don't want to walk out without your shoes on outside your home, and then you have like shards of glass there on the ground, and because you've had damage, and then you have problems. So, again, continuing to watch, continuing to track here. Let me go ahead and keep looking at things. Again, trying to give you the latest here. We're going to go ahead check on some of our different numbers here with the overall radar scans. Again, I shot up real quick. It kind of weakened a little right when they issued that. But that's just how this stuff is. It's really tricky. You have to really be on your toes sometimes, because we're about to go to radar mode and keep this going. Jump in there, and all of a sudden we get a tornado warning again. This is about the most robust setup in our southern county. There are southern rows here of counties in North Florida, and come out North Central Florida, Northeast Florida, you can really almost ever see. I mean, again, honestly, this probably should, as we talked about earlier, in hindsight, it's really tough with these setups in Florida. A lot of them don't come together, but when they do, like this one has, it honestly seems like more of an enhanced risk type situation the SPC was versus what we had, the slight risk. The tornado watch is in play and everything, but this is about the most number of tornado warnings you really see in the night here. But it is indicative of any new pattern. More honestly, stuff that you don't get that often here in the state. I mean, that I can recall the last several years. I mean, I go back maybe almost. I mean, it's happened here and there. A couple of setups, of course, but I mean, I'm going to go back to my childhood almost. It's been a little while now to just get this active overnight pattern like this. I mean, hour after hour. I mean, yeah, not maybe as further south, but it's a little bit further north. Get clipping some more southern counties. This is, I mean, this is interesting. This area that's been impacted with the warnings, and we just get a tornado warning. I mean, these are not thunderstorm warnings; these are tornado warnings. And this one right here, tornado warning for parts of Flagler, Marion, and Putnam here until 7:15 this morning. Again, you see the greens and reds here, west of Georgetown in our viewing circle. So take those tornado precautions here right now. Take those tornado precautions here at this moment as we continue to give you guys the very latest. Again, it's not as well defined as when we first kind of saw it there, But we're looking up at 6,000 feet, so you never know what's actually getting down toward the surface here and toward this area. So again, can't tell if there's debris there one way or the other. It's something that's really gonna be easy to see. Structure this looks a little more diffuse now, but again, it comes and goes, things like this. They really are tricky, are really tough to kind of figure out sometimes, the meteorologist, especially when we're looking a little higher up in the radar scans. Lower up, you can kind of see the genesis and the process a little bit better here as things come together. Higher up, not so much. It's really tricky, and it can be dangerous here at points. But again, let's just go ahead and keep looking. Again, watching things here this morning. Again, we have this tornado warning in place to be Elbington. You're seeing that this latest scan's tighter again. I think the angles can play tricks on you too sometimes. It looks like it's really strengthening. Again, all of a sudden there west near some of those water bodies could be going from water fat to tornado back and forth a little, depending on the overall track on this. But again, you have this right around Georgetown, Florida, the south of Pomona Park, where the worst of this is east there of Salt Spring, northeast really, and southwest of Crescent City at this point. So again, just continuing to track this here right now. I've been on again since a little after 1 o'clock this morning with just warning after warning, tornado warning after tornado warning here, folks. That's again something you don't get very often. Very serious situation for some folks like Crystal River overnight, and seeing issues even Flagler County in our local area with possible tornado damage. So again, we have to be with you right now in these type of scenarios. It's all about protecting you, your friends, and your families. So again, a tornado warning right now report to Flagler, Marion, and Putnam counties until 7:15 this morning. Again, radar indicated rotation. A tornado has been detected. At least the algorithms say there could be one. Don't know for sure, but it could be one getting down to the surface right now here within the red box. And the red box is right here. Parts of Flagler, Marion, and Putnam counties. Again, getting that interior room, get away from windows here right now, as we have this threat of danger here looming into some of these different zones. They're getting ready for workers' school. You might have to wait a few minutes here in terms of that. Now, still in a kind of a low around Stark, which is good for folks trying to get out to work in school. Your temperatures sit right now on 71. Up this way here where we're at in Bradford County, the north more rain, less severe threat. I know more rain to the west, you can't see it off that radar scan. There's still some other areas we need to watch off the Jacksonville's radar, some weak rotation. Watch some of this marine warning action, but then they just updated this tornado warning and did Jacksonville. So at about 6:47, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. It was located over Fruitland there, it looks like, or near Pomona Park, moving northeast about 45 miles an hour. So let's go ahead and pull up the tornado safety tips here again, folks. Tornado safety tips here once again. Again, I'm just trying to give you guys the very latest on what's going on, what's happening. We have this storm moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. Latest scan became a little obscured because right on the edge of this good scanning on the radar, which is unfortunate. And other stuff to the north, actually, in St. John seems like it's starting to pick up again a little bit here. So again, let me go ahead and jump back on over here. Again, you have this right in that little purple area. It's kind of a range folding, I think is what we kind of call that here in the meteorology business, the meteorology world. So let's try Melbourne for a minute, see if we can get anything better off of that. It's going to be really far, but yeah, see if that's is that the right area? Maybe, but I'm kind of getting not great covered up of that right now. We had some stuff rotations in the north. Might want to try to go through some of the different tilts here, but I don't know if it's going to be any better. Probably worse. Yeah, you can't really see much on some of these different tilts here. Again, just continuing to watch things, continue to track. Again, the last scan, I'm going to go back because, okay, you can kind of see that off of Melbourne as you look at that in hindsight, because I was seeing that off in this area a little bit more so. So right around here, probably right around here now. Just couldn't see as good off of Jacksonville's radar view, the radar here or that, but you got tornado warning for parts of Flagler and Putnam. They canceled Marion. Okay, so that's good, but we have parts of Flagler and Putnam under this tornado warning right now until 7:15 a.m. So another 25 minutes officially of this possible tornado threat. So there's Putnam County. Then you have again there the sliver of Flagler, a little bit further over here, and eventually it's down together. Yeah, we'll see, but the parameters might get a little bit higher there as we get closer to sunrise and the coast. Palm Coast, but now could be a risk here. That general zone, Marineland, somewhere between maybe Marineland and near just south of Banal could be a risk over the next little bit. So, got to be kind of cognizant of that. Be ready to take those precautions out there. Just keep that in mind as you're making plans for work and or school. So again, continue to watch things. There's a Thursday morning. Folks have all these different plans here in these storms. In some cases, you're getting around them here. Storms are going around you. That's good. But other cases, not so much. They're disrupting your daily lifestyle and your schedule. So again, that's problematic, obviously. So again, let's go ahead and keep looking at things. Keep tracking things. Go ahead and zoom on around here a little bit. Let me go ahead and just keep looking. I'll go ahead and pull up our tornado safety tips again. Again, the tornado warning count very high here today. Tallahassee, I know, is the top end the nation here. Looking back recently and situation here where we haven't had those warnings out that way at this point. So not increasing that. Other areas were a lot lower. So this is something interesting in the meteorology of things. It's been a little bit different areas than we've seen earlier in the year here with our bulk of our warnings in our coverage zone. But again, popping that on up right now. Again, let's just keep on checking things, keep on tracking the situation here. Again, you can kind of see here what's going on, what we're dealing with. Again, we're going to watch till 9 a.m. That yellow zone kept showing Starks in it. St. Augustine, we're seeing areas to the south, and we have areas out toward McCullough and the Panhandle. Big Bend Thunder, that's till 9. Stay tuned for the latest updates. Have multiple ways to receive alerts. British threat to the south, though, in some ways. Levy, zone, a lot to Marion, Putnam, Flagler, St. John. You kind of get the idea of that general vicinity. But a tornado warning right now is parts of Flagler and Putnam. 6-7 touch that sturdy building. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a football helmet or a bicycle helmet here. As you're looking right now, report to Flagler and parts of Putnam County here this morning. Been with you for a long time on this stream, been almost 6 hours, and we're still going because it's all about giving you guys that latest information. Let's go ahead and jump back on over here. We'll go ahead and come back on camera. So there you go. We have some stuff to the north we'll watch to see if it organizes further, but then this, it's right in that bad area right now on the radar. We're not in a good spot to see things. We had circulation really spin up on us. It had kind of up and down, but there's enough there. I gotta keep this right now, I think. It is tornado warning in play. It's fluctuating in its intensity. It's really tricky in these situations, but again, we have a possible tornado right now in parts of Putnam County, which could translate off into Flagler County over the next little bit. So again, tornado threat on this Thursday morning, this October 12th, 2023. We've been tracking this. This is west there of Interstate 95. And it is south, by good way to Jacksonville, where we're looking at this. It is southeast there of Gainesville, south of Palatka at this point in time. So, just one tornado warning box. We could have more. Stop for a little bit, might get a little break. Well, that didn't really materialize. Things started in that area coming together a little bit more so. Other areas not as much, but we gotta be really careful here. Gotta be really mindful. Probably another tornado watch issued here as the timeline continues to advance on us here. So, again, tornado watch till 9 a.m. down here. You see some more stuff coming out. The coastal waters, you see nicer mass some ways to the north and west. The flood advisory, this being issued for parts of St. John's until 9 a.m. The rain's been a story for those just waking up with it. They've been sending it to you through the morning, but this is the last 12 hours in terms of rain. Start 2+ inches, 2 to 3 inches. Gainesville here, 2-3 inches, maybe over 3. The south, close to 4 on Williston with the estimate just red here, lighter red, and then the orange is even heavier and higher rainfall totals. St. Augustine around 3+ inches. So just kind of telling that other story here, my friends, as we show you guys in Georgia, Albany, a lot less, very little rain there. Big Bend, I mean, you see Tallahassee. Had some power outages, no warnings there ever, but just the nasty conditions overall moving through Leon County. There earlier on in toward that timeline with some gusty wind, tropical storm force gusts being reported. Another low pressure at under 1,000 millibars, which is not tropical in nature, not meeting that criteria here per se, which is great news, obviously here. But the pressure is in tropical storm force range, destroy the storm. It's not a tropical storm. It's just not the meteorology meeting that criteria. But the impacts here are going to be different because of the structure. But still, it is a pretty powerful system, powerful low pressure system that we're dealing with, tropical moisture and the like. So, just continue to track here. Just got an update on tornado watch. It just canceled some areas further south, which is good news for them. But we have to kind of keep watching that corridor here further up. There's not much coming at them right now. I think that's why they canceled it for Tampa. So that's good. I had a rough night with some warnings down that way. Hardy, Hillsborough, Manatee, Pinellas, Polk, Sarasota being canceled on out there. But continuing that by the Tampa office for Citrus, Fernando, Levy, Pasco, and Sumter, and the coastal waters from Tarpon Springs to Swanee River. So again, that's out 20 nautical miles. So again, just continuing to watch things here, continuing to monitor, continue to track. I know temperature right now 71 degrees where we're at, and a lot warmer to the south though. That's at least what we're seeing right now in our system. So again, just kind of giving you guys the latest. I might want to double check some numbers here. I had a little bit of an issue with it over the last little bit. So let's go ahead and let's see what I want to make sure it's not a little bit warmer here than that then, because some of our other numbers are showing up kind of weird. So I'll make sure that I didn't think that was affected, but yeah, it might be here at this point. So let me go ahead and see here and make sure that that's still the storyline. So we see 77 at Keystone. So I mean, but we could be under delineation lines. I'm going to check the weather stem station, the Bradford County Sheriff's Office, and see where we're at with this. With this overall temperature reading 72. So, okay, I think that's still giving us the right number, but 2.28 inches of rain there over the last 24 hours at the Bradford County Weather Stem Station. So that's a lot of precipitation here. We talked about 2 to 4, I say 7. It seems to be the storyline in that area here. Still more rain to come. In this pattern, I mean, we've been counting with that forecast or even rain that could happen tomorrow. Much lesser severe chance tomorrow, but it's not zero here, obviously. So we'll still be watching. We'll still be tracking. And I'm going to see here if we have anything in terms of outlooks here. Yes, and a more severe outlook more toward Missouri. No official risk up here, which is good. And then a risk toward Wilmington, North Carolina on Saturday. On partial for us and an annular in Texas and like eclipse day. But so far, filter reports show tornadoes, Pinellas County, North Clearwater Beach, 3 miles west southwest of Dunedin. That's where the damage was in around 1:48 this morning and 2:12 this morning, Crystal River. But it looks like Flagler County closer to 4:45 this morning. Oh, we had some wind damage concern there. And then we also had 4:50. We had multiple trees reported down around the western part of Palm Coast. Trees down near 160 Bayside Drive, and then also a vehicle rolled over from a possible tornado, even power lines down there. As we're looking 2 miles west of Palm Coast in that vicinity, as we continue to mention. But again, still a tornado warning right now active. Still got to keep tracking it. Got to keep watching it here. Let me go ahead, give you guys the latest on that. It goes another 15 minutes. Let's go ahead and pop this on up here. You see that red polygon, folks? That red box between Black and Pearson. That's around Crescent City. That's why we have a tornado warning here on the board at this present point in time. So, again, I got to take those tornado precautions. Still a little bit of a hook as we're getting a little bit better view on radar. It's going to be a close call, I think, right as of now. Could change if we got another tornado warning on this. So. Let's go ahead and go back on over here between Pomona Park and Crescent City. Again, looking at things here, you can see that spin there. It's weak right now, but the storm structure looked pretty well developed. So that could be a cause for concern. You kind of see that little C shape there as we're looking at things this morning. The rotation, kind of that spin there right in here if you look. And let's kind of go ahead and watch. So US 17. Okay, it looks like a new tornado warning for St. John's until 7:15. So it's that other area then, but that's a short-lived one. So it's gonna be this, I bet. Yeah, that's gonna be it. Right near the interstate. So new tornado warning only for another. Okay, so it just popped up. It hadn't popped up here yet. 7:15 for both. Okay, so this is gonna be a tornado warning here for areas here as we're looking southwest of Crescent Beach. Again, we have a circulation here developing just east of I-95. Take your center precautions. It's not a tornado warning. So this some people producing a tornado at Crescent Beach, moving there northeast at 45 miles an hour. It's circulation 10 miles south of St. Augustine. So again, a possible tornado right in there. Again, a new tornado warning now until 7:15 for parts of St. Johns County. So both till 7:15. Circulation number 2, I guess you could call it there, the one we started watching down here. So again, a nasty situation here right now as we're with you hour after hour here to give you the very latest. Again, tornado watch till 9, going to get extended probably for the southern counties, but here as you're looking at things. But right now we have a circulation out here, a circulation there. You see it in St. John. It's just east of 95 and we're closer to sunrise. So I'm going to see if I can effort a camera shot that we might have there. That'd be just right there south of 206 and southwest of Crescent Beach. So let's see if I can get that up. It might take me a moment. We haven't done the traffic in a while here. So bear with me. Let me see if there's anything new. Okay, so let me first off, let's do this. Let's go to our tornado safety tips here first. Let's go ahead and do that. Let me see here our other source. I wanted to see what we got here with this. So let me just kind of give you guys the very latest on what's going on here. Again, we thank you so much. I know somebody talking about the villages earlier on. I know right now, as I'm looking at our questions here, by the way, if you're wondering, comments and the like. Right now, you still got a tornado watch, but things are okay right now there. I know it's been a little while since I got put on there, but our other source not showing that for some reason. But again, wanted to go ahead here while we're off camera and get that traffic camera set up. I'm going to go ahead and get that set up there. Again, a possible tornado right now in toward that area. Towards St. Johns County. So let me go ahead and get kind of over there right now. Trying to give you guys the latest. So, okay, so south of 206, just south of 206, we want to go with this. Okay, so let's just go ahead and check here. Getting closer to dawn, or sunrise at least here as we're looking at things. The official timeline. It's a little bit earlier by a moment out to the west there, but than where we're at. But 7:28 where we're at. Don't know exactly the view this is pointed at, but let's go ahead and come over here. Clouds are moving pretty fast, so let's go ahead and see what we might have here then. It's going to be some interesting imagery possibly. Okay, so there you go. We're watching the clouds here. Some, I would say, movement in them right now. As we're looking at things, the Florida 5-1 perspective, St. Johns County, you can look at the top there on the screen. The lighting changed a little bit too, but some nasty conditions it would seem. Again, this Florida 5-1 perspective is where we're at with things right now. You can see we're watching things carefully here. We're watching things carefully. So again, let me see what I can do. I want to go ahead and step in front of this accident. So let's go ahead. Let me go ahead and again remind you the tornado safety tips here. Let's go ahead and remind you the tornado safety tips right now as we continue along. So we're just trying to give you guys the very latest on what's going on here, obviously. Trying to let you guys know what is happening. I'm going to go ahead and keep looking at things here. Keep tracking them. Keep giving you guys everything you need to protect you, protect your friends, and protect your family here this morning. We're trying to give you everything you need here. I'm not seeing anything. I'm still watching it as we're trying to get some things set on up here. Still watching it, still tracking it, obviously. to protect you, your friends, and your family. So let's go ahead and see if I can go over to another view here. So I'm going to go ahead and move back on over in front of the key wall now. And here you go. So you can watch the cloud moving behind me, our Florida 5-1 perspective. So again, just a one-man band. We're trying to do this live, but you can watch this. Just want to make sure we don't get like a funnel to drop on us here. We can't guarantee the exact direction we're pointed, but we did see a lot of cloud movement here a moment ago. Definitely a stormy pattern. Still some more of that cloud movement now on the left side of the screen here. We've had already multiple problems here towards some different spots in the viewing circle and that's outside of the viewing circle. As we kind of watch, I don't see anything right off. It's still kind of early to get a good view, but we see, I mean, it's an interesting cloud structure. Look at things anyway. I-95 there. Okay, at mile marker 303.5. That is expired. Tornado warning for Flagler and Putnam. That's going to be allowed to expire at 7:15 here. At 7:15 this morning for Flagler and for Putnam. As we keep watching something behind me, a little bit interesting there. If you look just to the right of me, but again, a situation here. That one's going, but this one's still in St. John's. Where we're looking right now, right near the interstate. It's still going here. 7:15. They haven't issued a expiration statement on that yet. Both of them technically still 7:15, even if they do, unless they officially hit the cancel button per se at the service. But okay, we're watching that. We're tracking it. Different. Look at that was interesting, but again, different things here, different views of things here in the shot, maybe reflections and the like. As we keep watching here, keep tracking. So again, just let's keep looking here. Just to make sure that nothing that was a little lower to the left there, but hard to tell if there's anything actually getting closer toward the surface or not. As we're live on the air here, giving you guys the very latest Florida 5-1 perspective here this morning. Again, okay, they're going to expire St. John's here as well. They're saying technically they still go for the 7 minutes though, but they seem to think the rotation has weakened some. It's broadened some. They're going to do stuff in terms of issuing statements like that, and or this one's just getting close to the coast maybe too, but they don't think they wouldn't go ahead and issue that out, I don't think, unless they're really feeling a little bit better about things. But again, just continuing to watch here, continuing to track. So again, let's go ahead right now, and we'll punch on up here. We'll punch on up here, other source. Okay, so we've been looking at rotation tracker and the like. Actually, let's go back. The clouds seem to be moving just a tad. I mean, I'm looking at them a little more carefully. For a second there, we're getting aperture adjustments too. For a second there, they're moving them a tad quicker on the left side. Yeah, maybe not so much at points, but other points the aperture makes it look a little different. So I can play a trick on you a little bit too here as we're at sunrise per se, at dawn. So again, let's get back over to radar then. Let's track some stuff. I'll keep our eyes on that here as I can. Of course, we're still on talking. And our technically red box is going to be going away. So that scanned from a moment ago. So let's get back over here. Let's get back over here. It's technically expired. Our system doesn't keep them here when they're expired. And yeah, that one, okay, that is now moved very, very quickly, folks. I mean, goodness. Wow, that has moved so quickly. I mean, I know I must feel we've kind of stuck on that camera a little bit too long because we saw the rotation in the cloud there, and I don't know what exactly the direction they were pointed in. Just so you can see how fast the cloud is moving. I've moved very quickly into the coastal waters, and probably at the end, they're not what we're tracking. At the very beginning, it might have been though, but moving very rapidly, and that's why the circulation now just quickly moved out into the coastal waters here. Very quickly moving out there off of Crescent Beach. So that's some good news off of State Road A1A there. Again, this area here not as tight. That's why they're dropping that one as a 7:15 as this moved out of the polygon. But this one moved off into the water just now. I mean, that's the last scan. Before that, it was still over land. And it's conceivable if it was in a certain direction. Maybe we were seeing some of that still in the cloud. I don't know what direction that was pointed at here. But now it is getting far enough away where it seemed less likely to be able to see that in the view there. But again, just continuing to watch things, continuing to track them. But okay, so we're in a better spot right now, but technically since they expired them and didn't cancel them, we need to stick with it for 5 minutes then because technically they're still in play when they don't show up on the map. I know it's an odd thing, but been clarified by the Weather Service before in Jacksonville that even if they expire, I'm technically still go for another 5 minutes. So it's something we got to kind of still be on guard with then for another few moments. This one here, I mean, it's over the water spout concerns at this point. But this one here, technically, it could reemerge on us around Dinner Island, even though it's kind of moved out of the polygon. Got other areas we got to watch. This was kind of back further into toward the timeline. Salt Springs there. Again, looking at things, looking at the situation. We're going to go ahead and go back on over here. Look at some of our different views. This line not forming like the model was sort of looking a little while ago. And when we have a chance here, let's go to the models then. This is the first time I've shown this one the year. I've looked at behind the scenes again. Look at these outrageously warm temperatures this time of day. 80s and many spots down there. That's almost just, I mean, that's almost shocking to see that after we had 40s in the morning here. Just a few mornings ago, we're at 73 where we're at here, east of Stark. So, again, difference pretty, I mean, abrupt. We're not that far from 77 at Keystone, actually. So, kind of limiting some of that threat. But, again, see what we got with the modeling. So, let me go closer to 11Z to 7 a.m. Yeah, that's off. There's some. It's not completely off, but that stuff's not as nasty to the north or to the west. Stuff in between though is underdoing some. So if that stuff develops to the north, it comes in, it might do something. I think the western stuff might be a little bit more of a concern though, because it seemed like I have a little bit better chance of developing. But things have developed so quickly. That's by forward. It takes a while coming through. Some more rain still coming on through here to picture. And let's go ahead and look at the cloud tops. I haven't done this in a while. The water vapor and the flood advisory from Marion to 215 now. You know, not going to get visible yet. But here's infrared. A little bit warmer, but not by much. Cloud tops had really cold cloud tops earlier on if you guys are with me. So a little bit weaker of a system here in some ways at this point, but not by that much. I mean the pressure's still down with this. I don't see our under 1,000 millibars, but here at this point, but still a nasty situation. So again, just continuing to track things at 7:13. Officially, even though they're not on the map here, there's tornado warnings up another 2 minutes. You have the rain in the north, you have cooler air up there in this setup. I mean, really a severe threat at this point. I mean, you go maybe, I mean, we have this area of surface-based cape, and then the next level goes further, almost too far, but let's go ahead and go here. Let's go, go 30 miles north of this, and then if you pass 30 miles north of this, you really start to lose your severe threat. So I'm talking about where the instability shows up on this map, that darker blue. So 30 miles north of that area of dark blue. So like the Jacksonville and so the I-10 corridor, like we talked about last night, you still have a threat. I think it's lower than it was overnight in some of the areas, especially further north to the south, not so much. We still have you still have these parameters more in play. It's almost just really an anomaly here in terms of meteorology at this, in terms of these wind and energy parameters down there in our southern counties that are really of utmost concern. So again, just checking on things here, tracking things here this morning. We already had the damage way earlier in the night. Crystal River really hit hard, it would seem, based on initial indications. Had some damage in Pinellas County downstate. Maybe some issues in Pasco, it seems like, and then Flagler County in our area later on in the timeline, we had problems here as well. So again, we may find more later on. Don't get me wrong. We've been in front of the camera so long, we don't know exactly what's happening. We've been doing this stream for about 6 hours, so I'm gonna watch things here. We'll probably just go to a radar stream again, like what we planned on earlier here, and just if we have new warnings, we'll pop in here with the latest. If they're in a local area, if they're just outside or further outside, maybe not. If they're of utmost concern, and a different story. But of course, all tornado warnings in our 62 counties will be on for, like we just worked for those officially on 7:15 going away. So that's the good news here. So again, a situation where we see a coverage map. A covered map of 62 counties here that we're always on for every tornado warning storm, almost 4 years now. It's about protecting you, your friends, and your family. We've had a number of them tonight in our southern counties, and we've been on for Central Florida stuff because a little bit of that strong tornado potential was there EF2 plus wasn't completely out of the question. Might have happened, and Citrus is speculating at this point, but it seems like that's not impossible. Even Flag would want to see what happened there, but it seemed like something might have got a little more robust. It wasn't an official tornado warning there. That's some rotation even south is a little bit stronger, but severe thunderstorm warning with tornado possible tag was in play for the Palm Coast area. So again, don't plan on doing our update late tonight here. At this point, that could change if we give a really busy period here ahead this morning. About 2 hours left on this stream, and then we can reevaluate. But a tornado watch will probably be issued further south here as we kind of get here in the timeline to account for the continued risk. So, like maybe Gainesville down to Orlando, give or take, as we're looking here. So be aware of that, and if we have the details, we'll post that, of course, if we're really needing to here. If maybe that kind of develops here in a sequence here, we feel like that would be the most maybe helpful way. Of course, we'll have the stream going probably at 9 when that were to happen now with the radar. So you might just see that yellow box area pop up, and then, of course, we can kind of go from there. If we don't have any warnings at that point, when it's about time to wrap things up, we have a limit from our different streams of 8 hours. Maybe we just wrap it up and then come back if we need to as warnings, if warnings are issued. But you guys have clutter.com/radar. We're going to keep this stream going. I'll break back in if needed, but I'm going to do scheduled updates like half hour, like what we had planned if needed, and as if needed there is where we're going to go versus just every 30 and half there. I mean, we're talking about every 30. Oh, okay. We're not. Okay, new tornado warning. That's interesting. So instead of reversing every 30 minutes, though, instead of doing that, just more as needed, but we're needed now, new tornado warning. So it's like a tropical system here, folks. Stuff is not giving up. So let's go ahead and go north of Pearson. There must be something there. I don't see it as much on this mode, but we're, radar hole again. Oh, yeah, it just popped up there. Very quickly, popping up there. Similar spot. Yeah, so right here on Salt Springs, I guess it's just never going to end, is it? So let's go ahead. I mean, it will, I promise. But let's go ahead and go here on Salt Springs again. Possible tornado over Salt Springs now, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. Again, very, very quickly coming together here now. Very quickly. You don't see it. Maybe it's co-located on this one as much here, but we have a new tornado warning now until 7:45. So gotta get an interior room away from windows here this morning. Again, new rotation very quickly developing. Once again, radar coverage might be obscuring things, but we're not seeing as quick as we otherwise would. It might be kind of catching under the radar beam here, and all of a sudden kind of coming up again. Not the greatest area to keep getting these alerts in, where things are a little bit more under the radar beam, but we have the thread and we have to have the alerts. It's just we wish the rotations were at least able to be in a spot where we could see them a little bit better, but right now we have this threat. So again, Savannah and capable of producing a tornado over Salt Springs, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So again, the greens and reds here on the Doppler around Salt Springs to Georgetown here. Again, just continuing to watch, continuing to track here. Getting interior room, get away from windows here right now in this type of situation. You just don't want to mess around here, folks. Don't want to mess around in this type of scenario. Again, possible tornado here in toward this area right now. Again, a tornado moving near northeast at 45 miles an hour. Again, could be doing this all over again in the Flagler County if this were to hold together. There's some different influences here taking place here with the overall atmospheric setup. So again, let's go ahead and look here. Again, I mean, honestly, the radar coverage issues playing more of a role than maybe this is looking stronger than it could be, but we don't know. And we've already had problems here. We had damage to the south. So they're going to really be careful with these. Going to be really careful with the weather service. So, again, right now we're kind of in a bad radar spot. We're around Georgetown here again. We're just going to keep checking this as we're getting on in here. The rotation of the Doppler scan. Get an interior room, get away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. So we're just going to keep re-emphasizing that here. Keep re-emphasizing that. Again, let's go ahead and tell you where this is again in terms of the geography. So we're in Bradford County, North Central Florida. This is over there toward Marion and Putnam County, so off toward Roy, the south, and toward the east. So, talking about northern Florida with this. The dangerous storm will be near Fruitland around 7:20 right now, and in Crescent City around 7:25. What's Lake Como and Georgetown in here. So gotta take shelter here with this tornado warning in play at this present time. So again, still kind of a low around Stark. Had that rain overnight, couple few inches, but to the south, not so much. And things can change quick still, as we talked about it. We're getting more reports of the damage earlier in Flagler County. Florida Power and Light reporting a utility pole damage due to the strong winds along the 100 block there of Barrington Drive. So, again, that's the storyline there in Flagler County. Again, just the nasty, nasty conditions here, folks, causing problems for everybody. As we go ahead here, continue to give you the latest. There, just safety tips again. And then you can see here the rotation around Salt Springs to Georgetown. Kind of hard to see there. Up here we had something on reflectivity. It didn't rise up as well, though, on velocity. And then it's in a better spot. So that's good to see here at this point. So again, tornado warning. We thought, we keep thinking maybe we'll get lucky here. And then things kind of ramp back up as quickly as they ramp down on us here. They're in radar holes, so we kind of missed some scans. You don't have lightning with these storms either. So they're very, very tricky. Maybe not producing, but we have tornado warning them, put enough rotation here. You can't take any chances. So against the south of Satsuma here, around Salt Springs here, we have this threat of tornado warning, another one. We've been tracking these since the 1 o'clock hour or so, and we're in the 7 o'clock hour now. So again, it's been an onslaught here of issues, of problems here, of concern. Power outages in spots, random in some ways more than we having a tropical setup with a tropical storm or a squall line or a hurricane, obviously, but more random, more isolated here. It's kind of sometimes what you see like in the Midwest here in some weird ways with discrete cells and the like here. So again, just continue to watch, continue to track here. We're just trying to give you the latest. You can see here, we're just going to keep looking. Again, there's south of Salt Springs, that area there. You can see out toward the west there. We're just going to keep looking. You can see stuff a little less organized to the north, but it's right here all together. Actually, I don't have any marine warnings for a moment, which is weird, but because we've had so much in the coastal waters here, or west in the Gulf or east in the Atlantic. That's been concerning right near the waterland areas, but right now it's more about this one area with the tornado potential that's in play here this morning. Again, looking at things, you see around Georgetown, we have some rotation. Again, it's not as what I found we didn't know I have tornado warnings for, but this setup here is so ripe. Radar covered it, and it's good. We've already had a history of stuff that's not the most overwhelming and getting really significant maybe damage there, like what we may have had around areas in Citrus County this morning, around that 2 a.m. benchmark, as we got over there around areas not Lecanto, but and not Homosassa Springs, but in Crystal River. So again, just continuing to look at things here this morning, continuing to give you guys the latest here on this tornado warning situation. Looking north of Georgetown right now in Putnam County. Again, a possible tornado here in toward this area. So again, we're watching the rotation. This green means winds. This is the Jacksonville radar, so winds going toward the radar. This means winds are going away from the radar. So when you have that type of signature, that means there's some type of algorithmic rotation that's going to suck on a rotational product, and maybe rotation that can get down toward the surface here. So again, just continue to watch. It isn't up as well for one because it's further away from the radar in our rotation mode, but it shows up a little, so we'll show that to you. You can see a little bit of that here around some of these different areas here. You see Salt Springs, Georgetown on the map. We had some other rotation earlier on in the view. Some of it's not as well defined as it was earlier on, kind of more marginal, to be quite honest here, which is good. Still watching things. I saw something there. I hope it's just a false signature, but we have a little bit of something in Hamilton County. It might be in more of a elevated type environment, but let me check it. That was okay. I'm not seeing anything off of the other radar. I think it's just a the other view. I think it's just the angle is hidden, but oh, that weird. It's from the Moody radar. It actually sounds something kind of odd. But it's not showing it at all from the other radar, which I think is more accurate. It's, I don't know, it's something here. We'll watch South of Jennings, but probably elevated, probably not actually reaching, but we'll watch. Maybe get an advisory or something. But again, let's go back down here. Let's tighten it up a little bit there now. Watch the Crescent City, so make sure if you're in Crescent City, take those tornado precautions here. So it'd be harder to see a debris signature down there. Wouldn't really be able to tell you. I mean, if something's on the ground, you probably wouldn't know they were already hit. So that's why you have these tornado warnings. Whether it's over Jacksonville, Tallahassee, Tampa issues. See this area out here, a little bit of spin to the south. I think they're more dominant. We weren't sure on it earlier on. Actually, I think it was a different area than what we thought. With the dominant one, that other storm may be trying to come into play. But we have two different spins. So anywhere in this box, take shelter here. You have Crescent City could be in a line of concern over the next few moments here in parts of Putnam County. And you have this concern here this morning from this potential tornadic threat. So again, 7:27 is the time right now. I've been with you all night. And all nighter here giving you guys the latest to protect you, your friends, and your family here. This tornado warning, again, another 18 minutes or so. Looks like some stuff in Marion County now trying to come back together. It's not quite as maybe crazy as things were when we had that threat in Taylor and some of those counties back in the June period there. And that was a little bit more random, not a tornado watch necessarily, more confined. This is more forecasted for, and it's in a more of a separate time frame than just a long period, but still a very long night here for us in the Weather Center, trying to give you guys the latest to protect you, your friends, and your family. So again, we're still watching things. I know some of those were stronger tornadoes with PDS warnings. These could have had a strong tornado, but scans on radar would be harder to see. I think we did have maybe near Crystal River, but in Citrus County, but we don't know for sure yet. The debris was going way high up though with that. I mean, for a Florida tornado, it was definitely cause for concern there. As we were looking this morning, it was a little bit later on. You could see that after it already probably touched down, but it had to take a little bit to get to the Tampa side and like that. I think that's showing a little bit of maybe debris trying to stop. That could be a water spout over the lake area there. So we'll watch that. It's down here. That's why that area is in the tornado warning as well. So I know it gets displaced sometime with the radar scans, but again, just continuing to watch things here this morning. Again, tornado warning here until 7:45 for parts of Marion and Putnam counties. So again, that's why we're on the air right now. Tornado warning here continuing. Tornado warning here. Seek center to that 30 building. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a football helmet, bicycle helmet. Make sure your shoes are on here as well in case you have a tornado. You don't want to put your feet up in the aftermath. Got to consider maybe your work school obligations here. Try to work around them by a few moments if you can here. You don't want to get out in a tornadic situation. And then also, I mean, it's a scenario we really don't want to be able to go home in these situations either, because those type of structures are not as well built here as others here that are site built in general. So again, I know sometimes it's about just the overall. I mean, you can get the wind under some mobile homes and the like, but and you don't want to have that, because that means that they can get flipped a little bit easier, closer to like what a vehicle would get flipped with. It's a little bit tighter in terms of the brighter colors here. Let's just watch here, Crescent City. I mean, it almost looks like it's hitting at debris at about 6,000 feet, but hard to say for sure. It could be also water spout, but that looks weaker there, but that looks a little bit stronger right on the doorstep, if not coming into Crescent City now. So you got to be in southern Crescent City. They've been very well extend this warning. Timestamps in the 15 minutes, but really it's close to where it would need to be extended in terms of the spatial coverage here for the service in Jacksonville. So again, just continuing to watch this here this morning. Again, a tornado warning until 7:45 for parts of Marion and Putnam County. So again, let's pull up the safety tips here. Again, that's what you need to do if you have a tornado warning in play. They just give us an update. We're Putnam now. They dropped Marion, it looks like. Okay, so they dropped Marion County. That's the latest storyline here. So at 7:30, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Crescent City, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. Lake Como and Georgetown into this. Some of those areas included in the box, but they did cancel Marion. So it's all about Putnam at this moment here. We kind of we're focusing more on that anyway, based on the geography here. But again, just continuing to watch, continuing to track here. Let me just keep checking here what we got. As we've been on hour after hour. As you're just maybe waking up, or if you've been up all night with us, we thank you so much for tuning in and really staying tuned here as we keep giving you guys everything we can here in an adverse scenario like this one. So again, let's just go ahead and keep looking at things. I know folks earlier on were talking about Lecanto and the like here. Some of the comments. I know we've been on this so long. At points sometimes you kind of brush over them a little. We're talking about the potential there at points. So okay, new tornado warning for Citrus now. New tornado warning for Citrus County. That's not in our area at this point, but that could be a cause for concern depending on how far north that is. So I need to check that here, obviously. Need to check that. Okay, this officer up in Homosassa or 9 miles west of Homosassa Springs, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. Citrus County has been hit so hard. And we already had a tornado several hours ago there in areas there, as we talked about there in Crystal River. And now more concern coming into the picture once again. So every time you think maybe things are getting a little bit better, they get nasty again here with some type of tornadic concern. So, and that's why we're with you here hour after hour, trying to give you guys the latest. I know we're getting different reports in and the like here into the Weather Center. So again, it's all sorts of different things here coming on in as we're live here on the different platforms. We're just trying to give you guys the very latest here. These red boxes have been tracking. Again, sometimes we have to look at some different things off camera here for a moment because on for so long we have different things that might break or develop on it that we can't see as easy when we're in front of the key wall here. But again, I just going ahead and giving you guys the latest here what's going on. This tornado threat here, and there's some damage here in the state of Florida this morning, as we've talked about, as we've continued to monitor, continue to track it, continue to keep you in tune to the latest details. So, again, sometimes when we're on for so long, it gets a little bit tricky here in terms of things. But let me go ahead and just see here what we have. So again, 7:33 a.m. The tornado warning for Putnam goes until 7:45. The tornado warning for Citrus goes until 8 o'clock. So Citrus is outside of the area, but it could be a threat for Marion later on. So let's go ahead and show that to you here live. So there you go. This is a new warning for Citrus here. Warning to Jackson, we're right over. You see Crystal River. Yeah, once again, under a potential threat there. And let's see here where this rotation is off of Tampa View. You got stuff coming ashore here, so at least they didn't put Levy in it right now in our cover zone. But that could change here if things were to really move more poleward. I don't know if that'll happen here. I think it'd be more of a chance for Marion there to be in this in the Jacksonville jurisdiction at this point. But talking about Lecanto, you're under the line here of concern again. I mean, in the line of concern again here, the word Lecanto in Citrus County. So take your dinner precautions again. I mean, you don't generally get this down there. An onslaught here of tornadic concern. It's been a rough night here for folks in Citrus County for sure, hour after hour. I mean, we're probably at 3, 4, 5 tornado warnings that have come through there. I mean, in a year, you probably don't get that many years. I mean, so have a night like this here with a confirmed tornado going through Crystal River, parts of that town earlier on and causing a lot of problems. And now again, another tornado warning for Citrus County here. Again, just outside of the area. A big deal there with the concern that we've been tracking. And this is in our area. We had the issue in Flagler County. We're still gathering more information on that. But south of Crescent City here. South of Crescent City. Okay, that's still there. And even around Crescent City, got 2 different spins here that may extend this basically in coverage here. We'll wait and see. Some spin here, some spin back here east of Georgetown. Gonna be one of them's near US 17. The other's gonna be crossing that here shortly. But I mean, if it's not getting closer here pretty soon, I mean, the timeline here would suggest that, I mean, it'd probably be near that. This one here, probably closer to 745. This is right there now, though, around the roadway. So, again, the roadway of interest. So, again, tornado warning here. That's in our area, so we have to focus on that one a little bit more so at this point. But the other one's just on the edge here again. We're watching, we're tracking here. We're trying to give you guys the latest 7:36 right now. Tornado watch continues to at least 9 a.m. here for some of our different zones. So again, we're looking at things, we're tracking things here. Again, this yellow area, tornado watch till 9 a.m., but we're gonna probably have an extension somewhere from around here, probably up to around the area that goes across Gainesville to Palatka. I feel like Stark might not get in the extension at this point based on the discussing the parameters, but maybe Gainesville gets in it. Maybe they kind of ride it here. Maybe they ride it here from like Gainesville southward, something like that. We'll see. Not a given. Okay, new tornado warning to 8 o'clock now for parts of Flagler and Putnam. Okay, that is coming down now. That circulation is not letting go. And we have a new tornado warning here, that potential. They're saying a possible tornado located over Andalusia there. We're northeast at 45 miles an hour. Weather service in Jacksonville. So after 8 o'clock. So again, a new tornado warning there right now. We're trying to give you guys the very latest. Again, get in that interior room. Get away from those windows here. Put that football helmet on. Put that bicycle helmet on. Also, a new flood advisory report to Flagler, Marion, and Putnam to 10:45. As that rain is added up 3, 4, maybe plus inches in some backyards at this point. So a lot of rain here coming on through as we continue to watch things here this morning. So again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest here. Again, now 2 tornado warnings in our area. The one complex cluster, little area there, that's where we have the concern. The one cluster could ultimately hit toward Palm Coast if it holds together past 8 o'clock with the rotation. With the sun coming up, the instability maybe trying to come up there, that could be an issue. So that's why we got to be careful there. Got to be kind of mindful of what we're dealing with as we're looking again. Flagler and Putnam, the new tornado warning to 8. The current one for parts of Putnam goes until 7:45. So again, I'm just trying to let you guys know exactly what's going on here this morning. We're trying to give you guys everything really that's of the utmost importance. So let's go ahead. Let me go ahead here. We'll jump back on over. Let me go ahead and jump back on over right now to our other view. Again, you see the red boxes there. See those red boxes there, and we're just going to keep following the situation. I know we're going to try to take another view too. We haven't done this because we've been before sunrise, but now we're starting to get some of that lighting out there. So let's take one of our camera shots here. Maybe not going to show as much, but probably a cloudier picture, I would think, around the dark area. So let's go ahead and go to that. It's been dark the whole time. So we haven't been able to take this one here. We're just going to look from the dark area back toward the west here. So let's try to pop this up for at least a moment. Kind of see what happens here. But yeah, you can see kind of the cloud cover in place. Some of those trees blowing around some. And the like here, you see some of the kind of situation here we have. Some of those earth clouds mixing in at points. So, but nothing is overwhelming or of concern to a higher level like we have toward the south. So just trying to let you guys know that there. Again, showing you guys everything we can here. Again, just showing you guys all the latest minute by minute information. So again, tornado warning is what we're on the air, and that's not for Bradford. That's for areas there of Putnam, for Flagler, and then we have another one that's outside of there in Citrus County, an area that's probably been the focal point of the action here overnight. Again, Crystal River taking a hard hit here from a apparent tornado, maybe even a strong tornado here in the overnight hours. So Again, you hate seeing that here. We hope everybody's all right there in Citrus County, as we had a pretty significant blow. We have another tornado warning right now as folks are trying to maybe get to work or school. They have the damage to get through, and they have another tornado threat to get through. So that's if no changes have been made. Some of those different things. There might have been at this point. But again, let's go ahead and jump back. You can see our camera shot. Again, it's kind of looking back to the Westman Sarax, and it's still an odd setup. That's why the cloud moving so fast there. But here's the Doppler, so you cancel out, or they're expiring out one of the tornado warnings here for Putnam because it's moving out of the polygon. But then this tornado warning continues here to, it looks like about 8 o'clock, Citrus County here to 8 o'clock this morning. The tornado threat, the possible tornadoes here in play this morning. So you just got to be on guard there in that realm here. You just got to be paying attention. Again, more tornado warnings. One of those is in our area, one of those is not in our area. This one here, Flagler and Putnam. Again, we're watching things here. You see I-95 over the next little bit here. If this were to hold together, we'll see. It's moving right now northeast at 45. So let's kind of pull this out. So that's the bad. It's only about 18 miles from the coast. So it's be out in the coastal water in about a half an hour or so with the circulation, give or take. So that'd be about 8:15. So it might be like an extension of 8:15 or something if they see a new one closer to Palm Coast here. We'll see. Hope it doesn't happen, but it could. Definitely could based on the latest velocity. It looks like it may be more likely here. But now this on the edge of this, here around Bunnell in Flagler County. You see Crescent City there. You see some of those greens and reds that's in that area of heavier precipitation. So maybe a rain wrap tornado. Not out of the question here this morning. Looking toward the Crescent City area. Again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest here in this developing situation. Again, your red box, a possible tornado threat here this morning, south of St. Johns County at this moment. So south of St. Augustine, southeast there of Palatka, as we're looking at things at the present time, not in the Palm Coast at this point. But again, we already had maybe a tornado hit there earlier, and we could have this go over similar areas again. Maybe the worst is south, we'll see, but you never know. I mean, it could interfere with some of the cleanup efforts here from that possible tornado. We had a thunderstorm warning with tornado possible tag in that area when that seems to possibly come really into some of those areas that came on through. So again, just continuing to watch as we're looking. We're just continuing to watch the different areas of greens and reds. Right now, this is the most concentrated right there over the water as we're getting from Putnam into Flagler's jurisdiction as it gets in land here soon. You can kind of see what we're talking in terms of the geography. So again, just tracking things here hour after hour. If you're just waking up, a lot of our area hadn't been impacted, but the southern flank has been a different story, and Central Florida. I mean, Tampa office probably seen about the most tornado warnings we've seen outside of a tropical system issued by them in a long time here, in an overnight period here in the state of Florida. So I don't know for sure, but I think we counted 18 earlier between all the offices. I was going back a little bit earlier this morning. That's since midnight. So a lot of tornado warnings, rotations indicating the Doppler, some of them confirmed, whether by debris, during, or after, or spider confirmations and the like. And so it's been a very active period. But to the north, you see cooler temperatures. South toward our severe threat is very low to, it's maybe non-zero, but it's near zero. And south toward maybe some flooding and ponding water on the roadways. But North Florida, you see the tornado watch is a different story of the instability here of the temperature. I mean, you quickly go from 66 in Tallahassee, 63 in Valdosta, 66 in Waycross, to 82 here in the morning in October in Perry, 81 in Cross City, 79 in Gainesville, 79 in Ocala, 76 St. Augustine. That is something you just don't see here around after we had 40s, mid 40s earlier on in the week. I mean, some areas, rural spots we're up to 77 now, by the way. It's really been warming up here higher than our high yesterday. That's quite a bit warmer than it was earlier, but looking back here, let's see where we're at with everything. Just trying to go ahead and get you everything. You can be kind of going between it. 44 and Tuesday here. So again, just trying to give you guys everything you need here in terms of different metrics and the like. So, again, trying to give you guys everything you need there in terms of the latest details. So, I mean, going from 44 Tuesday morning about this time to 77 right now with the humidity up there so much. That just shows you how the air mass has really changed and really caused things to deteriorate toward some of our counties. That temperature increase toward Bradford and the like, this may, we hope not, but it could get us into another tornado watch if we keep seeing that increase enough with the surface-based energy and the convective available potential energy in the Cape. So that's what that stands for. CAPE does, convective available potential energy. And we'll go ahead and show you some of the surface-based values here right now. Again, you can see here, we're into that here, 600 joules per kilogram. I know that doesn't mean a lot to a lot of folks, but that's a lot when you have the wind energy here like we do. So again, that is a lot of energy when we have some of our different values, supercell composite, STP, significant tornado parameters, really inched up northernly here in terms of getting here in terms of North Florida, the northerly part now. I hadn't really seen that earlier on, so I still can't let our guard down. Then, though I've said it before, we could have a situation here where things just start coming together too much. It's not out of the question we get too much development here. Maybe we get some thunderstorm warning, then we get flood alerts, but might cut off the circulations a little. We'll see. Not a guarantee. This is an odd setup here. Generally, don't get this low of pressure around in this type of situation this time of year. And severe setup without being tropical, but it's not. It's not tropical, not named system, not subtropical, but it's just a powerful system. 1,000, 2,003 millibars where we've been sitting. We've seen systems, your tropical system, not give us that low of a pressure, that low of a strength of a storm per se. That's what that measures there in millibars. So I know the lowest we had with a Dahlia was 997. Of course, a lot lower to the Gulf Coast, but and this is similar, more similar with this pressure than that type of storm, but. That type of storm we had a lot lower out there, but I mean the strength of the storm isn't out much off of that. So, kind of for perspective here in the overall atmospheric setup. I know it might not mean a lot to a lot of folks, but if you're really into meteorology, you kind of follow where I'm going with that. So, again, looking at things here, looking at things around areas there northeast of Crescent City. So I'm gonna go ahead and look here at the Doppler, and you can see there. West of Hispaniola, we have some greens and reds still on the Doppler. We could get another tornado warning over I-95 here over the next little bit. If that's the case, nobody gets to be driving there. Within that polygon, along that stretch of the interstate, if that gets extended that similar fashion, where it's kind of pointing, that'd be the stretch. But right now, nobody's to be driving on these roads here out here west of Benel either. So, again, right now, looking at things. Looking there, the rest of this maybe just south of, it looks like State Road 20, but anybody in this box here need to be taking those kind of precautions. Interior room away from windows. Again, we have a tornado warning till 8 o'clock here. Citrus County, we haven't talked about you guys in a while. It's out of our area, but last time we did that, or one of the times we did that, we had a bad tornado around Crystal River. And guess what? Looks like we have greens and reds getting a little bit tighter now on the back side. We don't want another debris signature on Crystal River, and I might be getting a little bit closer than we would like. It's not there yet because it takes a lot to get one of those up that way. I mean, probably more significant tornado, but that came through earlier on. But that's another possible spin moving up toward the Crystal River area, and eventually could be back into our area again, the southern Marion, southwestern Marion possibly. Not so much Levy probably though. So again, have to keep watching that. Okay, so let's go back to Flagler County. Let's go back to Flagler County now with our area to spin. Again, as we're looking at things down here, we're trying to give you guys the very latest on what's going on. As you look here, you see Palm Coast. That's right over here, of course. You have Hispaniola. They're in the box right now as you kind of look there. So, again, they're still following along with this possible tornado in Flagler County until 8 o'clock this morning. That's really tightened up. Wow, that's about as tight as we've seen in our viewing area today. It tightened up very quickly, folks. Very quickly. I mean, that could even be indicative of something trying to touch down here, folks. Right now, south of State Road 20, south, well, maybe west southwest of Bunnell. So if you're Bunnell, you need to take your precautions immediately. Again, we could have a developing tornado here. Maybe one that was maybe a situation made a funnel cloud, maybe it's touching down now, loft and debris causing damage to homes, or maybe businesses if there are any out in that rural area. But again, you got to take shelter right now. It looked like it was more intense than it's been here. That's about as strong as we've seen in our area all morning on that one scan. It is at least higher up, so maybe it's not reaching like that. But let's check the Melbourne radar to try to give you guys the latest. It looks like it could be tight in there, but we're really on the edge of the radar scan here. I know we had a tornado touchdown in southern Flagler going back around Corona late 2019. Did not get a debris signature there. It's still pretty strong. A little closer to the radar here, but I feel like this one might all of a sudden, if it keeps continuing that trend here, we may, if this goes another scan like this, we may very quickly get a debris signature. We might get a confirmed tornado warning even at this height here if it goes up. I mean, because of the history we had in Crystal River, apparently earlier on, they may go PDS on this. I mean, we may be getting ahead of ourselves a little because maybe it's just an anomaly, but just around sunrise, we've had this happen before where things really kick into gear. It was already kind of getting established, and now we're getting a little more of a boost here, and it's getting closer to the coast here also. We could be having an issue here in southern parts of our covered area, so parts of Flagler County around Bunnell, in that general zone here vicinity. We're looking there, just continuing to watch here. Now, some of our stuff's about to fall off our desk because we've been going so long, but again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest here this morning. So we're trying to let you guys know exactly what is happening. Again, we have this possible tornado here in Flagler County. Let's see if it's confirmed now. Okay, I don't see anything there with that. Let's see, let's take the timestamps. Yeah, this is ahead, so this could drop a little bit of a boost or a yellowish signature over the spot if we're not careful here. So again, just continuing to watch, continuing to give you guys the latest. So sitting at 7:52 right now. I don't want to see a drop out here in CC and our CC product. Again, you can see some of that green and red there, southwest of Espanola. Again, just continuing to give you guys the latest here as we're looking at things right now in the timeline. So, again, we have a tornado warning here, folks. Another one here as we've continued. If you've been with us here, again, a lot here this morning with this overall threat, very, very robust here towards certain parts, the southern parts of our viewing circle. So again, a nasty situation. Let's go back to tornado safety tips here again at this point in time. Let's go back there at this point in time as we continue to give you guys the latest. Again, this tornado warning here continuing. We just have a lot going on, a lot happening here with the overall meteorology of things. I know it's a nasty pattern that we're in. Haven't had the warnings like up to Bradford County and the like here at this point, which is great, but tornado watch still continues for a little longer. We're going to have an extension of that probably to the south, whether it includes Bradford and some of the counties further up like Clay. Yet to be determined, more likely, maybe a lot to what, very likely for Marion, Flagler, or Putnam, that area down there, it would seem, that vicinity. And maybe even like Levy there, you kind of get the idea. So again, still got to stay tuned for the latest update to have multiple ways to receive alerts here through the morning. Again, we have that tornado warning right now. That tornado warning right now in parts of Flagler County. Espanola, but now take shelter. Let me go ahead and come back on over here again. This is a one-man band, so we're an hour after hour here. We try to get you the latest, but sometimes we have to kind of really improvise even a little bit because we're not going to be able to get everything here unless we look at a couple of things here and there off camera. So been trying to do that, but back to the camera view we go here. Again, looking here around Espanola, that's not what we want to see here, really. No definitive debris signature, so at least we're not getting that yet. But around Espanola here, I mean, it's going to be a surprise they don't extend this. We're getting these gate-to-gate values here, over 70 miles an hour on the southern flank now. And the axle will more definitive rotates and maybe closer to, let's see here, about 60, but still gotta be careful. Two tornado warnings, still one for citrus just outside the area, one for flagler just in the area here. So again, we're just tracking it all here as it maybe moves further over toward I-95 in Flagler County here this morning. Again, you gotta take those tornado precautions. You gotta take shelter here as the situation does progress on us. You can't let your guard down. So again, Flagler County is where we're at right now. There you go in terms of the geography of things. Just trying to let you guys know exactly what is going on here, what is happening. Okay, new tornado warning now. 4 areas there, Flagler to 8:30. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado over Bunnell, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. So possible tornado there over Bunnell, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. New box warning just popping up here. There you go. It includes Palm Coast now. It includes I-95. So we were kind of warning for the last little bit, so nobody needs to be driving in the tornado warning area that's covered by 95 or anywhere in these boxes, obviously. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over Bunnell, moving northeast at 55. So Palm Coast, Beverly Beach, Bunnell, obviously, Espanola under this here. This warning set to expire at 8:30 this morning. So for another 33 minutes, we have this concern now as we get further on over toward the east here. Again, getting back into towards Citrus County now. A tornado warning as we get back out there. That could be a threat toward Marion County over the next little bit again. So we got to be on guard for that. That's around Crystal River again. That's what we've been talking about. That threat there. Is that debris from 12,000 feet up? I hope not. Let me just double check on our other view. Earlier it was showing on both. We kind of were more concerned. I don't see it there as much. But, so hopefully not anything. But you never know here. You never know in this type of setup. You just got to be on guard. You got to be on guard here. This here, a rain wrap, but could be crossing I-95 over the next little bit. Again, this tornado warning for parts of Flagler County here, going to 8:30 this morning. So again, this threat continuing, the tornado concern continuing here. As we keep looking at our different metrics, we're up to 77 now east of Star. The temperature warming here this morning pretty rapidly. So we'll see if things get a little bit more energetic. I haven't heard about thunder even up here, but there's a tornado warning haven't either. So again, an odd setup, tropical setup overall here. Again, just trying to give you guys the very latest on exactly what is going on. So again, I'm going to get some cameras up again pretty soon as Florida 511 perspectives as we continue to give you guys the very latest here on this developing situation. So again, let's go ahead and see what we got. Let's see what we got here. Gonna have to start looking. Let's see. So south of Palm Coast along 95. That'd be the area to kind of look in, I think. Bear with me here. Try to give you guys the latest. We try to give you guys the latest information. Give you guys the latest to protect you, your friends, and your family. I try to get you guys a viewpoint on things. Kind of check here. So we're looking. Zoom out on our map a little here behind the scenes. Again, trying to look. We don't have these in like Georgia, Roy, to get to as much, but in Florida we do. So we try to take advantage of them and show them to you guys as much as we can to help you guys out in terms of perspective. We're still a little ways away, honestly, from Belterre and the like, where this could be headed based on early indications. Still got to be taking your precautions here as we're looking at things. So we'll see what we might have. Some of these cameras, let's see if they're working here. I don't know like it was from before we got into the daylight hours screenshot, but I expired to one tornado warning, by the way, continuing the other though. Early, we're still kind of out ahead of this, honestly. That looked a little weaker there, but things are telling that scan. You see how we have the purple in there, so it's not in the best spot. But here's, look, I-95 south on a mile marker 287. .5 here, looking southeast. So not going to be the perfect spot to see the cloud covered in on this one. This one giving us a directional information. Some of them don't do that. I like it when they do that because that really helps us in terms of knowing where to go with this. So that one looking southeast. So let's go ahead and see if we can find one here. I mean, it's a situation. If it crossed, to the south, it'd be fine. But it's sometimes a little too close to call there. So need to be kind of trying to be careful with this. By the way, advisory for parts of Marion, landspout possible there, so weak little spin there. Not out of the question as we're looking at things, as we're tracking things here. Yeah, this shows it better. It's further up and it's looking down, so it kind of gives you a better read on the situation. So let's go ahead and pull this up now. Behind me, you can see looking southeast. You can see all those folks with their lights on. Obviously, it's around sunrise anyway. It's not going to sun up right now, but again, you can kind of see things here, the darker sky. I know Saturday things will be interesting with that sun. If we do get less cloud cover like we're hoping for a partial solar eclipse, and it could have some effect on temperatures a little bit, more so maybe to the west in the country, but could help things a little bit in terms of temperature to things like football games and the like. So just something to touch on if we don't really get a chance here. Yeah, as I think about that, we've just been in so many tornado warning coverage scenarios here as we've been looking for the night and now the early morning. But see the darker skies here, you see the wet road. Just be careful out there. And as we're watching things, you can kind of see the traffic as we're monitoring the scenario here as that timeline continues to get even later on in the morning on us. I know some folks are going to work and school. Some areas okay, some areas having these adverse conditions, these potentially dangerous conditions, quite honestly. So depends on where you're at. Some of the stuff more isolated is not the typical squall line, one and done. We've had that before. This is much different than what we generally have a lot of the year here, where there's tropical setups, tropical system. I mean, or a squall line and severe weather. You have that a lot more often than what this is. I mean, this is the anomaly here. Okay, Citrus County looks like a tornado warning. It's 8 o'clock. It would have went away. I don't see an extension yet. But we could always have more to come. Weaker rotation right now. That could move to Marion. That looks like it's tightening up now. Northeast of Ocala. That could get a tornado warning if we're not careful in this corridor. And then we're looking at things, and it reminds me a little, some of these areas getting impacted of that. And then we talked about the deluge in March of 2022. We use that terminology calling this a deluge here in October 2023. Well, the tornado warning, some of them not warned. We didn't actually have tornado warnings, but tornado touchdowns. The south with all that rain in the north, and similar area, similar time of day with some of that stuff. So kind of interesting there. But you can see I-95. We have this spin. It's a little weaker the latest scan, but just going to continue to watch here, continue to track it. Got to get in that tornado safe spot here right now. As we're looking at things in parts of Flagler County. So, again, that's where we have the rotation, a possible tornado right now in parts of Flagler County. So, again, getting into your room, away from windows, that sturdy structure. That's what you need to do right now if you're in this red polygon. Goes for another 26 minutes. Think about the coast, maybe the worst of this before then, but we talked about it earlier. It's kind of measuring it out, probably closer. I said 8:15 earlier on. Let's say 8:20 to be safe the way the box is drawing, but I think it works this be off the coast here with the rotation by 8:20 or so. So again, we're just tracking this here. Let's go ahead and zoom back out right now. Not too much around Stark or Green Cove Springs and the like here. A lull still, which is good. We still got to be careful. Okay, speaking of being careful, new tornado warning for Citrus now. Just outside of the area here. Again, so it's near Beverly Hills, so yeah, they're gonna have to probably issue one Jacksonville well pretty soon then to follow if that continues. Office in Duval. So again, not for Duval, but Citrus there. Another tornado warning there, and then if this holds together, Jacksonville would have to issue one here with this threat continuing. So again, still tracking that. Let's get back on over here. Safety tips again. Running those down yet again here because I've been with you for so long, having to give you all these minute-by-minute updates on everything that is going on here toward our different communities as these conditions and some of these outside of the area here as well having an impact on folks. So Again, we're almost at 7 hours here of nearly non-stop coverage. So again, a situation here that's been very adverse and it's still staying adverse here as we're looking at things this morning. Again, we just want you guys to take this seriously here as we look toward all of our different red boxes across our zones. One of those in our zone right now, one just outside. We're probably going to get one from Marion soon based on the current indication. Not saying it'll happen, but it could. It would seem more likely than less likely here. As you see down Ellen, there you go. Similar areas yet again. There's Citrus Springs. We're watching this here vicinity-wise, county-wise. That could move into Marion, get a tornado warning. Watching that rotation northeast of Ocala. And you have more of this here around Flagler County. Again, the possible tornado around I-95 here right now. So let's go back to that camera. It's weaker, honestly, on velocity. But let's see if we can get that camera back up here on that view. It might help us out a little bit. Possibly. You might want to go a little north of the one I'm just pulling up. Well, this could do it too. Well, this is some pretty ominous skies, actually. Let's take it then. Let's take it here. I think that could give us a good look. Okay, so we're going to put that up. We're going to put that up behind me here. Live on the air for everybody to get an idea of exactly what's happening. Look at those lower cloud structures here and the like. Look at that. This is cause for concern as you look. We'll just have to make sure nothing's getting down there toward the surface at this point in time. Obviously, that'd be potentially a tornado we'd be looking at then. So we have a flood warning, by the way, for Flagler now to 11:15. All that rain coming in multiple inches here, causing flooding, especially in poor drainage areas, urban and small stream type of areas, it would seem. As we continue to watch here, checking all the skies, checking these different viewpoints for the very latest here on what's going on. So again, tornado warning that goes until 8:30 officially. 8:30 officially there. Again, trying to see exactly what is happening. Now, again, that threat northeast at 55 miles an hour in that area. I'm check some more camera shots right now. Let me see if we got anything that's a little bit different here. Maybe a little bit a different perspective is possible at least. Okay, this one's shaking around some. It's a little bit further north, honestly. But let's just go ahead and pop it up here. Okay, so we're going to pop that up behind me. Again, tornado warnings continue as we're looking at different things. Okay, new tornado warning now for Marion County. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Beverly Hills, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. This here is in Flagler County with this tornado warning now. And we're watching the camera shake here. The worst of the threat, but just to the south of this here. I'm just south of mile marker 293. So, again, just tracking here, just monitoring. Just a very active scenario here. Really want to kind of get these to fall apart and or get out of our area here. But right now, not the case. So, again, you see the rotation there. Let's go over to the west now, though. This is the new tornado warning to 8:30 for parts of Marion County. Now you can see here, Citrus County where the rotation is right now, south of Ellen. But it's moving up into Marion County here right now. Moving northeast about 45 miles an hour. So that spin here, could be seeing that here. Coming towards some of these different communities. Now we want to see, obviously, here. And we're watching that here on a Thursday morning. We're watching that spin here. And that can cause problems. So you see that Ellen here in this tornado warning and the like. So let's go ahead and pull off safety tips here again. No, we Roy had to use this a whole bunch here tonight, but we'll use it once again. Tornado here, potential in play. Again, let me just keep looking at things here. Trying to give you guys the latest updates. Check power outage numbers. Maybe I haven't checked those in a while. In this type of setup, in this type of situation. So let me go ahead and look here. I'm just going to keep checking here what we have. Again, we're just trying to give you guys everything you need here. Okay, about 10,000 customers in the state of Florida. In the dark right now, over 6,000 in Georgia. So that's just the overall pattern here. Just the overall pattern. Given those winds up in that direction and the rain, I mean, that can cause some trees to fall, like we showed you. Back at FSU in that pattern 9 years ago. That was, I mean, it was kind of on the back side, and we weren't, it was different, but yeah, it's similar in the change of overall type of scenarios here from maybe a warmer type of situation to a cooler situation. So again, Citrus County really been hit hard, almost 5,000 customers in the dark here. Few in counties as we look across the state, 811 Leon. So we're in Marion here, only about 630 in Marion, 14 in Levy right now. In the dark, 45 in Putnam, 109 in Flagler County. So, but tornado warning continuing for parts of Flagler County at 8:30. So big thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 9 miles southeast marine land there, or 9 miles north of Flagler Beach. Moving northeast about, looks like 55 miles an hour. So we'll jump the radar back over there then. I need to switch back to the Jacksonville viewpoint on that probably. It's right near the coast now, that threat. So it's starting to get out there pretty quick. We said 8:15, or then I say 8:20. Well, it might be closer to 8:15. We're just trying to be careful of the overall structure of this. This seems like here, I mean, 8:15, 8:20 is a good bet here versus 8:30 at this point, but they're always just doing to be on the side of precaution here. They can't do between those two times. So again, that's just the way it works. 15:30, 45, 0 at almost all National Weather Service offices. I feel like maybe Louisville, one of those, has done some different numbers over the years, but generally that's what the overall routine is. Okay, so again, you can see here east of 95 now with this spin on the Doppler radar. Looking here, I mean, we see some of that more in the coastal water now. Again, like a repeat what we were doing with earlier on in different areas, but again, okay, that's getting very quickly now to the coast. That could be, I really don't know. I would lean against it actually. Some type of debris in there, but you never know. You never know. It looks a little less organized, so quite a bit less organized than what's out of coastal water earlier on. Probably not seeing hail. That's one thing that helps us here in terms of stuff. But sometimes we're just so far away on the radar, you can't tell, but we're not getting those cores, so that might help us in terms of identifying something like what we've seen toward down here earlier on, and then moving the coastal waters, and then after the fact in citrus. But again, that was way earlier there. It was closer to 5 a.m. down here, closer to 2 a.m. over toward Crystal River. We're now at 8 a.m. So it's been a long night here, folks. It's been on for several hours, almost 7 or so hours here at this point, it looks like. Trying to keep you guys safe and informed during this onslaught of nasty, nasty weather. So not everybody's been getting it as much. We got quite a bit of rain up here in Bradford, but otherwise it doesn't seem to have been really impactful here at this point. But it's all about covering those 62 counties here, folks. Trying to give you guys the very latest on what's going on here. So let me just keep watching, keep tracking here as the situation does progress. We're just kind of looking here. We're just kind of checking here everything that's been going on. No incidents in Bradford County. Just thought I'd check because never know here with stuff. We've had a little bit of wind here and there. 1,003 millibars of pressure not gonna affect that in terms of like damage or anything. But just want to make sure that haven't had anything in the current timeline talk about. Didn't see anything at first glance in the earlier timeline, but we'll continue to watch. So again, just letting you guys know, I know no marine warning out there, and then again, just looking at things here, just to kind of looking at things here, giving you guys the very latest. Again, a lot to check here if you're wondering kind of what we're doing here behind the scenes. It's just a one-man band, so it's not like I have another meteorologist here, somebody some broadcast station, somebody in their ear telling them what's going on. So it's just kind of me watching things like that. Storm's off the coast now toward Flagler right at 8:15. So our initial kind of track was kind of on target here, it would look like. So they dropped this one really soon. There, we still have to watch further out toward the west. So again, there's a one area going out in the coastal waters. That one into 8:30, but it'll be dropped here in a matter of moments. It probably canceled. And then this one here, though, we have to watch now. Again, this type of stuff doesn't have much lightning with it, if any, but it's a tricky setup here. You have another area of rotation north of Crystal River, some more areas of rotation south of Eureka. Those could be candidates, some of those, for new tornado warnings. So, doesn't end here. Doesn't end. I think we just had some updates. Let me see here. The one for Citrus on the way, but then a new area is developing north of Crystal River on the Jacksonville site. But let's check the Tampa site. Maybe it's not as defined over there. Well, we hope, but you never know. That's probably a little closer down there, but there's a little bit of something there. A little bit of something that's east of Den Ellen here, near County Road 484. As we're looking there, Flagler County. We're looking at Flagler County right now. Again, that just went out toward the coastal waters, so that will be dropped soon, and that's what we like to see, obviously. So, again, let's see something else. We haven't done this in a while. Folks just waking up to a big loop here. The whole area, the whole viewing circle, cancel and Flagler. That's what we like to hear. That's what we like to hear. Again, let's go ahead and see here. We're getting that loop together now for everybody. Maybe just tuning in here. We've had just so many tornado warnings, basically just south of the area, but some of them definitely slipping into our area here from time to time for a while, making us stay on here because we've had to, because it's our obligation to protect you, your friends, and your family. It's of the utmost importance to me here. So let's go ahead. I'm getting that loop together here, and I'll say that to you. Getting into lightning strike in northern Marion. We haven't had too many of those tonight, so we gotta watch that storm in this area. We're on this view here for some rotation. You can see the lightning strike there too. I'm watching my other screen, but got to be careful here. That could be something that causes some concern. It's in an area that we've just seen over and over and over again, these tornado warnings. So, again, something to really be aware of. By the way, we're still almost an hour away from it, but in case things get really crazy here, maybe they don't, maybe we'll better ramp down the coverage some. But if they do, as we get close to 8 hours, we'll have to switch streams here. We haven't had to do this in a while. Tornado warning after tornado warning for hour after hour in our area like this. But if we get to 8 hours, we'll have to kind of make some different changes here if we have that thread on going, because some of the different sources don't let us go way past that timeline. Get new viewers in there anyway that are just getting up and have gotten their day going. If we get to that point, we hope we don't, but it's definitely possible. The tornado warning is probably getting extended here past that 9 o'clock benchmark here, at least for some of our southern Florida Peninsula counties. So, again, having to track this here. We've been giving that heads up on this thread. I mean, going back since last week, something might happen. European model really aggressive. American model not so much. The European model really winning out there based on what did happen and what is happening right now. So we're just watching this, tracking it here. So let's go ahead now and we'll go on over to our other source if we can. It's ready to go now, I think, on our dear Earth computer source. So there you go, that loop again. Seeing the red boxes here and there and everywhere. And another one currently right now, Marion County, until 8:30 this morning. So again, not as much in the way of yellow boxes. Ironically, they know yellow box toward Flagler, or not the other one toward Gainesville, but one toward Flagler might have been a tornado producer instead of a severe thunderstorm producer. We're just so tricky in these setups. Everybody trying really hard. It's just, you never know, and they have to be surveyed to be confirmed, but they're calling it possible tornado in their statement, local storm report. So, again, just looking here, different things with the service Jacksonville, Tallahassee, Tampa, Melbourne, even, since they're just kind of on the edge here of things, not any of our counties in their zone, but there's your red box. Again, we've still had that. We've had this stuff come ashore, and had that spin happen in this line that's to kind of limit the threat here for now. Once that kicks on in, areas to the west of that will be limited here, so that'll be good. A better scenario coming, but we gotta get out of this warm sector. We're still in it here. So, I mean, nobody out to the west has had a risk in terms of anything official warnings out there, and we've had to watch still, but it's a situation that's been kind of tricky here overall to deal with here in the grand scheme of things. 8:20 is the time right now. Let's go ahead and zoom back on in here. Okay, so let's go ahead and give you guys the latest. A little bit of rotation there around Den Ellen. Maybe more Citrus coming back at us. Once again here. Again, tracking all this here for you. Just looking here. I didn't look at tight right now, but it's high up on the radar, so you never know. Okay, I'm gonna step out of the view right now. Again, just continue to track things here as the situation progresses. Again, trying to give you everything you need to know to protect you, your friends, and your family. I'm gonna go ahead and look here at some of our other information. If you have any questions on YouTube and the like here this morning, haven't had a chance to do that in a little bit. So I know it looks like one of our YouTube followers here saying they think a tornado touched down in the beach section up coast here. So not good news if that's the case. It seems that something had happened there this morning. So might check some of our other Flagler sources in a second if I can. Let me go ahead and do that then here as we continue along. So let me go ahead and kind of get us. It's a Facebook page we have access here too to try to see what's been going on. Possibly I see another follower watching here from Bradford County. Thanks so much for tuning in. Cornbread Darren and Christina, thanks so much for tuning in as well. And then again, Ray, thanks for that information there. I'm just going to try to get more details here on what's going on as we look at our YouTube information here and the different comments, questions that have streamed on in here during the event here at times. Again, let me see if we have some details here. Just kind of doing this here on the fly as we have to, and see whether covered all these different things as the situation does progress here. So it does seem a tornado touched down over there. I just want to kind of see if we have more information, since we're kind of in front of the wall so much we don't always get everything here. But okay, it looks like one of the Facebook pages in Flagler. Here is the Flagler Weather Info Facebook page here showing some tornadic damage. Photos from the city of Palm Coast government. So let me, okay, we're being told, so impacted area is Indian. And let me go back to the rod view real quick, because I don't want to confuse anybody since I'm on Marion, but I'm at Flagler right now. So let's go to our full shot here real quick from earlier on. So the city of Palm Coast, Florida government there, saying the impacted area is Indian Trails, beach section of Palm Coast. So possible tornado touchdown in the beach section impacted the storm within the area of Barrington Drive. So Barrington Drive, this neighborhood is closed off to all traffic at this time due to downed trees and power lines. This was from a couple hours ago. Pleaserwood area, Beltor Parkway, that point in Pine Lakes Parkway are open for traffic at this time. So that's the latest updates coming on in there. So some nasty issues there as we're looking at things in parts of our area this morning. A car flipped over even, which we were talking about. Hopefully nobody was in that, as I'm seeing that behind the scenes right now. That's on, if you want to check that out, that's on, I'm assuming these are pictures from them, but I didn't Roy maybe want to pull that up on our screen just in case they're somehow from a different media source or the like. But we're talking about here facebook.com/Palm Coast Gov. That's where you want to go for those photos. Scroll down to the second post there. At this point, it would look like. So that's where we have damaged photos there. New flood advisory for Flagler County as well. So again, that's coming in to 11:30. More of that flooding there, and like we're now being told in Marion County, thunderstorm wind damage. Okay, that's not the case. They categorize that wrong. They mean flooding, minor street flooding due to heavy rain there reported on Southwest 57th Avenue there, 1 mile southeast of Ocala Airport. So again, that's kind of the storyline there right now. Again, still we have the tornado warning from Marion until 8:30 that we're having to stay on for right now. I'm going to go ahead and keep looking at things, keep checking them, keep tracking them. We have all that parameter space here coming into the storyline. The SDP base going further north, instability surface base. You see that area, and this north of that's where the tornado watch cuts off. South of I-10, still where our most favorable air mass is. Even further south is where it's a little more favorable. Probably going to do tornado watch down there soon. Again, let's see what we have here in terms of those tips again. And then I'll go back to the covered map, and then we'll come back on camera. So there it are. Okay, that's the covered map. Okay, let's go to tips real quick, actually. There's your tips. Again, to see those, again, take those tornado precautions. Get the tornado watch, of course, still, but tornado warning still from Marion for the 5 minutes. So gotta get an interior room away from windows here in that type of scenario. So again, still watching things, still tracking things here this morning. So it's all about protecting you, all about protecting your friends, and all about protecting your families. We're live right now on Facebook, Casey Cloud Every X, Facebook Cloud Weather, Twitter/X Cloud Casey there, YouTube at Cloud Weather, Twitch there. That's available, Cloud Weather Awesome, and cloudweather.com. So a lot of different ways to watch our coverage we're on here. We had that coverage starting around 1 or so. Hopefully, if you guys were in that danger zone, a situation here where you were able to be notified and able to all the notifications, and you're able to tune on in here and have this up here as you needed to access. And we're still on right now because we still have active tornado warnings, which don't always have this hour after hour. We have it right now in our viewing area, a tornado warning for parts of Marion County here. Parts of Marion County, 1,003 millibars still. Anybody that's wondering in terms of that pressure here, where we're at. So there you go. Again, the radar view. City coverage map a moment ago. Marion County, of course, southeast of Levy per se, south of Alachua. Up to see if this gets extended here. Let's go ahead and check storm relative velocity. See what that looks like here at this point. It's kind of one way or the other. They didn't issue a citrus, but they could issue on this further up. We'll see. Toward Ocala, 50-50. I'd give it. Normally I'd say less, but the radar covered and the history of these might give it closer to 50-50. But the reissue, and this right here is close as well, but not quite there for Salt Springs. But it could strengthen. One scan could change everything, as we've seen all really overnight here in that part of the area here. Just had tornado warning after tornado warning there. Little popcorn shower. I hope maybe this will kind of, we get a lot of development now after sunrise per se. Maybe we'll get lucky here. I'm kind of looking, see if we have any type of sun trying to peek through. I don't think we would here necessarily, but point being is a situation here where this might suppress things a little bit in terms of rotations, because we've kind of cut off some of the storms. We got too much, but first some of these could start spinning a little bit more, so have to be kind of careful there. Some of these do have a little bit of weak rotation. Southern Columbia there, see a little bit of that. So let's go ahead and pull up our camera since I'm kind of wondering about the overall setup. Yeah, there's a little bit of brightness in the sky, but not necessarily anything that's just overwhelming. You see a little bit of the darker sky than the view, but it is brighter than what it was earlier, obviously. So again, still watching things here. They're looking south. I just saw an update come through, but south of Martel, south of Romeo with this. New advisory now for western and central Marion. So maybe, just maybe, this is some good news here. They're not going to extend this tornado warning. We're going to catch our breath here for a few moments here. So that just came on in landfall possible. So not quite maybe the tornado warning criteria here with this. So again, we've already had the tornado scenario on Crystal River. Seemed like one in Flagler County. We had some stuff downstate as well, unfortunately. Don't know the extent of the issues, but toward Pinellas County around Clearwater Beach. It was close to Dunedin, a few miles away. And we also, I haven't seen the information stream on through about this one, but in the here and now, they were tracking what they called weather service in Tampa. Rest kind of confirmed tornado around near this area, but I haven't heard of any reports of any damage from that. So far, I haven't heard of any injuries, granted, or anything like that, because we've been here in the coverage. It's a possibility we could have missed something here because we've been on trying to just give you the information. And when we had these warnings to go here, and really everywhere in southern counties to some degree, and toward central Florida. Just having to give you the here and now, but again, Salt Springs, a little bit of rotation. It looks weaker, but could change on us here. Oh, that's tightening up here, folks. Coming out of citrus, I bet that's gonna get. Okay, that's a whole nother area again. That's gonna probably have to issue a new one on that. That really tightened up again on us here. As we're looking out of citrus now. I know the box here it makes you think, oh, they issued it, but no, that is actually a situation where they had that one that goes away at 8:30. That's what we're seeing now. It went away at 8:30, but now it's 11,000 feet up, which again makes it tough. But Tampa Red are showing it too, so I think we're gonna have another red box coming here. That's the pattern we've been in. I mean, off of that radar, it's been a little more consistent. They didn't issue to Tampa, but yeah, another red box. Jacksonville office now at 8:45. Possible tornado. Let's see, where is this one? This is going to be, looks like a 9 miles south at the Rambo Lakes Estates here. I'm moving northeast at about 45 miles an hour. There you go. New box. They're going pretty short lived. I don't disagree here. I agree. Because maybe it'll spin back down real quick on us. But right now, they're having to go with another tornado warning until 8:45 this morning. We got a spin coming together again. This moves here southeast of Dunellen. Again, just another tornado warning, another rotation area that just expired a warning, yet another one popping up. So we had that new spin emerging from Citrus County yet again, coming on into our view here. So just looking at things, tracking things here this morning. We're just, by the way, that icon here, this is flooding that we had earlier, not what the icon says. So not one damage so far that's been reported up there, but that's how it was termed. But it was a mistake there. But they've been correcting that, and it corrected in the other system. But anyway, again, you're watching this continuing coverage here. You can see here we're talking about southeast of Dunedin. I mean, not Dunedin, Dunellen, excuse me. We've been on for a long time already talking about Dunedin, but Dunellen here in the water area. Been on with you almost continuously for about 7.5 hours now. So, again, it's been a marathon here, not a sprint, that's for sure, in this type of coverage. As you see here, southeast of Dunellen here, we have those heavier downpours. This could be rain route of a tornado on the ground here with this. So, again, got to take those tornado precautions. Interior room away from windows here. Put that football helmet on. Put that bicycle helmet on. Something like that. If you are in a situation where you don't have your shoes on, have those on in case you have damage and you have to get out of your home, out of that area. Maybe that kind of roy got damaged here and there's glass on the ground. At least you wouldn't put your feet up if you had your shoes on. So that's something to kind of bear in mind here at 8:30 in the morning. We don't have these situations in Florida that much like this. These are street storms this time of day. October's a little early for this too. We did have it in 2014 to some degree in the Florida Big Bend. I remember that. But again, a situation here that's active, that's robust, that's concerning here for some of our viewers for sure this morning. So, again, new tornado warning. This holds together. It would have to get extended to Ocala proper. But right now, it's just in part to Marion to the south. Still pretty popular. We looked at that way earlier down there. We had another box down there. It was like 100,000 folks in that. And Dunellen here, just on the edge, it's more to the east of that, though, where we have this possible tornado. So, again, let's go ahead and check here what we're dealing with. We're going to go ahead and go back on over here to our other mode as we continue along. Again, we've had all the damage here, Flagler County, but more so even Citrus County. And we've had a number of tornado warning storms move through there. Earlier on Crystal River is where we had quite a bit of damage. And everything is going up over 10,000 feet on that Doppler radar there. So, still trying to learn more out of that area. That's just outside of the viewing circle. We've been referencing that. That happened almost, I mean, you see what time it is, 8:33. That happened before 2 a.m. So, similar areas, hour after hour here with concern. And we're tracking this here right now. You can see southeast of Dunellen here. You can see the heavier downpours. This is southwest there with the worstest of Sadie right now, north of the community of Hernando and northeast of the community of Pine Ridge. So you can track this here with us live on the air. Again, looking there, this is still good ways west southwest of Bellevue, or southwest if you want to call that a Bellevue. Right now, a little weaker on the scan off the Tampa radar, but it's not weaker by much, honestly. It maybe just barely. I mean, you're splitting hairs here a little bit, splitting hairs in this type of situation. So, again, we're watching parts of Marion County within the 62 counties here. Again, trying to give you guys the latest. Again, we're on Bradford and the highlighted yellow. And there's a lot to it, and there's Marion, this is southwestern Marion. Not too far away from we have Levy County in the Tampa jurisdiction. Obviously, Citrus is outside of the area, is in Tampa's area of responsibility as well, where it's just been hammered. I mean, the number of tornado warnings in Citrus County in this overnight period has really been remarkable. And again, we had the tornado touchdown earlier on in the timeline. Crystal River, you shouldn't get a debris signature up there, honestly, that part. I mean, they didn't shoot us confirm what was happening, but it was obvious there's a debris signature up there. I mean, you don't get debris signatures that far from Tampa radar very often. We got it. It was clear. I mean, you could see the ejects. We saw some of that on the flagler, but it wasn't as, I don't think it was well defined as we saw in Citrus. So, again, just outside of 62 counties, just south of Levy, Marion, for perspective in the geography. Uh, Roy, the geography thing here in terms of the overall geography viewpoint. So again, you're looking here to green and red. Again, we still have some of this on the Doppler here, northeast of Holder. We're just going to keep monitoring the situation here this morning. As I mean, you see the little broader there, which is hopefully a good sign. But we've said this. I mean, we've said this for hours. Things go away, then they come back again. It's, I mean, it's been said before by meteorologists in the meteorology community like James Spann. Sometimes you have these tornado setups that are like whack-a-mole, pretty much, and that's what it's turned into the last few hours, Roy. Maybe earlier on, not as much. It was more really to find stuff down there, West Central Florida, but this later period turned into more whack-a-mole, per se, for lack of a better term there. But again, watching things west of 75 right now, looking at things here on our different views. You can see east of Dunellen here right now, looking at this purple here on the Doppler radar, a possible tornado. It's the only warning right now, but we've had that so many times. A tornado warning here, tornado warning there. We haven't had severe thunderstorm warnings that much, but this one right here is a tornado warning right now in northern parts of Marion County. That means you have to take action. You have to be in the interior away from windows. This is the last check at 8:30 with a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 9 miles southeast of Rainbow Lakes Estates, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. So, Dunellen and other areas here that are pretty populated, even though you don't have a lot of city names, pretty popular down here in Marion County. So, again, right near, it looks like County Road 484 right now, you could have something. County Road 484 there, you see our reflectivity pretty high. Okay, so let's go ahead and zoom out a little. You see some of this stuff looks a little more defined, and it's looked really all night to the north, but not on velocity, thankfully. The wind really shear doesn't seem to be getting into play as much up to the north. So again, still watching, still tracking things here. To the south here, southwest of Ocala. Well, we're still watching this. We're still tracking this here on our Doppler technology. And if this were to hold together as a concern, it would be moving in toward Ocala. You see that track on there for the next little bit. We've had some accent get closer to town, some of it's dwindled more as it's gotten away from the coast, maybe a little bit further away from a little bit higher instability values here. I mean, it's not a big difference, but I mean, just some of this has been explosive instability, I would say, down toward the south here, and then you kind of, at points have marched downward with it. Now it's kind of moved all the way up, though, compared to what we were down with earlier. I mean, smaller areas in terms of warnings, different in terms of parameters. They've really gone up further up. I mean, all the way up now through a lot to what we're seeing the instability energy values over 1,500 joules per kilogram in some instances here. And that is impressive with all the wind parameters we have in play. Or these are super so composite values of 9. That is really, really high there with all the instability values we have in play. Significant tornado parameters are up there. As we talked about, I mean, at this point, that line hadn't become necessarily really organized to the west in terms of any severe potential, which is good. But it's the sign there as you get towards like Tallahassee, the wind shifts quick, and that would end our severe threat here for this part of the event. I say that tomorrow. I know the models earlier on have been telling some stuff. But we'll see. I mean, may want to go over that a little bit now in case we don't do a full update tonight. If we keep having to get on with this here hour after hour, but you can see the wind shifts. So Tallahassee, Albany, not so much with a severe threat. We didn't have that up there anyway in Georgia, but I mean, you're eliminating that when you get that wind shift back. You still have it down here. Surprised they haven't dropped a couple of those tornado watch counties, like especially Franklin here at this point. I mean, there's a little marine warning down there, so of course we say that, and then maybe that's probably why, but because they only issued coastal anyway. But it's kind of tricky with that. I mean, the wind directions, I guess I kind of see why when I look at it, but again, it's tricky here. in toward this situation. So again, yeah, I kind of see why. I mean, it only goes another 20 minutes. I don't think they would extend that, but with that marine warning down there, never know. But most of that area in the Big Bend, a lesser concern. Okay, let's go back. Okay, they're canceling. And this expired 8:45, so it's going to go off the map here for now. But let's just stay on guard because they could reissue on this. They could reissue here on this. If we get some strengthening toward Ocala, but expiring it, it's going to go off the map. But technically, and put for another 5 minutes. We got to stick with this here for another 5 minutes just in case we have something there. But stick with it covered anyway. So let's go back to let's do coverage map. Let's do coverage map here real quick. I want to go ahead and check some things. Power outage wise, I guess. So we can go 14,779 customers in the dark now in the state of Florida, including over 5,000 in Citrus, over 3,000 in Sumter, 484 in Dixie, let's see, 238 in Bradford, 107 in Union, 1,568 in Alachua. That's kind of a storyline there. Let's go ahead and see what we got here in terms of just some other metrics here and the like. Okay, so I want to just see here in terms of, I know we looked at the forecast model for today on and off camera, but haven't done it in terms of just looking at the modeling for tomorrow. Okay, at first glance anyway, the overall rain probabilities look lower now for tomorrow and even lower for Saturday, so that'd be good news. If that's the case here, I haven't had just looking here at the numbers a lot lower for tomorrow. We had 60. Some of the numbers are closer to 30 now for tomorrow. Maybe fog in the morning, but on Saturday, even more of the sun trying to come out. It'd be great if we get that in quicker here, obviously, to end this overall nasty threat and maybe clear us out for that solar eclipse, partial solar eclipse. We're eye protecting on Saturday. So again, continuing to track all this. We're up to 78 here, but if we get too much development, that could cut things off, which would be some good news. But I mean, in this overall setup, some of the parameters were in the wind overall setup. Eventually, should go down some, but I think they would reissue this tornado watch because we just had too many tornado warnings here overnight to not at this point, and at least for a smaller area here, maybe in toward the Florida Peninsula, because we have the energy values still in play, enough overlap here to cause some concern. So let's go ahead and see this here again. The tornado warning going away at 8:45. It's not on the screen now because technically our system, when it hits the expire wording, takes it away. That's how most weather systems work. But technically, it's still kind of there for 2 minutes with the overall warning in play. They cancel it, it'd be gone immediately, but with expired, technically it still goes another 2 minutes here. So let's make sure it doesn't re-emerge because this is the type of setup where it could. So let's just be kind of careful down here. Let's be kind of careful. And well, it hadn't gone away as much as I'd have liked, honestly. It has weakened some as it heads toward Ocala, but gotta be careful. That could re-strengthen as it moves towards Ocala. So be on guard if we wrap it for a few moments. Plan right now is to come back at 9 at that point. Depending on how things go, we may have to go ahead and switch streams and or, I mean, if things look better, maybe wrap covered and then come back on if needed. But we're almost to the 8-hour benchmark is why I say that. So gotta be kind of careful here with that. Of course, are covered on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch here. And if and as needed, we'll be back at 9. But more, we don't get another warning in play before then, another tornado warning specifically here, which definitely could come again. We've said it so many times, and we get another warning. So again, we gotta be careful here. Gotta be careful with this potential for a tornado. That is not out of the question. Counterclockwise rotation here west of 75. We just have to keep monitoring it here. And it's not overwhelming, but we're not at the greatest angle here. That's about 9,500 feet there. Let's put a Tampa radar and look at it from that. Oh, that's tightening back up. We keep saying it over and over. That's at 9,100 feet. So it was kind of fading there when they dropped that. Now it's coming back together again as it moves towards Ocala. So again, making a tornado warning then for Ocala if we get that spin to continue to reorganize here. So we have to stick with this. I've said it over and over again. This stuff doesn't want to go away. Again, we're just going to keep checking it here south of Martell in Marion County with this here. Not too far away, but a little bit of ways away right now from the Ocala Airport. as we're looking at things, as we're tracking things here this morning. So again, this is a gust of 26 there at the airport a little bit earlier on. That's kind of the storyline. There's some other areas here getting gust 20s. Overall, we had some in the 40s earlier on. Tallahassee caught a little bit of power disruption there, but none in the way of official warnings out that way. So that's good. But again, could get another warning here, so we gotta be kind of careful. Gotta be kind of mindful. Gotta be kind of watchful here in this type of situation. So again, just continuing to track here southwest of Ocala. Again, easily could get another tornado warning. This one could be for Ocala. So let's remind you guys of what you need to do if you have a tornado warning for your area here. There is your safety tips. None at the moment, kind of watch, but probably gonna do tornado warning here soon. Because I say that because we've had every time we kind of see a little weakening and then it strengthens up real quick and we get a new tornado warning. That's just how things have been. So again, maybe we'll get lucky finally as we get closer to the end of the first tornado watch, but probably based on what we've heard from the Storm Prediction Center earlier on, could get closer to another tornado watch being issued. So again, let's go ahead and come back on over to Cameron. Again, you have this west of Interstate 75 right now in Marion County. Again, that looks a little more diffuse off of Tampa, which is good. But that could change real quick. That could change. That's west of 75 in Marion County. Okay, so let's go ahead and just keep watching things here. That looks there like it's still there to some degree. It's not the most tight circulation we've ever seen, but it seems like it's still hanging around there a little bit. Still hanging around there to some degree. We got to be kind of paying attention there. Got to be kind of paying attention there for sure as we're looking at the latest here. So again, trying to give you guys up-to-date details on how everything is progressing. Officially no warnings right now, but that could change here in short order. So again, got to be careful there. Okay, new tornado watch now till 3 o'clock. Okay, well, and guess what? They've actually went further north with this now. So that's kind of interesting. Not into Georgia, but they've actually went further north with this now. So let's go ahead and kind of see where we want to go with this then. I mean, I guess because the parameters going north, even though they look a little more diffuse and weak here, I think we could still have a threat. It's where the area kind of intersects. We can't take the other box off yet. It's not this tab, but it also includes Baker and Duval for the first time. That's what I'm saying. You don't have it out toward McCullough and the like, but Taylor across to Dixie, Swanee, Columbia. We have Union, Bradford, now Baker, Duval, Clay, St. John's. Oh, and it's technically to 3. It's not going to probably last to 3 in these areas here, northern areas. But as we get further onto the south, it could down toward Orlando and some of those areas in central Florida. So new tornado watch now until 3 o'clock. You thought, I guess, this last 8 hours or so, here was it. Well, probably, unfortunately, won't be here. We have that threat continuing here to some degree. Hopefully, we won't get as many warnings. Well, breaks here, and we won't have to continue alone here like this hour after hour. But you can see some of the other watches are trying to kind of organize things here at different offices. That's why things are jumping around. But again, we still have this continuing potential. Technically, the new tornado watch till 3 p.m. now. So again, a situation that we gotta really be mindful of. You can see, looking at things here, not for Tampa this time, it doesn't seem, but Orlando and just north of Tampa. And then again, they're canceling out McCullough, but it looks like Taylor across to Duval as we're looking at first glance here. And St. John's, Flagler. So we already had tornadoes. Unfortunately, this threat here is not going away. Not a threat in Georgia for this, but that one sector still hanging in there towards some of our different communities, it would seem. So again, just seeing this concern here, just seeing this issue as we're looking, as we're tracking. Let's go back to the Marion view again. Make sure before we maybe take a break for a moment and see what we want to do past 9. Let's see what this is doing around Ocala. Okay, I mean, it's there a week, but Not enough to probably stick with right now, but I mean, really quickly, we've seen it before. We look at other areas, see a little bit of green up there, but as I see other areas here, we'll watch those. But it's coming to Ocala, so we gotta be real careful with this. Be ready if you hear that freight train noise to take Saturday. But right now, no official warning in play. So unless we get one before 9, a tornado warning. If it's a thunderstorm warning, we may wait till 9 to come back. If it's a tornado warning, we'll jump back in immediately here for that adverse concern there as we're looking toward parts of Marion County. So watch for the areas too. Every time we want to take a break, we have another threat or something like that. So uh, maybe the one we're watching or a different one pop up. So be ready. Expect the unexpected. We'll be here. We'll be back more with the latest at 9. But if we need to back in sooner with the really just information that's really pertinent at the moment, we'll do so at once.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the top of the hour. It's 9 o'clock. A new tornado watch in play until 3 p.m. I know the overall concern in some areas going down here toward the west. That's good. We're still watching things in North Florida. I feel like I might not get as many warnings. It'd be hard to top what we've seen here overnight in toward north central Florida. Here as we get toward some of these different communities. But we'll continue to stay alert here. We'll continue to monitor things in the Northeast Florida, seeing some warnings as well. Right now, none in play. And the plan here right now at this point is to wrap this stream here soon, unless we get some new warnings. We kind of have to anyway, because we're almost at the 8-hour benchmark on certain platforms. We'll wrap it on, and if we need to come back, I want to do it as needed here with coverage as we continue along. But the tornado watch does include Tampa, but let's clarify that, because when it kind of is a patchwork here, it gets confusing sometimes. But no, it does include Tampa. Goes from Perry over toward Mayo area, Lafayette County, all of that in there, Swanee, Columbia, Baker, Union, Bradford, Clay, Duval, all the way down to the Tampa area, and a little bit south of there even. So 3, I think the benchmark here, early afternoon, the threat will be wrapping up toward northern Florida. Our counties here maybe lingering like 1 or something around Levy, Marion, Flagler. Here, and we'll break in as needed. We're not going to keep the stream going at this point. Of course, we have a tornado warning. We'll be on that stream maybe for a while, something like that. But on this stream, we're getting closer to 8 hours where some of the platforms really can't go past that. So, and it says Nocturnal threading the timeline anyway. We're getting in the morning now, so obviously it'll be a as needed thing since we don't have any active warnings right now. But probably and then like 1 o'clock, something like that, Levy, Marion, Flagler, but could linger a little bit more to like 3, Tampa to Orlando. So again, that's just a general synopsis. Not going to guarantee it's going to exactly play out like that, but we do have a little bit less severe mass coming in from the north and west here. Excuse me, as we continue to watch, continue to track here. I know, and that's it going to help things out. We're still planning to do our phone update later tonight. If that changes, I'll let you know in a future update here. But our late night update, we're still planning to do that for now. But if things change, if we have to do a bunch here during the day, then we might not be able to. We want to try to talk about these solar eclipses a little bit more, some of this football games, and a little bit more in the extended forecast if we can. But right now, we do have a significant other advisory that catches my attention for to Bradford, Baker, Union, and Clay until 9:30. So let's go ahead and zoom in over there. We also have, that's about the first time we had Bradford in that. And we have the other storm to the south that we're still watching in Marion. No warning there right now either, which is good. We see some weak wind enhancement here, like Butler to Rayford. Nothing really tight. A lot of winds aloft, which a lot of that wind energy, but not really well put together. But in theory, a landfall could happen here, and wind gusts about 40. Lake Butler, Rayford, Beasley, Johnstown, and Ellerby. So we'll watch that here. But right now, I mean, it looks pretty weak in nature, but that tidings will let you know we'll be on here. That's why I think stuff like that, if it gets into more favorable air mass, probably why they see the tornado watch for Duval. Just in case here, got a little bit of green and red in a few spots. They're not really tight now. Well, earlier we said that, and very quickly things change. A little bit of that in Levy County. Again, not really tight. It kind of depends on the scan radar view you're on, but that could change. Same thing with Marion right now around Ocala. That looks a little more diffuse, but nothing's really overwhelming. But in one frame, it could jump just enough to really meet the criteria in this setup here. That's kind of tricky. We've had these storms here. Some of them touch down. It doesn't really maybe show a lot on radar, and you have to issue them. Some of these are a little bit further from radar covered. The best radar covers have to be ready to issue these warnings here. So again, watching things around Rayford. No warning. Of course, if we get a warning, if we get something really concerning, like a signature here that really pops at us, we can jump back in here immediately on a different stream here. That's the plan. That's the course of action I'm going to take right now with that. So let me just recap here at this point. At this point, where we're at on all the different platforms here. Again, Facebook, Casey Cloud WDX, Facebook Cloud Weather. Of course, you have Twitter, that's /X at Cloud Casey. YouTube at Cloud Weather. Make sure you hit that subscribe button. That's free. You know, enable those notifications there. If you do that, then if you have all notifications there enabled, you should be notified here when we come back live again. And if we have some inclement weather we have to break in for on this, then that's where you would maybe be able to find that here. Where we're coming on, you'll be able to get that notification right then. You have Twitch there, Cloud Weather, you have cloud.com. as well. The different links available there. For now, that's going to wrap it. And we'll keep watching. Right now, the next plan in terms of our next scheduled update here it would be technically in the late night hours tonight. But I feel like with this watch for the next 6 hours, we're probably going to have to come back on here between now and 3 for something, whether it's local or something really developed towards Central Florida. It'd be not required to come on like our local counties would be on down there. Something really got robust. So again, a lot going on still. Don't need to guard down. We've been on as needed on the different platforms for all tornado warning storms within our 62 counties. That's our policy. So I just stay weather aware here. Make sure you have multiple ways to get alerts. That's why there's a tornado watch in play. Is to let you guys know you need to have multiple ways to get alerts here. Have multiple ways to be alerted in this type of scenario. So again, that's what you got to do here. Flood advisor, by the way, Charlton, Clinton. What about the first name we've seen in Georgia here? But that's something you guys just have to be aware of. These different situations, these potential for adverse scenarios here. Again, we'll be on here as necessary. So don't think we're just wrapping it up. If we don't have another warning, we are. But that seems kind of likely with the tornado watch for the 6 hours and the 4 hours, probably a threat for our area, give or take, at least for the southern fringes. So I know different updates keep coming in here in the different watch areas, but watching a little bit of that weaker chasing there. Have that threat still in Marion to some degree. It could pop back at us real quick. So gotta be careful there, Levy. Some of this stuff we'll be really seeing if it gets stronger or weaker here through the day. So just make sure you guys stay tuned here. Stay tuned for the very latest here as the situation does progress on us here as we get different damage reports in and the like. So again, we're going to be here for you if as necessary. But for now, thanks so much for tuning in. Thanks so much for trusting me. And just keep it tuned on the different platforms here. And we'll give you guys the latest here as it is warranted.